We celebrate because we are just one. And because what we have been able to do is the small first stage of what we can do as long as we remain united, hand in hand, brothers and sisters, tied in common purpose.
Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu extolled the effective model of governance the Ambode-led administration has followed in its 2 years in office. He expressed satisfaction with the achievements of the 8th Assembly of Lagos State.
The spirit of cooperation continues with my successor, and that spirit, I've seen it demonstrated before I get here. Today, that spirit of cooperation and collaboration continues with Governor Atomune and Bode. Those good answers collaborated with our government. This is where it should be. The cooperation doesn't stop underneath your oversight responsibility. But it is understanding that progress depends on that collaboration. In turn, satisfying your making difference. Much of this success is because of all the enlightening and wise Lord the House of Assembly. You've done well.
To further express the similarities in functions of the State House of Assembly to the National Assembly, the event featured a special session of joint legislative proceedings as members who have served the House in various capacities before joining the National Assembly were given the opportunity to be part of the special parliamentary session. Senator Solomon Olanoleko, who has served in the State Assembly, the House of Representatives, and presently the Senate, was among the participants. In her remark, member representing Mushi Constituency 1, Honorable Fumilayo Tejosho, briefed the audience about the Lagos State Domestic Violence Law, which she sponsored and was passed into law in 2007. She said the law allows the judge to hear domestic violence-related matters in private and makes it possible for everyone to be their brother's keeper. Also, member representing Kushofe, Constituency 2.
Some people would say that domestic violence has become an increase in Lagos State, but permit me to tell you that that is not so. It is better now because a lot of people are speaking up. They see that they are not because of their problems, and the Lagos State government has put things in place to make right for everyone. When the law was passed in 2007, there was a charter built by the Lagos State government to give temporary support to the victims of violence and help them to learn trades and rehabilitate those that can go back to their duties. Also, the law was simplified and sent to the different schools and to the different classes around, and also translated into Yoruba so that the people in the marketplaces and those that cannot read in English can also have the opportunity to read in Yoruba.
Honorable Tunde Baimo spoke on the Lagos State anti-kidnapping law. He said kidnapping in Lagos is now a capital offense that attracts 25 years or life imprisonment.
This is now trial by the kidnappers and it's no longer so those companies of Lagos kidnap people and take their photos not enemies and go to it's very counterfeit to because especially what the victim
The guest speaker of the event, Professor Patrick Loch Otieno Lumumba, a lecturer of law, Kenya University, in a lecture titled The Importance of the Legislature in Democratic Governance, said Nigeria started on the right footing, but its government was rudely interrupted by a coup. He therefore charged the legislature to make laws that are people-oriented and to stamp corruption, greed, and personal aggrandizement through their positions. He also urged the legislators to see their offices as an opportunity to serve the people, adding that the duty of the legislature is to make laws that will make Lagos and Nigeria at large thrive. Professor Patrick Lumumba said he believes Africa's greatness is hinged in Nigeria's development. Therefore, Nigeria must rise to take its rightful place among the Committee of Nations. He warned against the practice of foreign laws, which he described as Eurocentric.
You must remind yourself that it is the legislature that must enact laws that will underpin democracy and good governance. You must remind yourself that it is the legislature that must create institutions that will ensure that the government of Lagos and by extension the government of Nigeria, the legislature must ensure that the politics of Lagos never stumble and that the politics of Nigeria never stumble and that they remain on a firm course, because Nigeria can be great and Nigeria must be great, but it can only be great if the institutions are great, and the legislature must be great, and it must be great when you start the next phase of 50 years. Nigeria will be great and Africa will be great. God bless.
Mr. Bismarck Rewani, CEO Financial Derivatives Company Limited, in a lecture, took time to analyze the economy of Lagos, adding that Lagos is the world's second cheapest city to live in. He outlined the benefits of doing business in Lagos and the necessary steps needed to guide Lagos and Nigeria at large out of the economic recession. Mr. Bismarck Rewani described Lagos State as the nucleus of economic activities in Nigeria. Hence, if extracted out of Nigeria, Lagos State would be the 7th largest economy in Africa, while Nigeria will fall back to the 3rd position. So is the enviable position of Lagos in the economy of Nigeria. The event also featured interactive sessions that saw members of the House and guests asking pertinent questions that border on the subject matter to which the guest speakers provided answers. In the vote of thanks, the Deputy Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, member representing Lagos Island Constituency 1, Honorable Eshilokun Wasiu Sani, expressed gratitude to the participants, members of the House, and all who came to be part of the auspicious event. Member representing Shomolu Constituency 1, Honorable Rotimi Olowo, moved for the adjournment of plenary till Monday, the 27th of May 2017. This was quickly followed by the commissioning of the L-shaped office building for honorable members by the former governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There was a long queue of photo and video sessions at the reception venue of the event. Is fabulous. It is an age that deserves special and respectful attention. Reaching the age of 50 is a special milestone, therefore should be celebrated. It was a beautiful occasion to wine and dine with the fashionable Duni Olunloyo, the Abuja-based jeweler and socialite, as she pampered herself to a ravishing party to mark her 50th birthday anniversary. The event, which was held on Friday, 19th May 2017, at the Lekki Coliseum, Lagos, witnessed a huge turnout of family, friends and business associates, home and abroad, to celebrate her at the remarkable age of 50. those in attendance, Senator Joy Emode and Duni's younger sister, Honorable Folake Oshinowo Oluloyo, the beautiful wife of Dr. Barrister Tunde Oshinowo, Teddy Shine, the famous Lagos socialite who threw his weight gallantly behind the coverage of the event by BOS. Others include Iyabo Ojo, among others. Duni Oluloyo is one of the few exotic jewelry merchants in the Federal Capital Territory, who is patronized by the cream de la cream in the society, or the high and mighty as they say. Educated in England in the 80s, Mrs. Duni Oluloyo returned to Nigeria in the 90s and decided to venture into the jewelry business. She started selling from the house, but later got a shop at Alade Market in Lagos. The flair to go into business instead of seeking a white-collar job or becoming a politician like some members of her family is obviously a trait she inherited from her mother, who was a jeweler. Duni Oluloyo had seen her mother trading in jewelry and had always longed to be part of the business. Young Duni Oluloyo, daughter of one-time governor of Oyo State, Dr. Omololu Oluloyo, as a secondary school student, took some of her mother's merchandise to school, which she sold to her teachers and made profit, a practice she did with pleasure. So, it did not come as a surprise to many when she became a jewelry merchant and floated her jewelry shop, Dunloy Gems, situated inside the Nikon Luxury Hotel, Abuja. She is one of the few women in Nigeria who sells and displays diamonds in their stores. To many celebrities in Abuja and its environs, the name Duni Oluloyo means diamonds and other precious stones. The celebration began with an opening prayer by Pastor Olushola, a friend of the celebrant. This was followed by tributes from friends and family of the lady of the day, Mrs. Duni Oluloyo, as they expressed heartfelt wishes to the celebrant.
Sister Duni, we are so glad that you are here tonight, and your mom is alive to witness this, and we are all here to bless you tonight. Duni, you will move from glory to glory, from honor to honor, in the mighty name of Jesus. The Lord will favor you always. All the days of your life you will be happy. Hallelujah.
Senator Joy Emode, in her remark, described the celebrant as a hard-working, reliable and dependable woman who gives her heart to all, which is a glaring reason why there is a massive turnout of people at the event to felicitate with her. She heartily welcomed everyone to the occasion and urged them to have a good time.
Duni is an energy. Duni is one of the most reliable persons we've ever seen. A very hard-working lady. If she's your friend, so Duni, we thank God for today. 50 years, not 50 days. Like I said earlier, not a day for long trips. We are here to enjoy with her, and I thank God that we have more than enough to eat and drink and dance and make merry, and thank God for what He has done for her and for all of us, at least for being here together today. So I, on behalf of her, welcome everybody to this hall, and may God bless all of you. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Adeola Akpangba also described the celebrant as highly dependable, hardworking and firm, adding that she is selfless and would go out of her way to help others. She prayed God to continually bless her and surprise her with good tidings. Mrs. Adeola Akpangba, who could not contain her joy at this point, gave the celebrant a warm hug.
She's very dependable. If Duni likes you, she likes you. If she doesn't like you, there's nothing you can do about it. And Duni can be hard, she can be crass, she can be firm, but Duni can give you her heart. I want to say that knowing you means a lot to me. You are a very good friend. You are a dependable friend. You are a reliable friend.
Alhaji Jamil Obatoyibo, in his words, described the celebrant as a go-getter and an entrepreneur par excellence who is flourishing in her trade.
She's a woman that meant different things to different people. She is extraordinarily kind. She is an entrepreneur par excellence. And she's fully on top of her trade. Even on telephone, you can easily tell you whether you are holding a pound sterling, or it is a dollar, or it's a Saudi riyal. I don't know how she does it, but she understands these currencies even more than the naira.
The celebrant, Mr. Folu Oguntade, said Duni's primary trait is her extreme outspokenness, adding that she's a Puritan.
Duni, on behalf of all your cousins, we want to wish you a very happy 50th birthday. We pray that you will live for many, many more years in good health, and that all that you lay your hands upon will prosper exceedingly. Duni is my very dear Abu. I'm very glad to say. I understand that she's very, very generous. Well, I haven't experienced that generosity yet, but I'm sure I will do so in due course. Duni, once again, congratulations and many, many, many happy returns. Thank you.
First dance. Elated friends joined her on the dance floor as she grooved to the serenading performance by Ray Amodi, the UK-trained son of Senator Joy Amodi. After which the dance floor was declared open as guests boogied in twos, gorgeously dressed in her second outing like a new bride. Duniolu lawyer made her way to the cake stand. The cutting of the cake was supervised by one of her friends.
Give me a resounding and a sensational
the celebrant in songs of thanksgiving and appreciation to God for his goodness upon her life. This was quickly followed by a photo session with her children, grandchildren, and friends. The event compere supervised the toast as guests clinked glasses in merriment. The event rounded off with a vote of thanks. Mrs. Duni Olunloyo appreciated everyone for gracing the occasion and prayed God to grant them mercy journey to their destinations. Afterwards, it was dance and merriment all the way. Producers of the BC Olatilo Show and owners of Biscon TV, we heartily congratulate the very pretty and industrious Mrs. Duni Olunloyo on the occasion of her Golden Jubilee. For 8 years, from May 29, 1999 to May 29, 2007, Chief Lucky Nosahare Igbenediong, son of the SMR of Benin Kingdom, Sir Chief Gabriel Osaware Igbenediong, held sway as the Chief Executive Officer under whose shoulders squarely rested the governance of Edo State. It is on record that during his tenure as chairman of Oredo Local Government Municipal Area of Edo State, he was largely instrumental to the facelift which the landscape of most parts of Benin City underwent. This played a major role in his election victory when he contested for the governorship of Edo State in 1999 and his subsequent re-election in 2003 for another 4-year term. Chief Lucky Nosahare Igbenediong's journey into politics began when in 1987 he was appointed the mayor of Oredo Municipality Local Government Area of Nigeria. Chief Lucky Igbenediong was indeed voted the best mayor in Nigeria, an award he got for his contribution to the development of Oredo Local Government Area and Benin City, which at the time doubled as the state capital and municipal headquarters. Chief Lucky Igbenediong also served as the chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum, a period which witnessed massive human capacity development alongside infrastructural development. During his tenure as governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Igbenediong's efforts were hugely complemented by his wife, Mrs. Eki Igbenediong, whose foundation embarked on a strong campaign against trafficking of young girls from Edo State to Europe and other parts of the world. This move assisted a great deal in enlightenment about this scourge, which helped to reduce the prevalence. Chief Lucky Igbenediong indeed has a lot to thank God for guiding his steps and providing him with the enablement to rise above all the challenges that came his way both in and out of power. The occasion of his 60th birthday anniversary provided a most appropriate platform to invite friends, relations and well-wishers for a special thanksgiving and felicitation on the great milestone of the epochal event was the Thanksgiving service, which took place at the New Estate Baptist Church behind Akpo Legislative Quarters in Abuja. the Federal Capital Territory, which the BOS crew missed due to communication and logistics hiccups. However, the BOS crew was at the residence of the celebrant, Chief Lucky Benediong in Asokoro, Abuja, on Saturday, 13th of May 2017, which indeed marked his 60th birthday anniversary proper. The House of Benediong, led by the Lion of Okada and father of the celebrant, Sir Chief Gabriel Benediong, CON CFR, supported as usual by his amiable consort, Lady Cherry Benediong, the wife, children and siblings of the celebrant, who all appeared in the all-white traditional garbs that bore the unmistakable signature of the Benedians, stood solidly behind the birthday boy. Also on hand to rejoice with the celebrant were his colleagues from the different political tendencies, especially governors of Class 99, who served as governors at the same time as Chief Lucky Benediong. These included Senator Musa Kwakwanso, Obong Victor Atta, Chief James Ibori, former Ekiti State Governor Tumba Niyi Adebayo, and others. Also in attendance were former Senate Deputy President Senator Ibrahim Mantu, the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Chief John Odigio Yegun, former Governor of Rivers State, Honorable Rotimi Amechi, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator Ayim Pius Ayim, Chief Ben Obi, and others. There was a huge attendance of friends, relations, and well-wishers of the celebrant from Edo State and other parts of the country and beyond. Comedian Bovi set the tone for the evening's event with his wise cracks, which resonated well with the audience. In the documentary aired at the event, tributes were paid to the celebrant by his wife, Mrs. Eki Benediong, and children, who spoke in very glowing terms about Chief Lucky Benediong's very kind, caring, humble, and generous nature.
My husband Lucky Musaka Benediong can be described in many words, but I'll just choose one. He's a wonderful man. He's a very good person. He's someone, he has been a good father, not just to my children, but to so many people. He's a wonderful husband. He's a very generous and caring man. He's one who stands out amongst very many. He's a man who is loyal to his friends. He's a dedicated father. I pray that Almighty God will continue to give him wisdom, continue to bless him, so that he will continue to celebrate.
In the testimonies of colleagues and friends of the celebrant, they all spoke in the same light about the celebrant, whom they all agree accorded all his friends due respect. Chief Lucky Benediong was described as a jolly good fellow.
Lucky Benediong was not only a member of 1999, he was also the governor of governors during 2006 to 2007. Meaning that even among governors, he is well respected. Even among the governors, he was a leader, and we still see him and respect him, and of course see him as somebody who is well respected among the former governors, especially from 1999 to 2007. The brother is celebrating 60 years today. So I don't know whether we have to sit down together as my brothers and see now if we can form another group, maybe under 70, because all of us now are at least 60 years. So my brother and friend, Chief Lucky Benediong, we are welcoming you to the club of 60. We congratulate you, we wish you well, we wish you your family well, and we continue by the grace of God to do whatever we can to work together to move this country forward. Thank you and God bless you.
The useful celebrant, other youth celebrated, and a few elders that can share my ideas with me, it is my great pleasure to welcome you. The truth of the matter is that when you aspire as an under 50, by the time you reach 50, you should now form a group called 60 and above. Don't continue with the under, otherwise we will continue to oppress you. And that is the truth. So please join the group of 50 and above, and then we will consider you maybe coming up to be one of our mates. God bless you as you progress, because the young must grow.
The celebrant was later joined by his wife, children and family members for the cutting of the Diamond Jubilee Anniversary cake.
40, 50, 60.
Chief Lucky Igbenedion and the love of his life, Mrs. Eki Igbenedion, took to the dance floor for a special Diamond Anniversary dance. The celebrant's father, Sir Chief Gabriel Igbenedion, also followed.
All right, all the children join in.
The toast of the celebrant was ably proposed by his younger brother, Bright Igbenedion, who is like his twin brother. Then everyone rose to clink their glasses in celebration of the landmark milestone by Chief Lucky Nosayari Igbenedion.
Ladies and gentlemen, our father, the Isa of the name, when we were in church earlier, when you say Hip, talk to me. Hip is blessing. When I say Hip, you say blessing.
The special reception and dinner, organized to celebrate the 60th birthday anniversary of the former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Igbenedion, ended on a lively merry-making note. The chairman and CEO Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, and indeed the Igbenedion family, regrets his inability to be present at the event. This was due to a clash in dates with a prior program he was involved in. From Biscon Communications, it's hearty cheers to the latest diamond icon of our time. It is not the years in life that count, but the life in the years. It was a celebration of both the years in the life of Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop, JP, on Sunday, 14th May 2017, at her 80th birthday anniversary celebration. Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop, JP, is the mother of Chief Mrs. Mudukbe Oguntade, the wife of Honorable Justice George Adeshola Oguntade, retired. A church service was organized as part of activities to celebrate their mother, Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop, at St. Paul's Church, Breadfruit, Lagos. The church service started in earnest with processional hymns and entrance of the celebrant, Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Hastrop, accompanied by her children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren and other family members who have gathered at the church to celebrate with her. The church service featured a special health enlightenment session tagged Heart Attack, How Not to Be a Victim by Dr. Philip Okewole Ademola. Dr. Philip Okewole Ademola, who is a cardiological expert, argued that personality, ambitiousness, stress, and other stress-related habits increase the risk of having a heart attack, heart failure, and even to an extent of sudden stoppage of the heart, leading to instant death of the victim. He also emphasized that enough sleep and routine exercise can reduce the risk of having a heart attack.
It is more likely to be when you are getting to your 50s or late 40s. Because I know what people to start smiling. I know be careful. Yes, late 40s, 50s, that you might come down with heart attack. So and then you can't do anything about your age. It also runs in families. Again, we don't know the exact reason, but we do know that some family, for whatever reason, they are at risk of heart attack. And maybe part of the reason is also because some of the risk factors, which I will talk about later, also runs in family, like hypertension, diabetes. So maybe that's some unfortunate family. You just, especially first degree relative, just go that younger brother, they don't. So when you know you come from this kind of family, you have to be more careful.
There was a brief exhortation by the officiating priest, who also offered prayers for the celebrant and her entire family.
May this never be our last in the land of the living. We pray, O Lord, the grace to celebrate many, many more years in good health. Father, you will grant her in the name of Jesus. We pray, O Lord, even for the children. We pray you are blessed her. The in-laws, the grandchildren, friends and families. We are saying, O Lord, your glory upon them and in their life will continue to obey on the increase in the name of Jesus. They will all continue to have reasons to glorify you, to thank you, to always come before your presence in the name of Jesus.
Which was quickly followed by the Thanksgiving and Harvest of Happiness for the Hastrops, the Oguntades, and the extended family of the celebrant. The officiating minister prayed for the celebrant, Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop, and her entire family, which paved way for photo and video sessions. To further illustrate the manner of love and gratitude to God displayed by the children of Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop, the birthday celebration switched to the party ground, organized by her children at the Eventistry Event Center, Lekki, Lagos. The celebrant, Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop, entered the beautifully decorated hall, venue for the birthday party, accompanied by her children and family members. As it was termed by the organizers of the birthday celebration, Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop is 80 years, 29,219 days, 701,265 hours, and 42,076,800 minutes, with 3 amazing children, 10 beautiful grandchildren, and 5 adorable great-grandchildren in one blessed life of Iadupe. Dignitaries who graced the 80th birthday anniversary of Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop, the mother of Chief Mrs. Mudukwa Oguntade, include wife of the Lagos State Governor, Mrs. Bolanle Akinwumi Ambode, Justice Adeshola Oguntade, who stood shoulder to shoulder with his beautiful wife, Chief Mrs. Mudukwa Oguntade, and her sisters. The event also brought together notable personalities and captains of industry. They include Oba Adedakbo Adewale Tejosho, the Oshile Okeona Egba of Egbaland, and his son, Senator Larry Tejosho. Others who attended were His Royal Majesty, Oba Atondo Abiodun Adams, the Unikate of Ikateland, Surulere, his wife, Olori Risikat Iyabode Adams. Honorable members of the Lagos State House of Assembly were ably present. Others included the All Progressives Congress APC National Women Leader, Mrs. Kemi Nelson, Chief Razak Okoya and his wife, Chief Mrs. Shadi Okoya. Also at the event were Chief Tajuddin Okoya and his wife. That Chief Mrs. Shadi Okoya was everywhere at the event, making sure the guests were well attended to, proves her closeness to Chief Mrs. Mudukwa Oguntade. They are 2 inseparable friends. And one thing you can't take away from the 2 socialites is their modest and classy fashion sense. There were also attendance of friends and colleagues from the judiciary and other areas of life. The celebrant, Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop, was swept off her feet by the Aristo Music Band. The different music compositions brought joy into the heart of the celebrant, Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop, aka Iadupe, dancing so beautifully well to the admiration of the many guests who came to celebrate her. The event officially began with an opening prayer by Pastor Isaiah Badero, who committed the life of Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop to the hand of God and prayed that God continues to sustain her for many years to come. This was followed by more music and tributes from members of the family and friends, who described the outstanding good qualities of the celebrant, Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop.
She's a beautiful woman. I grew up knowing her and loving her all her life. If you know her and all my life, she is reputed to be my mother's first daughter, but she is my mother's cousin on my mother's side of the family. I'm an Akerele. So, please, I wish to say that I thank you all for coming. Could you please raise your glass and say to a beautiful woman, beautiful, a well-mannered woman, a woman who is courteous, a woman who salutes everybody she meets. Please join us all in wishing her well for the rest of her life and say happy birthday.
Resounding among all the tributes with the Secretary to the Lagos State, Mr. Jimmy Aino, who is the grandson of the celebrant. He described Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop as a good friend to all her grandchildren and family. Jimmy said his grandmom is one in all, who is his best advisor and a citadel of knowledge to all who know her.
What can I say about my grandmother? Everybody calls me Uncle Yadupe. She does not play with me and I don't play with her. Everybody knows that. If Tiji Rivabino and you want a solution, just call Grandma. Grandma for Misheri. The two people that went to Jerusalem with her told her that they were asking her, is the only one grandson that you have? All the prayer Jimmy, don't know about God, Jimmy, about Jimmy, about Jimmy. Grandma, I thank you very much for everything that you've been to us. Appreciate you, she 90, she 100 normal, and all of us will be here to witness it in Jesus' name. Grandma is an amazing woman. It's an incredibly amazing woman. She has raised wonderful children. She has raised grandchildren. And she's raising her great-grandchildren. I wish the same for all of us in Jesus' name.
The 80th birthday celebration of Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop also featured special songs by the Ladies Workers League of the St. Paul's Anglican Church. There was a warm-hearted presentation of rib-cracking jokes by Wuli Arule. The celebrant, Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop, was supported by the wife of the Lagos State Governor, Mrs. Bolale Ambode, Chief Mrs. Mutukwa Oguntade, and S.A.N. Adesoya, who supervised the cutting of the cake.
In obscenity, 20 years ago she was 16, 30 years ago she was 50, 40 years ago she was 40, she was 30, 10, and 0. Give Mama a round of applause, please. Very briskly she got the cake,
which was quickly followed by photo and video sessions. The wonderful sounds from the commander of music, evangelist Professor Ebenezer Obey, entertained the guests to a pleasant night out. The 80th birthday celebration of Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop was a memorable one, and indeed, Chief Mrs. Mutukbo Oguntade, wife of Honorable Justice George Adeshola Oguntade, is certainly at the happiest ebb. From Biscon Communications, producers of the BC Olatilo Show, BOS, and owners of Biscon TV, it's double congratulations to Chief Mrs. Mutukbo Oguntade and her husband, Justice George Adeshola Oguntade, on the occasion of the 80th birthday of their mother, Mrs. Alexandra Mutolani Adufe Hastrop, and the latest appointment as Nigeria's eyes and ears at St. James Park in the United Kingdom. They both took the vows before the priests and a host of friends, family members, associates, and well-wishers, who witnessed and celebrated their marital solemnization with great delight some 25 years ago, and ever since, the union has savored nuptial bliss of immeasurable magnitude, as the couple, Otega and Rita Omeho, keeps counting their blessings in overwhelming folds. Olorogun Otega Omeho, Vice Chairman, Group CEO of Standard Alliance Insurance PLC, and his age-defying damsel, Rita Omeho, on Saturday, 22nd September 2012, with hearts full of joy and adoration to the Almighty, staged a renewal of their marital vows in a well-attended wedding anniversary that took place at the Ikoyi Baptist Church, Latif Jakonde Street, Ikoyi, Lagos. The church marriage service began with the low-tempo songs of praise, during which Rita Omeho, the beautiful bride of 25 years marital experience, led by her three daughters who played the bridesmaids on the occasion, made her majestic entry into the church. Radiating in exceeding bridal elegance, Rita Omeho, the mother of three lovely ladies of her stature, dazzled everyone with her youthful and sparkling skin, which lit up the entire venue. Otega welcomed her by his side, wearing the delight of the good choice he made some 2.5 decades ago. The choir churned out choruses of different tunes and beats that saw the congregation through an enduring session of praise and worship, coupled with a lot of dancing.
This is followed by the denominational rites that accompany the Baptist fashion of renewing marital vows. After a brief sermon detailing the scriptural admonitions that would further solidify their marital bond for many more years of celebration, the officiating minister prayed for the couple and pronounced their marriage renewed following 3 passionate kisses by the groom. More music permeated the air, and all the guests in attendance were not left out in sharing and expressing their joy with the success of the couple. The church service ended in a cheerful exchange of warm embraces and pleasantries by friends and associates who graced the occasion. The couple were also engaged in an exciting photo session with age-long friends and relations who came from across the country to felicitate with the proud couple. A few of their friends could not hide their feelings about the couple.
I wish them very well. This is quite encouraging for most couple. We pray that the next 25 years it will be full of good hope and joy and happiness throughout their lifetime.
That they'll continue to be joyful together, glorifying the Lord in everything they do, and that they will continue to find marriage something to be enjoyed until the very end, when death do them part. That's my wish for them.
The elated couple also expressed their feelings about themselves and the 25 years marital journey that has over the years concretized the love between the two of them, getting stronger.
What has kept us strong? She has kept us strong. She's such a wonderful woman. She's everything a man will ask for. She's beautiful. She keeps herself good. And what does a man need? She takes care of me. And God has blessed us. We quarrel, but we settle quickly. We have understood ourselves for 25 years. We've passed through a lot. We are happy that the experience has made us stronger.
God has been our strength and our comfort in every way. He's a very wonderful husband, my best friend, my confidant, my mentor, all wrapped in one. So I always look forward to being with him, and I'm just happy that we'll be together for a long time.
Still several blocks away, one could smell the aroma of different mouth-wetting dishes escaping from the buffet at the reception venue, because as the couple in a convoy set sail for the reception, the celebration had moved its base to Harbour Point, Victoria Island, Lagos, where hundreds of guests from all walks of life were already reclined, beaming with joy and pleasure as they awaited the arrival of the new couple. In the meantime, a breathtaking orchestra was already in place, tickling the fancy of everyone. A documentary where close associates of the couple talked about their experience with the couple was also a feature at the occasion. Ortega and his wife Rita Omejo treated their guests at the reception to an interesting duet performance reminiscent of lovers in contemporary blockbuster Indian movies. One of the high points of the reception program was the cutting of the cake, which the couple did with a lot of zest and fun under the watchful eyes of a teeming audience.
We're going to spell love together. Are we ready? Are we ready? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Delta State-born quintessence of state performance, or Maumi, the bottom belly exponent, raised the roof to the admiration and delight of the guests, who were in due course sent into their dancing shoes by the power of her irresistible voice. The children of the celebrants, one of them already married, expressed their appreciation to their parents, whom they described as the best parents in the world for teaching them everlasting virtues and providing them the perfect example of how they can build a happy home of their own.
My parents, 25 years married, and they tell you, be patient, calm down, you don't have to be angry. My mom is vivacious. I wish I had her character because I'm a bit more quiet. But she's so energetic, she's so confident, she's so full of life. I wish them all the good things that they could wish themselves. And I want to say I love you both very much. I'm so proud of you.
I wish them many, many more years, another 25 years, more beautiful than the first. I wish them lots of prosperity, lots of love, lots of joy, and God's guidance.
The occasion was indeed a momentous wedding anniversary that will remain a talk of the town for a long time to come. It explored different tastes of entertainment, exemplified in good music, hilarious comedy, and spectacular dance. Top-notch members of the society from all spheres of endeavor, politics, academics, business, and so on, gave their full support to the landmark celebration of successful life by the Omejos. We congratulate Olorogun Ortega Omejo and his wife, Rita, on their 25th wedding anniversary and wish them all good things of life and many more years of happy married life.
One of the marriages that heralded the year 2012 was the one between the families of Smith from Abeokuta in Ogun State and the Okunades from Ogbomoso in Oyo State. The bride, former Miss Oladayo Smith, is the daughter of renowned banker and industrialist Chief Olaleko Smith, the Akinbogumole of Egbaland. The groom, Mr. Bolaji Okunade, is an IT executive whose parents are Mr. and Mrs. Tunde Okunade from Ogbomoso. The love story between the bride and groom began 7 years ago when they both were studying in the UK, where they both presently live. The Parkview Ikoyi Lagos residence of the father of the bride, Chief Olaleko Smith, was filled with friends, relatives, and well-wishers who had come to rejoice with both families during the traditional introduction and engagement ceremony between Oladayo Smith and Bolaji Okwade. With the mistresses of ceremonies at the event fully in charge, the occasion began as traditional music took over. The first move made by the groom's family was to familiarize themselves with their in-laws, the Smith family, where they formally presented the letter of intent and request to marry their daughter, Oladayo Smith. The letter of intent was read and approval given to the request. The excited groom, who went through a series of drillings for the sake of love, smiled at last as he was able to successfully cross all the hurdles placed before him. He was then allowed to see his parents and parents-in-laws, who received him warmly. The bride came into the arena not long after, with a huge retinue of her friends, with a lot of drumming and singing. She quickly went to her parents and parents-in-law, who also blessed her. Now with her husband, the bride takes her choice item, the Holy Bible, among the variety of materials brought as dowry for her by the groom's family. The couple cut their engagement cake and fed each other. To round off the introduction and engagement ceremony between former Miss Oladayo Smith and Bolaji Okwade, music and entertainment took over. Our Lady of Perpetual Help Catholic Church at Musa Yaradua Street, Victoria Island, Lagos, was the venue for the church service, which was attended by a good number of friends and associates of both families. The declaration of vows and exchange of rings by the couple was supervised by the officiating minister. In his sermon, the officiating priest admonished the couple to be close to each other and endeavored to live in the way of the Lord. He advised them to shun things of the world. As the choir and congregation sang along, the couple signed their marriage register in the presence of their parents and other witnesses. The church service also featured a Thanksgiving session, which saw everyone in a joyous mood. The officiating minister prayed specially for the couple, their family members and others in the congregation before the service ended.
Turn it upside down, so my
reception took place at the Yoruba Tennis Club, Onikon, Lagos, where a large gathering of friends and well-wishers of both families had assembled for the final leg of the multi-legged marriage rites between Oladayo and Bolaji Okwade. Here, the goodwill of the parents of the couple, particularly Chief Olaleko Smith, who is a long-standing and bona fide member of the Yoruba Tennis Club, came glaringly to play as they were honored with the very good attendance of their friends. The first to hit the arena were the parents of the couple, who were accompanied by their friends amidst singing and dancing. Arrival, which was the major one that attracted the attention of everyone, was that of the bride and groom. There was a lot of happiness in the air as everyone danced with them in a happy way. The chairman of the occasion was Asiwaju Shomolu, who is a long-standing friend of the bride's father. In his address, he advised the couple to be each other's friends and show dedicated and committed love to each other. They should be prepared to take things easy and show perfect understanding between each other. The cutting of the wedding cake was next, before the bride's valedictory dance with her father, to the admiration of all. The couple's first dance was next on the lineup. The toast of the bride and groom was ably done. The bride threw her bouquet of flowers as her friends made a quick dash for it.
She's praying. You see? She's praying. Father, let it be my favorite. Oh, Father, let it be my favorite. I will pick it. Oh, she's already praying to Holy Mary. Mother of Jesus. Okay. Woo. 2, 3 quarter. Oh my. 3. Oh. Is that your favorite?
The groom's response to the toast was warmly received. The marriage ended on a very exciting note as music took over. We heartily congratulate Chief Olaleko Smith and the Okwades for the success of the marriage of their children.
But I appreciate God for what He has done. Today, I'm happy. And God has crowned everything the way I want. So, thank God.
Well, it's every parent's wish that the daughter should get married. Even the sons will encourage them to get married. Although the boys stay longer than the ladies before they get married. It's a happy day. I thank God.
He's very humble. I think he's a very humble person, and he has no airs about him. You know, he has no pride or anything like that, and that's a very good quality. somebody that loves you a lot, you know, somebody you respect, and very humble, humility.
She has this captivating smile, and then even though I was in church, I was pretty much drawn to her because of her smile. And over the years, I realized that the smile is being backed up from a very good heart. She has a very good heart, a very big heart, a very, very, very big heart. And I think that kept me trapped in, and it never let go.
When the kings of African comedy gather under one roof, then we bring down the roof. Come witness the craziest and the funniest, the oh my god, and the baddest of them all. You will never have a bigger gathering of jaw-dropping, hip-cracking comedians under one roof.
Come watch the biggest names in African comedy at Glow Laughter Fest. Win a free ticket. Use 2,000 Naira in a month and text LOL and the location to 240.
Glow Unlimited. The hills were alive with the sound of laughter as the Glow Laughter Fest touched down in Enugu this past weekend. Nicknamed Cool City, Enugu in the southeast of Nigeria is the capital of Enugu State. The name Enugu coming from two Igbo words, Enu-Ugu, meaning hilltop, referring to the hilly geography of the area. Promoting the Laughter Fest tour, Richard Murphy Damijo and Basket Mouth stopped by Dream 92.5 FM Enugu, where they were granted an interview conducted by the OAB. The Golden Royal Hall was the place to be, as the lovely people of Enugu turned out in their numbers. As the laughter kicked off with a tour showcasing some upcoming local talents.
And that is why they tell you, anything you know you can do it. What you can do, leave it. One of my friends, the guy one of the leg no good, he's on a camera work he won't do. I say, how? Leave camera job, and the guy is very good with ICT, with internet. I say, leave. I say, no, I have a passion with camera. I say, leave him. One day now I see the guy. They take picture. My brother, find just gone. See what you can see. Now what I see the guy going to do? The guy going to snap a picture. The iPhone is in the whole hand.
The anchors of the show, Juliet Ibrahim and Ebube Nwabo, were on hand to playfully interact with the crowd.
Okay, people, me and Juliet, we have this tradition. She loves to play, say she's a big dance, but we don't come out with yes? So, Juliet, you know you like to show yourself. Yeah, you love to show yourself. So show the Enugu people what you're made of.
What about you?
Yes, show us what you brought all the way from Ghana.
There was ample opportunity for Enugu to show off its local talents with a girls and boys dance competition that saw the contestants greeted and handed their prizes.
Give it up for Sam and Song.
Don't overshout. You tell them, say, I have your interpretation. Is that what you're shouting? The only thing you do here, I must interpretation. My father, my mother. My father, my father. My mother. I said my father, my father. Your father will not be my father now. Sam, what is wrong with you? Sam, you have followed me all this while, and you are still a chronic stammerer. I will deliver you this night. Sam, I pray for you. Any foul spirit in you, leave them for me. My God, this wonderful evening. Heaven must kiss the earth. You say what? I say heaven must kiss the earth. If heaven who kiss this place, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Enugu City. We love you.
Nollywood veterans Kanayo O Kanayo, aka Professor Jungle, and Richard Murphy Damijo were introduced to the participants who amidst cheers were delighted to have them on stage.
For every program, there's always a concept. And a concept with which Globacom has put this together is to thank you for all your support all through the years. So we could call him the Globacom. So this is one city I claim to be my city. And I am so happy to have this array of people. You are all wonderful people.
Give it up for RMD!
It's so good to be here. It is good because when Glow does anything, it does it big. And I am so happy to look into this hall and just see heads of people all over. Please give yourselves a round of applause.
The man with 1,000 hilarious expressions, the comic clown himself, Victor Swagu, received a rousing welcome from the Enugu crowd as he danced his way to the stage.
You know this music we are dancing now, eh? If you are not epileptic in nature, you can't dance it. It's either you have involved in epileptic nature before you do it, or you be in bed. For all of you away there here, put your hands together for yourself. You are glowing with glow.
A famous boxer once said, the fight is won long before you step into the ring. It takes massive investment, dedication, planning, and during fierce competition, never backing down. In 2005, Glow invested in the world's only privately owned undersea data cable, then connected this to its extensive fiber optic network throughout Nigeria, which seamlessly delivers flexible and affordable data plans for everyone, making Glow Nigeria's largest data network in new subscriptions. You see, it's not what you step into the ring with that makes you the master. It's everything you did to get you there. Enjoy the fastest 3G and 4G data speed nationwide at the same price. Dial *777#. The largest data network. Glow. Grandmasters of data.
I've waited so long for this game. There's a problem with this camera.
What's happening?
Nice. Wanna try. Oh. Hold on, guys. Glow can actually borrow me data. So let's get back to what's in it. I told you.
Borrow me data from Glow. Dial *321#, even if your account balance is 0.
Data network. Glow. Grandmasters of data.
Stepping up the comic ante was Bosch as he banished any and all straight faces in the crowd.
I'll stay there. So bring it, I'll give you the best. If somebody can come, get ready. Issues to discuss and nothing to react. So get ready.
They are the only tribe in the world that they are not afraid of anything. People must put your hands together for yourself. When they hear anything like gunshots, they know they run. Bah! Nah, that thing sounded like a gun. Oh, I don't know why people are running. Let's confirm. Lagosian, we don't need hear gunshots. As we buy food, we dey wash hand. Ordinary silencer of motor, now they sound outside. As you dey wash your hand, we don't hear. Oh, go just wait till happen. Something start and people dey shop. They say na silencer. He say how you take no. If you get the gun to continue the food, if you start the second time, oh, where you go? I don't belle full. They say but you never try. Now you go tell me. Now only your typical Lagosian dey drive from Lagos by the expressway. You notice say motor no dey talk to am. He don dey talk to himself. Now only me for Lagos by the expressway. No motor dey come no when they go. Even your car wey dey dey here, nobody dey there. I just dey drive. Which kind of nonsense be this? Wetin dey happen for front? He no saw a car approach, he be like, shoot you, may I go back? We are so scared. And another thing, now seriously, let me bring it. You down, leave my table. I will tell you this. Have you noticed rich people, when they do party, the second day, their voice are always normal. Rich people, they will see the second day. Hi, were you at my party yesterday, chief? They say yes. Oh, sorry, I did not see. I was busy. Did you eat? Okay. Do you have souvenir? You'll be like, no. Jamal, his driver brings souvenir. Poor people. The first thing when they go for poor man party, second day, now their voice. Where the voice they go, we know them go, Alpha, you are yesterday. I don't see you. I don't see you. You shop. Now I say, they say no meat. No meat. They don't have any shop. Now boss, souvenir. It's a sir. You do not even think to say you chop. Another souvenir, not the one who see. Poor people, that's what they go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's past. Thank you.
Then it was down to one of Port Harcourt's finest, Arizi Baba.
Sincerely speaking, today, what you make I even come late, I watch ball. I know some most of them watch ball. I be Chelsea fan, I not watch ball again. But I know why. Where I go watch ball one day, now I take for key myself. Go watch ball, finish, they come back, drive my motor, reach somewhere. My motor break down. I check them, overheat. I say, hey. I say, okay, make I stand. Make the thing come up water. I don't listen in front of army barrack. Now back. As I look in army barrack, the place dark. 4 boys wear jersey. They come towards my direction. I said, Baba, when I come on and stay with me. If I cool the engine, I go drop on. They say, okay. They stay. We begin argue. As we wear our jersey, we argue. I call the tower, I will be asking for. Shut up, man. You just make us ask. I will never win trophy for how many years. I don't know, say the people where they guide the front of the body camp. Now, Arsenal fans. Now one of them just called, Kai, all of you, come here. We walk out, he said, which one of you? Say, Arsenal is a useless club. We stand. He said, which club? I said, Chelsea. He said like this. You, which one? Real Madrid. Come like this. Which one? Liverpool. I will pull your liver today. Come like this. You, which one? Arsenal. Oh, yeah, get out. You cannot even depend to the club. He come back and come one side. But he's something Arsenal will like. I will block all of you according to the number of your jersey. And we have to open number 11. Like the man asked me, what in the yellow? I say, Arize. He said, when I finish with you, Arize go like this, Baba go like this. He said, yeah, like that. As they flog me, the next person, I boy, they cry past me. Try to see they can't want to land more. Oh, yeah, but I'm here, but I got in the abo, can't have a bullet to again. Like the man called, Kai, where you cry? He said, if you see what's in there, right here, you go forgive me. Like the man said, I tell me, I see when you come, Balotelli 45. Now the man asked me, how many I don't know you? I said, 8. He said, get out. But I will tell you, oh, you're like home. As I was like that, the flogger, the next person don't take off. They go catch out for. The next 2 junctions can't come back. Can you wait in the road? He said, I never we are just you. Now global come polo aware. The writer 0805. The man said, oh, well, light a line. Come here. I go remove the P0. I go plug a 800 and pipe. Oh, yeah, like that.
Fourth was a prize act himself, Salvador from Uganda, as he threw the crowd off their guard with his hilarious skills and tongue-in-cheek take on the world.
Nigeria is the greatest nation on the continent. Let me tell you why. Your musicians can sing about anything and get away with it. Harrison sang about blue. After the reggae is the blue, Enugu guys have juju. Is it true? Hey, listen, Nigerian artists can sing about anything. Wizkid is looking for Karo. Yemi Alade is looking for Johnny. Listen, if you want us to help you look for these people, tell us their second names. You can't just be there singing, but listen, Nigeria, amazing. Enugu guys, now you find pass, When I arrived at the hotel, there was the receptionist. This child, you people are blessed. She wasn't even struggling, but the thing was shocking. Terms and conditions apply. You can't get that in Uganda, but I'm from Uganda. I'm very proud of Uganda. One thing I know about Africa is that all the women are the same. The things you do with makeup, woo, it is global. Our women put on makeup, you find a woman looking like Juliet Abraham. After she comes out of the water swimming pool, she looks like Mr. Ibu. I am sick and tired of makeup. By the way, when you put on makeup, don't dance shoki. Because shoki requires you to do this. Imagine you do this, you rub off the makeup. One side you're looking like Juliet Abraham, the other side you're like Mr. Ibu. You confuse people. Thank you so much, Enugu. You've been wonderful. My name is Salvador.
Even when you don't climb, even if you waka, you can see the way they dance a bit, you reverse.
You may run out of anything else, but thankfully, not airtime.
You don't have sufficient credit to complete this call. Please recharge your account.
Just dial *321# for Borrow Me Credit and get airtime that you can pay for later. Keep the conversations flowing. Just dial *321# for Borrow Me Credit.
The largest data network, Glow, grandmasters of data.
Oga, customer they ask if we get reach 35 of this stereo. Hey! Wait, make I confirm. Yes, honey. How many of that new stereo do you have? 7. We go hang on, no, don't hang on, Papa. Prosper. How many of that new stereo you get? 12. Okay, hang on, no, don't hang on, Papa. Confidence. Make you do quick, carry a motor, go bring those news. What you say to do ya? Come and go start the mouth, make you delete them. You know, start the business. See, I dey there for one place. They use my phone, they control, they coordinate all my businesses with the Glow SME Flexi. And it's cheap for that.
New Glow SME Flexi lets your business operate efficiently for less. Get 1 hour talk time or more than 650 megabytes data or any combination of both for just 500 naira. Plus, reduce costs with special staff rates, a choice of unmatched data plans, and best international call rates. Call 200 now or visit your nearest Glow World.
Naga itangli, sengi awa, chemizi, hamagi, hangong, don't hangong.
Glow Business. Together, we make business happen.
If there is anybody in this country, any comedian that is more cerebral, at the same time, very funny, and that will make you laugh from the minute he walks in, is our next act. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, my son, my brother, my colleague, Mr. Bofi. Enugu girls, una rocket. My first girlfriend for this life, na Enugu girl. Ajebota, very soft. She won't kill me. Who said I lie? So God who made me. I dey tell you, Independence Layers. What will be her name? Why you dey ask? Seriously, babe tell me say my man find and come house. I said, but I say your body harsh. She said, forget. Once I come out, tell the gate man make come call and show dodge come. The day where I go, gate man not come walk. This girl papa come sit down outside, they read paper. That's why I stand for fence. Say, come. The man say me, I say, come here. And they call you, they ask me. You waka come. They say, waiting. Say, Juliet day. He say, go call him. I hear say, papa they hash you. A very stupid way, so just make sure say the papa no know, I go settle you later. The man said. So the man go house, carry pistol, move her back. Waka come say, her father is not around. Jump. As I enter, bam, I gone for my head. Well, let me start to tell the man, okay, be like saying at the wrong compound I come. He said, come inside. You know, at Jabota children, they came men from small Peking. Man use me knee down, say yes, say what you said. I said, oh, Ghana, the wrong compound. She don't cry, Daddy, leave him alone. I love him. And they look, they get, deny me, usually. I love him. From then, I say, Enugu girls, I go give you now a gist today. But when they come this town, we were those days from school. Ajebota, you see the way she stand to her father, straight. I love him. Would they burn anybody here? But I know say all of us here in Akbako.
Tell your pastor I love him. How? Hey, brother, you would like. Oh, my darling. Oh, darling. You know. Okay, the next act coming on stage to make you laugh and thrill you is one of Nigeria's best comedians, Nigeria's finest. In and out of Nigeria, his great stages, sold-out comedy shows, all the way from Delta State, the Berlusconi of comedy, the Bishop of your Susu ministry, I love you. My money, my body, no baby. Hello, lawyer. You know in Lagos, if you follow somebody they drag now, they will poison one of your leg. That leg will become elephantitis, or that will become ankylostitis. But in Benin, hey, how about my head? Hey, over there, yeah. From Benin, now you go see police station inside cemetery. Who under the arrest? Hello? From Benin, if you follow somebody they drag now, hey, they will turn your vehicle upside down, put sacrifice on top. Only you gonna say, where am I going? But for worry, we are different. Area! Worry not the carry us all. Instead of party to happen very for hello. By any means necessary, based on logistics, worry was winning. Hello. That just wait. For worry, if you follow somebody they drag her, ladies and gentlemen, worry boys will print your obituary paper. Take home your gate. As you they come from what you go see with gratitude to God. For a life well spent. He survived by 3 wives, 8 children. Only you will say, when I die, nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. All the way up.
You're only as good as your last performance. So tonight's performance has to be my best performance. Then I'm going to beat it with the next performance and just keep beating it and beating it.
Christians, you know we get churches past anything for this life, this country. Names of church don't finish now. You know? You know if you go CSC, go register name of church. No name they are available. You know Abi? Now so I go CSC for Abuja, one other register church. One pastor come to register, say, sir, can I go ahead of you? I say, go ahead. Now he say, one register church. He say, what's the name of your church, sir? This present house of God ministry. Sir, it's not available. Okay. Check for Nebuchadnezzar Church of God Mission. Sir, it's not available. Okay. Check for House on the Rock on the Mountain of Fire Pentecostal Church of God. Sir, it's not available. Are you serious? Oh yeah. Check for Holy Ghost Mountain of Fire Church of God Mission and the House of Fellowship Women Affairs Ministry of the Pentecostal Church of God and all Jesus Christ disciples. Sir, it's not available. Are you serious? Okay. Check for Redeemed Church of the Fellowship of Jesus Christ and the Son of God and Mary Magdalene and other people in the Bible Church of God and a Pentecostal element of the spiritual realm of the Holy Ghost and the Mountain of Fire, Water and Holy Ghost ministry between Jesus Christ and other people around him and Pharaoh if possible. Church. Sir, it's not available. Are you serious? Okay, check for the Church of Mosque. Sir, it's available. Okay, give me Church of Mosque. It's okay. Thank you very much. God bless you and good night.
The laughter follows the crowd home as the show wraps in. But it won't be long before it comes for you. Don't worry, the Glow Laughter Fest is coming for you next. International Conference Center, 7th May. Will you be there?
The jokes were wonderful, true and true. I enjoyed this film. It was cool. It was awesome.
Catch all the latest Glow Laughter Fest highlights Saturday at 8 p.m. Glow Unlimited.
God will damage you with blessings. You can always get some new. The wisdom will God give you where you take me. Because if I know this place is where they serve better food. You know, you give Solomon one. Thank you, sir. I submit the formula for enjoyment. Well, pass every other apprentice for this place. Yes, sir. If anybody see fish and say it go better for you, that person they blind though. Because yesterday, today, and your foot on the chop so. Okay. But now you know food be this one. Now, here is a plate. They give you 4 times it in a buy. Isaka, I got it, sir. Hey, Isaka, come back here.
Introducing Glow Formula. Get 4 times your recharge to make local and international calls. Text and browse. To recharge, dial *323*PIN# to enjoy 4 times.
The largest data network, Glow Unlimited.
When the kings of African comedy gather under one roof, then we bring down the roof. Come witness the craziest and the funniest, the oh my god, and the baddest of them all. You will never have a bigger gathering of jaw-dropping, hip-cracking comedians under one roof.
Come watch the biggest names in African comedy at Glow Laughter Fest. Win a free ticket. Use 2,000 Naira in a month and text LOL and your location to 240.
Glow Unlimited.
Still buzzing from the Glow Music Tour, Owerri, Imo State, once again found itself the center of Nigerian entertainment as the biggest comedy show in the country, Glow Laughter Fest, stormed Nigeria's heartland city for one night only, featuring the biggest lineup of African comedy heavyweights. The Glow Laughter Fest was fresh off the back of knee-slapping, rib-cracking and smile-adjusting events in Port Harcourt, Abuja and Enugu when it touched down in Owerri. The first stop for the Laughter Fest was Hot FM, where Abba Homeboy and Glow Laughter Fest special guest, Kanayo O Kanayo, used the platform to promote the tour, along with Victor Swagu, Angela Okure, Juliet Ibrahim, Senator, Tupin Talk, and Frank the Don.
You're welcome to the city of Owerri.
And just like the Glow Mega Music Tour before it, Owerri turned out en masse for the Glow Laughter Fest as the crowds converged on the Imo Trade and Investment Center, also called Ayajoku Center in New Owerri. The green carpet outside was soon buzzing as the crowds took selfies in between interviews and autographs.
Hi, I'm Mercy Johnson, the Hollywood actress, and I am live on the Glow Laughter Fest comedy show. Stay buzzing. Glow Laughter Fest Owerri is buzzing! Glow Laughter Fest is buzzing! Glow Laughter Fest Owerri is buzzing!
The presence of the Speaker of the Imo State House of Assembly was visibly observed, as was the presence of some members of Imo State House of Assembly, commissioners, and a host of other Imo State public office holders, who were all there to enjoy some light-hearted humor. DJ Neptune was on hand, priming the crowd for the evening ahead, as he laid down the tracks for the responsive crowd. Upcoming local indigenous comedians such as Ochuku and Bossman took the opportunity to showcase their talent as they helped the crowd in stitches with their homemade humor. Then, it was the turn of Owerri rap group James Gang to get the crowd roaring as they stepped up to deliver their rhymes with lyrical prowess, which was totally off the hook.
It was all a dream. I used to be a rapper just for Sanogo. My number one door, see the point of a Sanogo. Big sis be like loco, no that's and I know my money find and make and never will look Christ. No pay, I obey, no other. I'm from a city where home is pushing to limit and they go for that. Mother, any beat of your fire, damn, man. Then let me teach on that track and no way for rent. Money me slow, watch on that compass. I got that much rules on how you want the compass.
Then came the anchors for the night, Mercy Johnson and Juliet Ibrahim, who wasted no time in engaging with the participants in a series of dance competitions that started with the girls digging it out before the boys were given the opportunity of displaying their moves. While the competitors did their best to edge each other out, it came down to the top two, who who both received Glow goodie bags and, of course, a selfie with the anchors and a warm hug from Juliet Ibrahim. After the dance showdown, Glow representative Mr. Marcel Anyahu mounted the platform and interacted with participants and subscribers.
Laughter Fest is a way that Glow is trying to say thank you to you, the subscriber, for being there and moving all the way with the brand all these years gone by.
The evening took on a lively blitz with guest celebrity appearances from Angela Okure, Victor Swagu, Patience Ozokwo aka Mama G, and Kanayo Kanayo, popularly called Professor Jumbo, as they were introduced to the participants amidst cheers from the crowd.
Famous boxer once said, the fight is won long before you step into the ring. It takes massive investment, dedication, planning, and during fierce competition, never backing down. In 2005, Glow invested in the world's only privately owned undersea data cable, then connected this to its extensive fiber optic network throughout Nigeria, which seamlessly delivers flexible and affordable data plans for everyone, making Glow Nigeria's largest data network in new subscriptions. You see, it's not what you step into the ring with that makes you the master. It's everything you did to get you there.
Enjoy the fastest 3G and 4G data speed plus 100% bonus to all new customers and to existing customers with auto-renew. Dial *777#. The largest data network. Glow. Grandmasters of data.
I've waited so long for this game.
There's a problem with this car.
What's happening? No.
Nah, it's on our try. Oh. Hold on, guys. Glow can actually borrow me data. So let's get back to what's in it. I told you.
Borrow me data from Glow. Dial *321#, even if your account balance is 0.
The largest data network. Glow. Grandmasters of data.
Without further ado, AB Simple got the away crowd reverberating as his humor found its mark in the crowd.
And if you need talk for church, no anything wey pastor talk, everybody respond. For church, pastor say talk to your neighbor, say your neighbor, what happened to him will happen to you. People can tell my brother, what happened to you will happen to me. My brother, I saw your wife yesterday, what happened to you will happen to me. I can't tell my left hand, my neighbor eyed you beforehand. Lord, they come out for you here, one eye don't fool. I tell my brother, what happened to you will happen to you 10 times. Anything will happen for church. Pastor say, talk to your neighbor, tell your neighbor, it shall be permanent. I come to my left hand, my neighbor need less than I because you do it. You want to we are talking about it. You go try all I can throw a one more happen. They go Lagos, come out for Benin Highway, see police, wey be homo police. This is an abyss. Very well. I will shoot you. What's the one about what you see?
When I should contact you, Roman police. But thank you very much.
The comic performances by established comedians commenced proper, with Frank the Don dropping the audience straight into Humor Central. Then, it was the opportunity of the crowds to win even more prizes with a question and answer session that had everyone guessing as more contestants won glow goodie bags. Talk and Talk was next with his comical performance that had jaws throughout the crowd, dropping in laughter.
You'd like to see which one have more than 80? Which one has more than different noise? Which one starts in low? Okay. Oh my God. In fact, if you're here and you open your bonnet before you start your car, you're a woman. Before a woman goes starting low, you need to go on it. But then I'll say, I'm only 14. But I don't lie, you know. Well, thank you, sir. The first one, you will need it badly. You pay yourself. So you get your name. You know what I do. You match. It is a wrong so why you don't lie, no? Thank you very much. My name is Super Talk and I'm signing out. God bless you all.
Coolest place in town is right here on your phone.
Welcome to the Glow Cafe. Come on in. It's buzzing in the Zanga. In here, anything is possible. Check out the menu, and here are some of the odds items. Over here, you can buy credit, buy data, share data, borrow voice and data, give data. I'm a give it to him now, be kind. Then there is Glow Music Cafe. More than 2 million Nigerian and Africa Lamba. Glow has teamed up with the world's largest gaming catalog to bring you the Glow Game Cafe. And that's just the start. Check out the Glow Video Cafe. countless clips, comedy and sports, direct to your device. And when you thought things couldn't get easier, there's personal account management and Glow customer care right at your fingertips.
You can get everything at Glow.
Simply text BUZZ to 105 to download the Glow Cafe app or go to your app store and search for Glow Cafe, the largest data network. Glow, grandmasters of data.
Buzzing.
Buzzing. Buzzing.
Buzzing.
Buzzing. Buzzing.
Buzzing.
Whatever your passion, let Glow Cafe connect you with everything that's buzzing. Simply text BUZZ to 105 to get your Glow Cafe app, the largest data network. Glow, grandmasters of data.
It was laughter all the way as comic act Senator hits the audience with live humor that left the crowd unable to get enough of him.
Men, when you go for toilet, their attitude will be different. Their attitude will be different abroad. The moment they enter toilet, go please. When you go, for instance, now enter toilet. You know that they pass like this or maybe like this. Just like this or like this. You know they pass, you know this. Quick. You put them back. You waka. Wash your hand. Waka. Go where the dryer is. Simple. The person knows say if they don't meet somebody next, he needs to shake hands. So he needs to be very clean in that wash hand. But Nigerian men, now when they enter toilet, their own attitude, they do different. You mention. You know, so Nigerian men, now they say God the bless person. I can't walk out the thing. I can't walk out the thing. When you finish, you come look and back, look. I said, I forgot to go see a guy. I said, hey, now one guy, Alpha, can we just send the thing hand?
Then, the first 20 early comers to the show were welcomed on stage by the anchors and guest celebrities and handed their Glow goodie bags for one and all to see. With Bobby's emergence on stage, the hall went agog as he delivered his carefully considered and instantly humorous brand of laughter, joke after perfectly timed joke.
Some men when they feel say they're smart, there are certain things you must never do to a woman. Never. Number one, not the leave things for your phone, say you get password. If that woman want to unlock that phone, 2 days. If she try, you know the watch, she'll take and put for her breast like this, cry, the thing will open. You go the one that say, women have powers, don't play. I don't just say until Glow Network come with delete device where you don't need to touch the phone. Audio delete. Not leave everything for phone. Say you just see advert now, you just see the KOK say, bro, did you forget your phone in your abode? Oh, was your phone stolen by men of the underworld? To delete everything on the phone, just say *555*, your phone number, delete whatever you want to delete, and it's done. Glow Unlimited. You feel leave your phone. Now that time you go see men for traffic, they drive.
Phone the house, madam the house, they don't come back, climb on top of the car. Star 555 star 0055552222 star delete Bobby picture now. Please repeat your request. Star 555 star 0055552222 star delete Bobby picture now. The file you are about to delete is currently in use. Cannot be deleted. Star 555 star 0055552222 star crash mode.
Wrapping up the show, Basket Mouth delivered some top-drawing laughter as the Owerri crowd reveled in his offbeat antics and side-splitting jokes.
I go strip club, not say I go, one of my friend go. He can say there's chicken wings sweet. So I can't go to the strip club. So girls they come give you lap dance, $20 to shake hands. $20, which is 10,000 naira, don't go do that. And you know if you touch. So they shake hands. Our front, $20 go. I just another lap dance. I come back Lagos. I say man check Lagos phone out. Silver Fox. The girls they do alright now. Bam! I say yes. Let me catch some proof. And one fine girl just come. She says my basket. Now she increase her money. I say how much for a lap dance? She say 50,000. So for lap dance, she say and songs now. These are our songs now. Don't be like 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Don't short. So I'll give you 50,000 naira for 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Me do this thing. That's okay, no problem. Come. She don't know say I know the DJ. Now I carry for send text to the DJ. Play Fela. The shortest Fela song now 1 hour 28 minutes. The first 28 minutes now just instrumental. Before Fela dey talk, 45 minutes don't enter. Before they sing, 1 hour don't go. Before they sing, the song don't finish. 1 hour 27 seconds. You get that there? After like 1 hour, I say, okay, I don't give me 4,000, I just go.
Without a doubt, the laughter found Owerri as one and all enjoyed the heavyweights of African comedy on the Owerri leg of the 27-stop nationwide tour.
Owerri, you've been amazing tonight. Stay tuned and we'll catch you at the next issue.
Owerri, get set for some knee-slapping, rib-cracking and smile-adjusting humor. The Glow Laughter Fest is coming for you this Sunday. Get ready. Catch all the latest Glow Laughter Fest highlights Saturday at 8 p.m. Glow Unlimited.
God will damage you with blessings. You can always get some new. The wisdom will God give you where you take me. Because if I know this place is where they serve better food. You know, I will give Solomon. Thank you, sir. I submit the formula for enjoyment. Well, that's every other apprentice for this place. Yes, sir. If anybody see fish and say it go better for you, that person they blind though. Because yesterday, today, and your future now they chop so. But now you food be this one. Now here plate they give you 4 times waiting I buy. Isaka, I got it, sir. Hey, Isaka, come back here.
Introducing Glow Formula. Get 4 times your recharge to make local and international calls. Text and browse. To recharge, dial *323 *PIN# to enjoy 4 times.
The largest data network, Glow Unlimited.
You see when you don't climb, even if you waka, you go see people where they don't support the go. You reverse.
You may run out of anything else, but thankfully, not airtime.
You don't have sufficient credit to complete
Just dial star 321 hash for Borrow Me credit and get airtime that you can pay for later. Keep the conversations flowing. Just dial star 321 hash for Borrow Me credit.
The largest data network, Glow, grandmasters of data.
Concerts, 27 locations across the country. It's the biggest music tour in Nigeria. The Glow Mega Music Tour. Week 2 of the tour finds us in a worry. The Glow Mega Music Tour brought the heat with Amoni, Yemialade, Rundown,
now it's in your girlfriend. Let's go!
Zero,
people everywhere.
Flavor, Olabode, and C-Squad.
Put your hands up!
It was a beautiful day in the capital of Imo State as the crowds gathered outside the Imo International Conference Center for a packed night of high entertainment. With the Glow Mega Music Tour's star-studded lineup, everyone had something to say about who they wanted to see most.
Hey, Olamide. Fino. Runtown. Olamide.
Yemialade.
Home to an annual beauty pageant, the current Miss Owerri was among the celebs and dignitaries that didn't want to miss the show.
I really enjoyed this show. This show is wow.
Everything flowed smoothly on the night. Performing artists were snapped up by local radio stations for interviews.
And we got the stars in the house.
Interacting with the public and dropping a few teasers about just what they could expect.
So, come on. What's going on? Let's move this place.
As the anticipation built, the green carpet became a hive of activity as members of the public and well-known personalities alike found themselves the object of attention.
I love Glow Mega Music Tour.
With a night of music, dancing and prizes ahead. And with the enigmatic Mercy Johnson and the ever-beautiful Juliet Ibrahim hosting the event, there was an ever-present, undeniable touch of class. Getting the crowd into things, the tour kicked off with on-stage competitions where the audience had the opportunity of showcasing their skills. All I can say is, they didn't disappoint. Between the unstoppable dance moves and unbelievable singing, and of course, the celebrities were there in full force.
A famous boxer once said, "The fight is won long before you step into the ring." It takes massive investment, dedication, planning, and during fierce competition, never backing down. In 2005, Glow invested in the world's only privately owned undersea data cable, then connected this to its extensive fiber optic network throughout Nigeria, which seamlessly delivers flexible and affordable data plans for everyone, making Glow Nigeria's largest data network in new subscriptions. You see, it's not what you step into the ring with that makes you the master. It's everything you need to get you there. Enjoy the fastest 3G and 4G data speed nationwide at the same price. Dial star 777 hash. The largest data network, Glow, grandmasters of data.
Waited so long for this game.
There's a problem with this car.
What's happening?
Nice. Wanna try. Glow can actually borrow me data. So let's get back to watching it. I told you.
Borrow me data from Glow. Dial star 321 hash, even if your account balance is 0.
largest data network, Glow, grandmasters of data.
It was a sensational Onomi that kicked off the second leg of the Glow Mega Music Tour, getting the crowd into the groove as she joined them in the aisles. Angela Ukuri, Juliet Ibrahim's dance moves had the large crowd buzzing. Next was Yemi Alade with one of her signature, energetic and electrifying performances. Yemi even had the young stars up and gyrating and daring her to the crowd, no end. Then it was all about Fino and the fans, as he picked some people from the crowd and brought them on stage so they could strut their stuff.
People everywhere, the graffiti anywhere, go, everybody go, kush, enter my city and they go say, go, whoa, come on, yeah, one night, everybody let's go, and get your neck in, go, and everybody let's go, let's go, let's go. 100% over. Yes. Go. Make one up. Go. 100% over. Yes. Go. Make one up. Son of God. Yeah, I know you got my crowd. Come on. Oh, everybody speaking from city to city. You know you got me even well about. Let's go. 100% over. Yes, sir. Straight up, go. Everyone. From city to city, you know you go. Okay. Hands up, hands up. You know, got you there, massive. I'm going to come on. I want to do it. Well, yeah, go down to one now. I'm going to go back and let's have a kid. Who's on the Nandi? I got that. Living in the picture, when I said, they gave my picture, and I'm thinking of my mother just one. I love a picture. Put my city on the dab already. I'm a boy. Let's go. 100% over. Yes. Go. Make one up. Let's go. 100% over. Yes, sir. Straight up. Make one up. 1, 2, go. Everybody go. Say you don't know. Go. Somebody talk says you don't know. So many lives was.
It's mad over all of you. Give it up for one time.
And when it seemed the crowd couldn't be any more hyped, on came Rundown, who took things up another notch.
Let's go! I can't hear you! What? You can hear me! Let's go! 1, 2, 3! Baby girl, daddy, where you idle? Gotta wine, say you be told it. Kill me. Oh, him, give me sit-on, make a tough, kill me. And baby girl, not you ready to the turtle. Kill me. Make some noise, everybody in the building right now. What? When you see money, they fly, I will be that. Yeah. All eyes on me, I don't like it too bad. Hey! Anytime I come, 1, 2, 3, set. Now we be the niggas where they step in the club. Yeah. We take we on fire. I can't hear you. Let's go. Now we be the niggas where they. We take we on fire. Maybe the people this side of it. Can you see that very well? Can you see that clearly? All right, let's go. Baby just bend down, pass. Baby just bend down. Baby just bend down. Bend down, pass. Baby just bend down, pass. Baby just bend down. Baby just bend down. Bend down, pass. Willie. Do we have a new winner? Do we have a new winner? I mean, I see the same winner. See the winner. See the winner. See the winner. See. Okay, so congratulations, you just won yourself 50,000 naira. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. God will damage you with blessings. You can always get some new.
The wisdom will God get the way take me. Because they find out this place is where they serve better food. You know, I will give Solomon one. Thank you, sir. I submit the formula for enjoyment. Well, plus every other apprentice for this place. Yes, sir. If anybody see fish and say it go better for you, that person they blind though. Because yesterday, today, and your food on the chop so. But now you food be this one. Now, here plate, they give you 4 times everything I buy. It's like that. I got it, sir. Hey, it's your come back here.
Introducing Glow Formula. Get 4 times your recharge to make local and international calls. Text and browse. To recharge, dial *323*PIN# to enjoy 4 times.
The largest data network. Glow Unlimited.
Even when you don't climb, even if you waka, you go see people where they don't support to go. You reverse.
may run out of anything else, but thankfully not airtime.
You don't have sufficient credit to complete this call. Please recharge your account.
Just dial *321# for Borrow Me Credit and get airtime that you can pay for later. Keep the conversations flowing. Just dial *321# for Borrow Me Credit.
The largest data network, Glow, grandmasters of data.
Amazing artist from Nigeria!
It was on to Flavor, who musically mesmerized the audience with a sultry and engaging performance.
Dance for floor with the fire. One of the guys she will bust on that she a bada. Okay, I'm a name she we are shutting down to the alley on we are. And that's what it is go. Oh my God, that's what it is go. I like the way you do it. Oh my God, that's what it is go. Right now, yeah. But you don't be big so. To be a man is not a job. I can hear you. To be a man is not a job. Yeah. Okay. What can he say? What can he say? What can he say? What can he say? Woke got potato, ego buma woke got no wine. Okay, let papaya, well, kumunaya, Soko Montaya, Singapore Donkoya, sing it out. If I walk in a Fununo Rike, Maputu was on Sukuanika,
Following on from Flavor was the original Bad Glow, Olamide himself, delivering hits after hit as he did his thing.
And now that the fans just be with us. Hello, I learned what they're going. And I know you are good at going. Okay, see the money now. You know that I can't be money now. If we let it ride, you understand. Let's go now. Shake over there. Shake over there. Shake over there. Yeah. So, big of a seller in the hood, me. I'm a watching us, I'm a goose, me. Shots on goose, me. I'm a cool, me. I'm a give up where I thought it could be cool, me. So, big of a seller in the hood, me. I'm a watching us, I'm a goose, me. Watching us, found goose, me. Watching us, bitch, found goose, me. Watching us, risky, come on, watching us, found goose, me. Watching us, bitch, found goose, me. Watching us, risky, come on, Yebo, handkerchief, get there. You don't say I love you, Baruch. And And I know like a oof. And you know why am I? Set the roof on fire. I throw the money in the air, every time it's up a wire. Yes, I'm a level to love. I'm gonna lift me higher. I'm a bullet show up. If anybody I go put them in their place. I don't do real estate and management, but
closing the Owerri Globe Mega Music Tour concert was P-Square, who enthralled the audience with their display of talent, wowing the crowd with hit tracks and boundless energy.
Are you ready? See that she stepped into the club now, see how the girls come up down. And all the ladies just the holla say, you don't know say what I did. I don't know what you did, you that things you do. So when I say you get plans for me, if I put it on you, you put it on, what a man can do. Everybody, let's go. Say, if you do me, I do. Step on the dance floor. Touch me, I touch you. You say, I say. Are you ready? Hello, my dear. Listen. If I take a I love, everybody sing. See the baby if they want you. Say, make I tell you what you don't know. So many don't go. I see them aside, girl, I don't go. But still, girl, I don't know. Cause now we get to many like you. We get to plenty, I should do. We look at what anything woman do. Let's see plenty, nice to see. Please don't leave me there. Don't leave me there. If you hold me tight. Whoa, how you doing? Well, if any man put the sun down, for thunder. Right now, when I go run down, we go jump bumper to bumper. Well, if any man put the sun down, for thunder.
With that, it was a wrap for the Glow Mega Music Nationwide Tour in Owerri, as the jubilant crowd went home after a night of jam-packed entertainment. We're sure they're looking just as forward to Glow Laughter Fest, which will hit Owerri with knee-slapping and rib-cracking laughter soon. The Glow Mega Music Tour touches down in Asaba next on Saturday, 29th of April. The Glow Mega Music Tour with the biggest acts, your favorite anchors and special guest stars. It's gonna be untamed. Text music in your preferred location to 207. Use 2,000 Naira Glow airtime in 1 month to stand in line for your free tickets.
Let's pepper them.
Glow Unlimited.
Oga, customer they ask if we get to reach 35 of this stereo. Hey! Wait, make I confirm. Yes, sonny. How many of that new stereo do you have? 7. We go hang on, no, don't hang up. Prosper. How many of that new stereo you get? 12. Okay, hang on, no, don't hang up. Confidence. Make you look like you carry a motor. Go bring those news. What you say to do here? Come on, go start the mouth, make you delete them. You don't start the business. See, I did there for one place. They use my phone, they control, they coordinate all my businesses with the Glow SME Flexi. And it's cheap for that.
New Glow SME Flexi lets your business operate efficiently for less. Get 1 hour talk time or more than 650 megabytes data or any combination of both for just 500 Naira. Plus, reduce costs with special staff rates, a choice of unmatched data plans, and best international call rates. Call 200 now or visit your nearest Glow World.
My guy, Lee, send you out. Timothy, Hamadi, hang on, don't hang on.
Glow Business. Together, we make business happen.
You don't see something you like. You don't have what I want. If Elijah don't have it, nobody fit have it. You get sample. Receive 4 minerals before you finish. You go down show. I like 40 me I want to. Tijani, so populous brokerage here wa. Melo, that too ya. Go pade ye ma jabo. Hello Titi. How many? 20 ma. Oh yeah, go and get Tijani a brocade now. Bera, once you show. Bera straight new. Customer is waiting. With Glow SME Flexi, I fit coordinate and monitor my business anywhere. I go fit call my workers, my customers and partners, even overseas. Wo business ti yàtọ̀. Ó ti flexi.
New Glow SME Flexi lets your business operate efficiently for less. Get 1 hour talk time or more than 650 megabytes data or any combination of both for just 500 naira. Plus, reduce costs with special staff rates, a choice of unmatched data plans, and best international call rates. Call 200 now or visit your nearest Glow World.
How far?
Glow Business. Together, we make business happen.
How do you feel about the crowd's reaction?
I'm very happy about the crowd reaction. Like, it's all of anytime I come to here is like home, so I had fun. If you're not on the show, you will miss a lot, so make sure you are there live, you know what I mean? If you're my connect, come through, God bless you all, peace. Alright, Glow Nationwide Tour, Asaba, you're next. You already know what it is, original Root Boy, Mr. Flavor, Pony Dancer, coming straight to you. Asaba, are you ready? You're next.
We just killed it tonight, and next up, Asaba. We are coming. Go ready, Asaba. We are coming. Next week, we see you.
It's mad, man. It's mad, man. I feel like I'm in Lagos. Glow Nationwide Tour, Asaba, you're next. Oh, shit.
27 concerts, 27 locations across the country. It's the biggest music tour in Nigeria. The Glow Mega Music Tour. Hot on the heels of the Oka and Owori shows, it was the turn of Asaba to feel the heat as the Glow Mega Music Tour touched down. The name Asaba comes from Abagun in the Igbo language, meaning I have chosen well, and the Glow Mega Music Tour certainly chose well when it marked Asaba firmly on the tour schedule. Situated on a hill at the western edge of the Niger River, Asaba, the capital of Delta State, was buzzing as the star-studded music tour touched down in the fast-paced city. The hosts, artists, officials, and crew enjoyed a welcome second to none from the friendly city. With so much to see and do, the first stop for Olamide, Amaomi, Peter of P-Square, and show anchor Mercy Johnson was the Trend FM studios, where they made it happen, taking the opportunity to interact with their fans and promote the tour.
I feel honored for Glow to call me because 2 days ago I got a call from one of the Glow customer service person that I should be in Asaba. I said, wow.
The people of Asaba trooped out en masse, arriving at the event center early, eager to rub shoulders with their favorite celebrities. And they weren't shy to let us know who their favorite artists were.
Flavor, Olamide, Final.
There were autographs and interviews aplenty, as ambassadors, artists, guests, and members of the public all mingled on the green carpet before being ushered in as the evening kicked off. With DJ XG on hand, the Asaba concert was an opportunity to showcase some of the phenomenal local talents with up-and-coming acts like Razzie One, Young Swag, S. Culture, Brown Ray, Titi Lapto, The Guitar Man, and Genius, all taken to the stage to the approval of their hometown supporters. The anchors for the evening, screen diva Mercy Johnson and the ever-lovely Gillette Ibrahim, then took to the stage, greeting the crowd that was by now at fever pitch and recognizing the presence of the Speaker of the Delta State House of Assembly and the Majority Leader of the Delta State House of Assembly. As if Asaba hadn't already impressed with their local talents, the dance competition had the girls digging it out, busting their moves and stepping things up until the final 3 were voted. The boys, not to be left out, soon had the opportunity of strutting their stuff in front of the appreciative crowd. And after a barrage of energetic dance moves, the vocal crowd had chosen their top 3 with prizes all round, handed out by none other than Nollywood legends Richard Murphy Damijo, Victor Swagu, and Mama G. With that, it was the pleasure and honor of Glow representative to let the crowd know what the evening had in store for them. Then, it was the turn of Glow Voice winners to have their time on stage. With that, the atmosphere was primed for the first act.
A famous boxer once said, the fight is won long before you step into the ring. It takes massive investment, dedication, planning, and during fierce competition, never backing down. In 2005, Glow invested in the world's only privately owned undersea data cable, then connected this to its extensive fiber optic network throughout Nigeria, which seamlessly delivers flexible and affordable data plans for everyone, making Glow Nigeria's largest data network in new subscriptions. You see, it's not what you step into the ring with that makes you the master. It's everything you need to get you there. Enjoy the fastest 3G and 4G data speed nationwide at the same price. Dial *777#. The largest data network. Glow, grandmasters of data.
I've waited so long for this game. There's a problem with this car. What's happening? Nice. On a try. Glow can actually borrow me data. So let's get back to what's in it. I told you.
Borrow me data from Glow. Dial *321#, even if your account balance is 0.
Largest data network. Glow, grandmasters of data.
Welcome on stage, so fine, so beautiful, Johnny on post, I see that music is taking me higher. Oh yeah. I see say no, be by my power. Listen, I'm making a headway. I'm selling my first in my way. I'm different slightly. I'm ready to press it. And then not to show
In the dancers with another one of her unbelievably energetic performances. It was all the audience could do to keep up. Next up was the opportunity for the crowds to win even more prizes with the question and answer session that had everyone guessing.
Who is the lead person in the Globe Borrow Me Data TVC?
I don't understand.
It's very easy. Shibi has been here now. They've been showing the advert. They've been showing the TVC.
Ricardo Banks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
How much, if you're watching at home or you're online and following us, how much do you have to spend to be a part of Globe Mega Music Tour? That's an Indian woman.
2,000 like.
Yeah, shame. So now easy question you want.
I give this guy the
Thank you.
God go damage you with blessings. You always get some new. The wisdom will go give you way to me. Because you find out this place is only they serve better food. You know you give Solomon. Thank you, sir. I submit it for all for enjoyment. Well, pass every other prices for this place. Yes, sir. If anybody see fish and say it go better for you, that person they blind though. Because yesterday, today, and your foot on the chop show. Okay. But now you know what this is. Now, in this place, they give you 4 times it in a buy. It's like that. I got it, sir. Hey, it's your Kazuna. Come back here.
Introducing Glowing Formula. Get 4 times your recharge to make local and international calls. Text and browse. To recharge, dial *323 *PIN# to enjoy 4 times.
The largest data network. Glow Unlimited.
Please, when you don't climb, even if you waka, you know, see me when the last about to go, you must.
You may run out of anything else, but thankfully, not airtime.
You don't have sufficient credit to complete this call. Please recharge your account.
Just dial *321# for Borrow Me Credit and get airtime that you can pay for later. Keep the conversations flowing. Just dial *321# for Borrow Me Credit.
The largest data network. Glow. Grandmasters of data.
things got down with flavor as he dropped hits after chart-stopping hits and had the crowd singing along.
Are you ready now? Go. I hear some for little again. You know what I mean? She's ready to take it. You know what I mean? I think I need to put that in. You know what I mean? You go boy. I hear some for little again. You know what I mean? She's ready to take it. You know what I mean? I think I need to put that in. You know what I mean? You go boy. Okay, we're past for by you.
Shout out to everybody that came out. Shout out to the family. Shout out to fans. Shout out to, everybody that love Glow, Mr. Flavor. Bless up. I love you guys from the bottom of my heart. Original.
With that, it was the turn of P-Square to light up the stage with 2 times the energy, 2 times the move, and 2 times the power.
Sing and the dance and the people that rejoice here. Support them, my sister. Love you today. If you go to a party, you make me get thank God here. Mama God, now your hand walking. Listen. Don't be lying. I said don't be lying. Don't be everybody. Let's sleep for night to wake up, see the light here. See the future is bright here. I mean the anchor for eye here. Make you do your best here. Mama God. See. You don't need to get money. What I need is shake body. Body to the tail body. If he not be God, that's some people that's body. Nobody be done with you. When you fall, you go. You try your again. You know easy, yo. Do the sing and the dance and the people they rejoice, yo. My brother, my sister, body today. You say this fine lady, about dinner die, you are baby. You're supposed to live like family. I know the love. There's nothing stop for me. To the famous fight that I get money. I will try my best to be somebody. Cause this girl will make you. But if you is ready, you know the feeling is there now. What? If you see this lady, then I say she must chop my body, chop my body, chop my body. Cause chop my body, he may go no, I may go no. Hey, cause I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Cause I get plenty, I don't care, I don't care. What up, people? It's me, Paul, the Big Boy of P-Square. We're coming to all the fans tonight, but we're coming. Trust me, Glow. Mega Super Jam, we're coming. I love you guys.
Ladies
Charlie, if you say I make a fool, I understand. Charlie, if you say I make a fool, let's go. Let's go. First of all, introduction. First of all, introduction. Let's go. First of all, introduction. I'm US in the Duran Motivation. I'm in love with my boo and I never get another one above. That's all shit. Shemo Jamagana. Holy mother, man, it's not Bana. Shemo Jamagana. More for Baba. Now we are going to go arena. We are going to go for the Giro Bana. And you see, I'm a Bana. We're ready to the best from one of us, man. When the boys say they wear one shirt, never shows not me. You know that for shirt. You all look like a little go far. Yebo. You don't say I know the baroof, and I know like a roof. And you know why they Maya, set the roof on fire. Rolling money in the air, we tell it to Bawaya. They say my level too low, I'm not gonna lift me higher. I'm a bullet show up. Everybody fuck up. I go put them in their place. I don't do real estate, I'm a lesson, but I'm a bullet show up. If anybody fuck up, I go put them in their place. I don't do real estate, I'm a lesson, but because I'm keeping my cool. Because I'm a cool. When I fuck it, I'm a cool. Everyone power the crew. You don't say I know it. Busy pastor Kumu in. So I change the story when you run over the Kumu. Yeah, I like it, Babu. I'm a Escobar. I don't see how much I just see. I'm making something. I'm a money. You don't say I know the baroof, and I know like a roof. If you're set the roof on fire. Got the money, you tell me for power. They say my level too low. I'm gonna hit me. I'm a bullet show up. If anybody fuck up, I go put them in their place. I don't do real estate and management, but I love you, Asaba. God bless you guys.
The highlight of the show was the emergence of Fino on the stage in collaboration with Olamide. Closing the show was the phenomenal Fino as he kept the crowd buzzing and more than a few ladies swooning.
What's up, see? I'm ready for tonight, come make us unite, from the second to right, I will never leave the side, so we never like a light, so me and you go have a night, so be my father. Let's go! Oh, whenever I get you, let's go! Hey, what the fan I gonna know? The anything I gonna know? Okay, my sister, that's how I gonna know. I'm a big fan, I don't know. I'm a big fan, I don't know. Are you ready on? Go! 1, 2, 2! What are the mothers? Send us a rumor. If you go for the way I am loving you. Let's just so far. I say you the cover. Asa. Okay, I'm going to go.
The atmosphere was charged as the Asaba leg of the Glow Mega Music Tour came to an end, and the Jubilant fans made their way home after a night unlike any other. Next up, the Glow Mega Music Tour is coming for you at the Cultural Center, 6th May. Will you be there? The Glow Mega Music Tour for the biggest acts, your favorite anchors and special guest stars. Text music in your preferred location to 207. Use 2,000 dual airtime in 1 month. to stand in line for your free tickets.
Let's pepper jam.
No, unlimited.
Oga, customer they ask if we get the reach 35 of this stereo. Hey! Wait, make I confirm. Wait, Sonny. How many of that new stereo do I say? 7. If I hang on, no, don't hang on. Prosper. How many of that new stereo you get? 4. Okay, hang on, no, don't hang on. Confidence. Make you look like you carry a motor. Don't bring those news. What you say to do here? Come and go start the mouth, make you delete them. You not have the business. See, I dey there for one place. They use my phone, they control, they coordinate all my businesses with Glow SME Flexi. I'm cheap to die.
New Glow SME Flexi lets your business operate efficiently for less. Get 1 hour talk time or more than 650 megabytes data or any combination of both for just 500 naira. Plus, reduce costs with special staff rates, a choice of unmatched data plans, and best international call rates. Call 200 now or visit your nearest Glow World.
Madai, Tangli, send you out. Timmy, Hamadi, Ango, Bonango.
Glow Business. Together, we make business happen.
You don't see something you like. You don't have what I want. If Elijah don't have it, nobody fit have it. You get sample. Receive 4 minerals before you finish. You could not show. Like 40 me I want to. Tijani, so populous broker the wa. Melo, that's too long. Got a day ma jabo. Hello Titi. How many? 20 ma. Oh yeah, go and get Tijani a brocade now. Bera, once you show, Bera straight new customer is waiting. With Glow SME Flexi, I fit coordinate and monitor my business anywhere. I go fit call my workers, my customers and partners, even overseas. Yo, business in yato. What's it Flexi?
New Glow SME Flexi lets your business operate efficiently for less. Get 1 hour talk time or more than 650 megabytes data or any combination of both for just 500 naira. Plus, reduce costs with special staff rates, a choice of unmatched data plans, and best international call rates. Call 200 now or visit your nearest Glow World. Glow Business. Together, we make business happen.
Lagos State, with its great aquatic splendor, boasts of immense success stories in many spheres of life, from economic powerhouses to formidable political figures, renowned intellectuals, and of course, many blossoming social clubs. As part of activities to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Lagos State, Friday, 12th May 2017, was set aside to celebrate prominent social clubs in Lagos State. The Lagos Country Club, the Yoruba Tennis Club, Island Club, the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, Eko Club, amongst others, were celebrated simultaneously in different parts of the state. It was a special event at the Greetings Hall of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Onikon, Lagos. The special evening was organized to reminisce on the lives of Lagosians. Creation and growth of Lagos State in the past 50 years was the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Akinwumi Ambode, who was represented by Honorable Adebimpe Akinshola, Special Advisor to the Governor on Arts and Culture, who also doubles as Acting Commissioner for Arts, Culture and Tourism. Also in attendance were the Chairman Yoruba Tennis Club, Brother Ayodele Martins, Vice Chairman Yoruba Tennis Club, Professor Tokumbo Fabanwo, Member of the Lagos State House of Assembly representing Lagos Island Constituency 2, Honorable Shakiruddin Giwa, and the sole administrator and mayor of Island East LCDA, Honorable Bashiru Abiola Are, were also present. Other guests in attendance were past executive members and members of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Chief Kenny Martins, and many other friends of the club. In the opening speech, the chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Brother Ayodele Martins, welcomed all and thanked the Lagos State Governor, Mr. Akinwumi Ambode, for providing such a veritable platform to celebrate Lagos at 50. He said choosing the Yoruba Tennis Club among prominent clubs in the state to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Lagos State is a historic achievement. Brother Ayodele Martins saluted the good statesmanship the governor exhibits.
The Center of Excellence, Lagos State, turns 50 on the 27th of May, 2017. Wherever you look, there are icons who have made their names, who have achieved in Lagos, and the entire state, every nook and cranny is wearing a very beautiful and celebratory look. And it's therefore obvious that something is happening in Lagos. I promise the big initiates that this is not going to take over the program, and we will make it as brief as possible without losing the significance of what we are trying to achieve, so that the real party can start.
In the remark of the Lagos State Governor, Mr. Akinwumi Ambode, who was represented by his Special Advisor on Arts and Culture, Honorable Adebimpe Akinshola, he greeted the honorable members of the Yoruba Tennis Club. He said Lagos State plays a big role in the socio-economic growth of Nigeria and development of Africa in general. He added that people should focus more on what has made the state great in the past 50 years and improve on the ideas of the people-centered economic initiatives of the Ambode-led administration. He thanked members of the Yoruba Tennis Club for their continued support and re-emphasized his commitment to make Lagos State better.
Lagos State has remained most prosperous in the Federation and currently ranks the 5th largest economy in Africa. We have every reason to celebrate our achievements, which would not have been possible without the sacrifice and commitment of individuals and organizations such as yours. I want to assure you that we will remain steadfast and committed to our promise to make Lagos work for all through the implementation of policies that are people-centered. While thanking you for being part of this celebration, I look forward to your continued support. Thank you all, and God bless you. It's a signed by His Excellency Mr. Akinwumi Ambode, the Governor of Lagos State. Thank you all, and God bless you.
There were great tributes and testimonies of Lagos State from elder members of the Yoruba Tennis Club, counting back from the good old days into the modern-day Lagos State. Chief Adeduro Emmanuel was of the opinion that Lagos of the 1930s and 1940s is better compared to today's Lagos. Chief Adeduro Emmanuel also praised the goodwill of Governor Akinwumi Ambode.
Lagos State has done tremendously well. In this Lagos State, since Lagos State came into inception, we have done all sorts of things. On the social front, we brought into existence and created one of the most successful clubs in Lagos at the moment, the Eco Club. I want to thank our Governor Akinwumi Ambode for the tremendous work that he is doing. Representative Governor we appreciate the Sheikh and we members of the Yoruba Tennis Club are particularly happy. I is not only one of us, but has always responded to our calls every time we have calls to talk to him.
Chief Ajibade Fashino Thomas said Lagos at 50 reminds him of the pleasant memories of growing up. He recalled the merging of the island and the mainland through the Third Mainland Bridge, the railways, and many good things that make Lagos stand out amongst other states.
Lagos Island was a beehive of business and social activities. The seat of government was Lagos Island, and so too were the offices of many commercial houses. It was not accidental, therefore, that most workers in government and private
The celebration of social clubs in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of Lagos State also featured presentation of special awards to elder members of the Yoruba Tennis Club who have contributed in many ways to the growth of the club. The recipients of the special award included Elderman Folari Koka, who doubles as the oldest member of the club. Others were Brother Alex Balogun, Brother Iyola Omishore, who is a distinguished member of the Yoruba Tennis Club with the highest membership presence of 2 sons and a grandson as members of the Yoruba Tennis Club. Also honored were Brother Adeyo Thomas and Chief Lola Joseph, a successful legal practitioner and the father of the immediate past chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Mr. Sheyi Joseph. This was quickly followed by the vote of thanks by Professor Adetokunbo Fabanwo, Vice Chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club.
Inhabitants of Lagos State and some of us citizens of Lagos State, and we are celebrating at 50. We have been called to be joyous because we have a state that is worthy of recognition, a state that we are very proud of. Finally, I'd like to thank all brethren who are here. Greetings to all brethren. Thank you for coming, showing up, and God bless you all. Have an enjoyable evening. Greetings all.
The cutting of the Lagos at 50 beautifully designed cake was observed, after which a traditional birthday song was sang to round off the event.
I can't hear you. 30, 20,
Christian frontliners, a tradition of excellence beyond the call to duty. The Vanguard newspapers has kept faith with the 5th edition of the Vanguard Newspapers Personality of the Year Award for 2016. According to the publisher of Vanguard newspapers, Uncle Sam Amuka, the award was instituted to celebrate exceptional achievers in Nigeria who have demonstrated stellar actions of hard work and foresight, which have left indelible marks of excellence in our society. The 5th edition of the distinguished Vanguard Personality of the Year Award was holding in a very challenging year marked by economic recession and security challenges. Therefore, the recipients for this year, chosen from all spheres of Nigerian life, who, despite the glaring, daunting odds, were able to still shatter the ceiling, so to speak, and set new benchmarks in their different areas of calling, indeed deserve to be heartily congratulated. The award categories included Vanguard Personality of the Year 2016, which is the flagship, followed by the Vanguard Businessman of the Year Award 2016, Vanguard Banker of the Year Award 2016. For the Vanguard Governors of the Year Award 2016, 4 governors were chosen for demonstrating uncommon excellence in governance in the different areas of life. They include the governors of Lagos, Mr. Akinwumi Ambode, Governor Abubakar Bagudu of Kebbi State, Governor Ben Ayade of Cross River State, and Governor Willie Obiano of Anambra State. In the Vanguard Lifetime Achievements Award category, 7 distinguished Nigerians were honored. These included General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, Chief Emeka Nyoko, Alhaji Isa Funtua, Alhaji Dr. Bamanga Tokoro, Chief Edwin Clark, Anthony Cardinal Okoji, the Archbishop Emeritus of Lagos Catholic Archdiocese, and renowned industrialist and entrepreneur, Dr. Pascal Dozier. There's a huge array of supporters, friends, and family members of the awardees from different parts of the country at the Convention Center of the Eco Hotel and Suites venue of the event. Other dignitaries who witnessed the Vanguard Personality of the Year Award 2016 were Chief Olusegun Oshoba, Dr. Mrs. Nika Konde, President, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Major General David Jembo, retired military governor, Chief Olamide Joe, Senator Ali Modu Sharif, Ewelu Abiola Dosumu, Senator Daisy Anjuma, Senator Florence Itagiwa, Prince Nduka Baigbeda, as well as past and serving public office holders. The event began in earnest as the chief host, GM and editor-in-chief of Vanguard newspapers, Mr. Benga Defai, welcomed everyone to the 5th edition of the Vanguard Personality of the Year Award 2016.
Over a period of 4 years, we have celebrated and recognized a plethora of Nigeria's finest individuals. The annual Vanguard Personality of the Year Award was instituted to celebrate exceptional achievers in Nigeria. It recognizes the stellar actions of hard-working individuals, people who have left indelible marks of excellence in our society in the preceding year. You are welcome to this year's edition of Personality of the Year Award and who celebrate our frontliners.
The chairman's welcome remarks was delivered by Mr. Donald Duke, former governor of Cross River State, who single-handedly took Cross River State to the entire world through his far-reaching strides in tourism when he was governor of the state. Mr. Donald Duke evaluated the qualities and attributes considered by the Vanguard newspapers in honoring the awardees. Mr. Donald Duke congratulated all those who won in the various categories for their selfless contribution to the growth and development of the society.
You are welcome to the 5th in the series of the Vanguard Personality of the Year for the year 2016. The Vanguard, an iconic institution in our media, has been in existence for over 34 years. And I would like each and every one of us today to salute its founder, Mr. Sam Amuka. In legal parlance, you cannot give what you don't have. In other words, only an icon can recognize an icon. And so today, the Vanguard media recognizes eminent personalities in our nation, gentlemen who have dedicated their lives to the growth of our country. Unfortunately, this series is made up of 14 gentlemen. I'm assured by Mrs. Amuka that she knows the right buttons to press so that next year we will have gender parity on this stage.
A documentary that depicted the genesis of the Vanguard Personality of the Year Award and the previous winners was aired at the event. The first award of the night was to Alhaji Bamanga Tukur, CON, former President, Africa Business Roundtable, a politician, industrialist, and administrator for excellence, former Governor of Old Gongola State, former Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Port Authority, among other appointments. His award was presented to him by Chief John Odayemi.
For all my people, and all my people for Africa, Nigeria in particular, and the rest of the world. God bless you.
The second Lifetime Achievement Awards of the night went to 82-year-old Anthony Cardinal Okoje, the Archbishop Emeritus of Lagos Catholic Archdiocese, one-time President, Christian Association of Nigeria, and the Bishops' Conference of Nigeria. Cardinal Olubunmi Okoje fought relentlessly against the seizure of mission schools by government and other forms of anti-people policies. The award was presented to him by Major General David Jemba, retired.
It is my pleasure, and I want to begin by asking you to do this task. God is with me and with all of us. On behalf of Vanguard, please present this to His Eminence.
Also on the Lifetime Achievement Awards honors list was Chief Edwin Clark, lawyer, administrator, international leader, nationalist, freedom fighter, and Federal Commissioner of Information under the John Yakubu Gowon administration in the 70s. Chief Edwin Clark was elected as senator under the platform of the National Party of Nigeria, NPN, in the Second Republic. Chief Edwin Clark is a dogged fighter for the rights of the minority. He has recently established the Edwin Clark University of Technology at Kerebudu, Delta State of Nigeria. Elder statesman Issa Funtua, CON, media patron, astute businessman, administrator, founder of Bullet International Nigeria Limited, and founding managing director of New Africa Holdings. Alhaji Issa Funtua was the youngest minister in the Alhaji Shehu Shagari cabinet. Alhaji Issa Funtua is a staunch fighter for the freedom of the press. His award was presented to him by Prince Nduka Bagbina, the publisher of these daily newspapers.
He's a fierce fighter for justice. Therefore, a privilege to invite another past president of NPN to join me in honoring Ismaila Issa Funtua. To my brother, please. By the President, your Senator. Thank you very much. To our happy Ismaila. For the next 20 years, thank you very much.
Dr. Pascal Dozier, founder of Diamond Bank PLC, industrialist and entrepreneur per excellence,
whose domestic and foreign interests cut across diverse sectors of the economy, was also honored with the Vanguard newspaper's Lifetime Achievement Awards. The one-time president of the Nigerian Stock Exchange, Dr. Pascal Dozie, was also past chairman of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a past director of the Central Bank of Nigeria, and chairman of the MTN Nigeria Communications Limited, and co-chairman of the Commonwealth Business Council Board.
Dr. Pascal Dozie, founder of Wyoming Bank and father of bankers. Congratulations on behalf of all of us here, and I represent this on behalf of Vanguard Researchers, Vanguard Personality of the Year, Lifetime Achievement. Congratulations.
Chief Emeka Anyaoku, CFR, CON, one-time Nigeria's foreign minister, the third and longest-serving Secretary General of the Commonwealth, was there for 10 years. Chief Emeka Anyaoku was bestowed with the prestigious Honorary Knight Grand Cross of the Royal Victorian Order, GCVL, by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II of England in the year 2000. The freedom of the City of London was also given to Chief Emeka Anyaoku in 1998, while in 2003, the University of London established a sole chair in his name, the Emeka Anyaoku Professor of Commonwealth Studies at the Institute of Commonwealth Studies. Chief Emeka Anyaoku was one of the African icons who fought for the emancipation of the South Africans from apartheid rule. Former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, bagged the Vanguard Lifetime Achievement Awards 2016. General Yakubu Gowon, who became a second lieutenant at the age of 21 in 1955, attended both the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst, UK Staff College, Camberley, UK, and the Joint Staff College, Latimore. General Yakubu Gowon also acquired a PhD in political science at the University of Warwick in the United Kingdom. General Yakubu Gowon served in Congo as part of Nigeria's peacekeeping force in the early 1960s. In January 1966, General Yakubu Gowon became the youngest Chief of Staff of the Nigerian Army at the age of 31 years. General Yakubu Gowon emerged Nigeria's head of state in 1966, a tenure that lasted till 1975. Among other firsts, during his regime, General Yakubu Gowon will be remembered for the promulgation of the Indigenous Decree of 1972.
This man is a national icon to be celebrated even when he's dead. And we are honored that he's here himself to receive this award. Thank you, sir. Go on with one Nigeria.
Mr. Herbert Wigwe, the GMD of Access Bank PLC, emerged Vanguard Newspaper's Banker of the Year 2016. In just 2 years under his watch, as GMD, Access Bank PLC rose to become one of the top 5 banks in Nigeria and ranked among the top 500 banks in the world today. In fact, Access Bank, with Herbert Wigwe's Midas touch, has outperformed all its peers in most of the performance indicators. Mr. Godwin Emefiele, the governor of Nigeria's Central Bank since 2014, was a lecturer in finance, bank management, and insurance at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka and the University of Port Harcourt, Rivers State. He was also Group Managing Director of Zenith Bank Nigeria PLC before becoming the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. In spite of the harsh and challenging times, the CBN under Godwin Emefiele recorded notable milestones in the implementation of micro, small, and medium enterprises, as well as fiscal and other macroeconomic challenges. Mr. Godwin Emefiele, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, is Vanguard Newspaper's Personality of the Year 2016.
But I think it's important that I seize this opportunity to also say that this award belongs not just to me but also to my colleagues from the Central Bank of Nigeria with me. I just give them some of our directors who have worked tirelessly to see to this award being given to us, not today.
Vanguard Businessman of the Year 2016 award is backed by Captain Idahosa Okumo, the investor for excellence, philanthropist extraordinaire, and trained commercial pilot. The 59-year-old Benin indigene of Edo State, at the age of 21 years, graduated from the Nigerian Civil Aviation Training Center Zaria, Kaduna State, in 1979 as a commercial pilot. Having bagged over 7,000 flying time, he retired from flying in 1988 at the age of 30 and ventured into private business. Captain Jose Okumba serves as either chairman or director in many boards of companies spanning multiple business sectors: agro-allied, petrochemical, telecommunications, power, real estate, and the banking sector. All these companies altogether employ not less than 30,000 Nigerians. All hail the Vanguard Businessman of the Year.
It is my pleasure to present the Vanguard Personality Award to Captain Idahosa Okumo. This is a gentleman that is #1 man in business. I have watched him over the years. You know, as the president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the #1 chamber in Nigeria. So I know a thing or two about business. Congratulations for this well-deserved honor. Congratulations.
Governors who emerged as Vanguard Newspaper Governor of the Year are Governor Abubakar Bagudu of Kebbi State, a holder of BSc and Master's degrees in Economics, an MA in International Affairs at the Columbia University, New York. Governor Abubakar Bagudu was elected a senator to represent Kebbi Central constituency. At one point in his political career, as governor of Kebbi State, under his administration, significant growth, especially in agriculture, has been observed, with not less than 600,000 people gainfully employed in farming and related value chain offshoots. By the way, Kebbi rice is a taste of the market all over the country today.
Let me thank Vanguard newspapers for recognizing the work you have been doing in Kebbi State and the work that many industrious Nigerians in the agricultural value chain have been doing, which led to this award. Certainly, many people contributed to this acknowledgement. When Godwin Emefiele introduced, I should have done it better because he worked incredibly hard to make what we achieved both rise and live possible. He joined many people.
Governor Willie Obiano of Anambra State, who was represented by his deputy, Dr. Nkem Okeke, was also honored as Vanguard Newspaper Governor of the Year 2016. Governor Willie Obiano, who joined politics after a thriving career in the banking sector, became Governor of Anambra State in 2013. Governor Willie Obiano has scored very high marks in the areas of sustainable industrialization of Anambra State, entrepreneurship, security, and remarkable progress in education, health, agriculture, and infrastructure.
I have to present this to the Deputy Governor of Anambra State, Dr. Nkem Okeke, whom I've also had occasions to meet and to get to know, and for whom I'd like to believe that the future is equally bright. So, with thanks to Vanguard newspapers for recognizing Willie Obiano as a truly performing governor and as such a Vanguard personality of the year, I have the greatest pleasure in presenting this to Dr. Okeke, his deputy governor, and I have no doubt that the way that two of them have been working together, that this award will reach safely to Governor Willie Obiano.
On behalf of my principal, the Governor of Anambra State, Chief Willie Obiano, I bring the greetings in Anambra. The Governor would like to first of all thank the Vanguard newspaper for this award, and also thank all the supporters of the government. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing I want to say. We have a proverb in Igbo that says you can never cover pregnancies. If you do something right, people will continue to notice. I've lost count on the awards His Excellency has received in the past few months, showing that something is happening. We have a leader who understands the role of security in development. We have a leader who understands that you must do what your state has comparative advantage in. We have a leader who understands the role of the private sector in development. We have a leader who knows that you must provide jobs for the youth.
Also on the podium as Vanguard Governor of the Year 2016 was Governor Ben Ayadi of Cross River State. Governor Ben Ayadi holds BSc and MSc degrees in microbiology from the University of Ibadan and a doctorate degree in environmental microbiology. Also lectured at the Delta State University at Delta State, where he was appointed professor. Governor Ben Ayadi was elected as senator in April 2011. Governor Ben Ayadi had elevated Cross River State through his imaginative initiatives like the Calabar Smart City project, infrastructural development, as well as industrialization of Cross River State.
So instrumental portion of the 60 years. How will I accept what I want? On behalf of the people, who some people are seeing people in the parent. My people are Palaces, who today are refugees in their own homeland. People who are stateless in their state. How can I accept what I want when the people of Coastal State are seeing pain? How can I accept what I want when I know that I see poverty, I see hunger, I see darkness, I see pain and agony? I know that for my people who have been reduced to want to body and spirit, the people that have been deprived, how will I accept what I want? Perhaps I have to do because it is also an opportunity for me to appreciate the fact that I have an opportunity to make a change. That change will come. Surely that change will come. And therefore, accept it the Lord as a capitalistic energy to push me, to challenge me, to put on the very best. I accept it because the Lord is telling me organization.
A holder of a bachelor's and master's degree in accounting from the University of Lagos, Governor Akinwumi Ambode is also a qualified accountant. His working career has spanned the private and public sectors. He was Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance, and later Accountant General of the Lagos State Government. Under Governor Akinwumi Ambode's watch, Lagos State financial performance improved visibly, with the budget performance at a remarkable average of 85% annually. Governor Akinwumi Ambode of Lagos State was represented by his deputy, Dr. Mrs. Idiat Olumoti Adebule.
It's a great pleasure and honor to present this award to a government that is keeping the legacy of performance, sustenance of a state of excellence to the excellencies that are now serving as governor of Lagos State. It's a great pleasure to present this to you. Congratulations.
Mr. Akinwumi Ambode, I want to thank the organizer for this award and also dedicate this award to Lagosians, to the people of Lagos, most importantly the taxpayers, for believing in us, for sharing our vision that together we can take Lagos to that level, that enviable level that all of us will be proud of. I thank all of you for your kind attention.
The vote of thanks by the editor of Vanguard newspapers, Eze Anaba, brought the Vanguard Personality of the Year Award 2016 to a glorious end. See you all next year, God willing. In pursuance of the philosophy of the Sun newspapers, the Sun Award was initiated in 2003. This is to celebrate excellence and people who stand out distinctly in all areas of endeavors. In his own remarks to welcome guests to the 2015 Sun Awards, the former governor of Abia State, who is the chairman and publisher of the Sun Publishing Limited, Dr. Oji Uzo Kalu, challenged all Nigerians to join in the ongoing crusade to right the wrongs in the society. Dr. Oji Uzo Kalu stated that more of selfless service, which is the main attribute for which most of the awardees are being celebrated today, is needed in Nigeria today. Dr. Oji Uzo Kalu said that awardees were chosen by the board of editors of the Sun newspapers on account of their impactful achievements in their special areas of influence. It said that the Sun newspapers would rather celebrate achievers in their lifetime. Altogether, 19 distinguished ladies and gentlemen who stood out distinctly in their different areas of calling were honored at the ceremony, which must have recorded the largest attendance in the 13-year history of the awards.
It gives me much pleasure to stand before you
to lend my voice to the events of today, where the song, The Voice of the Nation, is celebrating 19 Nigerians who distinguished themselves in various endeavors last year, 2015. I am happy at this event, and I'm happy because it is substance of tradition of the song to single out Nigerians who make positive marks in various ways, and I'm happy that we gather to honor Nigerians who excelled in their lifetime and not to celebrate them after their death. Indeed, we are celebrating Nigerians for their outstanding performance is a testimony to the fact that we have the human resources to turn around for the best. At a time when the nation is facing social and economic challenges, now is the time for all Nigerians to rise up to the task of nation building.
The chairman of the Sun Awards, Ambassador Chief Anthem Banefo, who described those honored at the event as exemplary in quality and character, was a recipient of the Sun Awards in 2012. Chief Anthem Banefo, who was Nigeria's former permanent representative at the United Nations, used the auspicious platform to charge parents and guardians to rise up to help check the deteriorating state of discipline among the youths. He emphasized that a solid background is pivotal to the overall success that can be attained in life. Chief Mbanefo urged governments and institutions at all levels to see that discipline is brought back to the mainstream of our life, because no nation can progress when its citizens are not disciplined.
It is obvious, therefore, that if any of the awardees here today were lacking in character, he or she could never have made the list for the event today. It is one's character that ultimately identifies him as a role model. This country needs many genuine role models for our teeming young population.
Speaking at the 2015 Sun Awards, Vice President Yemi Oshimajo, SANGCON, felicitated all the awardees for standing out distinctly from the pack through excellence and dedication to the betterment of the society. Yemi Oshimajo commended Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his doggedness and uncommon tenacity of purpose, which have culminated in his groundbreaking successes on all fronts, particularly for being in the vanguard in the victory that brought the Buhari administration into office.
I must commend the publishers, Reporter Kalu, and the entire Sun newspapers for this incredible idea of recognizing some in our midst who have done great things and who continue to do great things, and to honor them in this way. Some of them include the governor of Anambra State. There's also one of our great entrepreneurs, Chief Kensington Adebutu, who is here, Nana Shetima, Justice Aluma Mukhtar, among so many others, 19 in all. And of course, our own dear Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
The first recipient to be honored with the 2015 Sun Awards was Dr. Obiora Chukwuka, the chairman of Green Life Pharmaceuticals. He bagged the Sun Award for Businessman of the Year. The award was presented to him by Senator Dr. Chris Ngige, Minister of Labor and Productivity. From the Adeola family, which has become known as the cornerstone of the banking industry in Nigeria today, Mr. Yemi Adeola, Managing Director, Sterling Bank PLC, emerged as the winner of the Sun Newspaper Banker of the Year Award. The award was presented to him by the publisher of Ovation International Magazine, Daily Momodu. Mr. Yemi Adeola, who was joined by his wife and a legion of friends, colleagues, and associates, dedicated the award to his family and all staff of Sterling Bank PLC. The Investor of the Year Award was carted away by Abia State-born quintessential manufacturer, Chief Uche Oga. The award was presented to him by Alhaji Lai Mohammed, Minister of Information and Culture. The Sun Manufacturer of the Year Award went to the President and Chief Executive Officer of Arisco Foods Limited, Chief Eric Odinaka Umofia. The award was presented to him by Chief Ekeoma. In his response, Chief Eric Umofia urged Nigerians to patronize made-in-Nigeria products because they compete favorably with the best all over the world. Sun Sports Personality of the Year Award was won by Mr. Amajo Pennick, President, Nigeria Football Federation, NFF. He was accompanied to pick his award by his wife, 2 vice presidents of the NFF, and other executive members. After receiving his award from former beauty queen, Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu, Mr. Amajo Pennick said the award will bring about unity and redefine the nation's football, which he observed was going through a very challenging period. Chief Vincent Amici Obianodo, who is the proprietor of Rockview Hotel Abuja, with branches in Lagos and other parts of the country, claimed the Sun Hospitality Firm of the Year Award. The second segment of the Sun Awards presentation was in the Lifetime Achievements category. Leading the way was former Head of State General Abdusalami Abubakar. He was represented by the Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief of Sun Publishing Limited, Mr. Eric Osage, former military governor of Old Midwest State, now Edo and Delta States, and member of the Board of Trustees of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Dr. Samuel Obemudia. Also had his name on the list of those honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award. This was presented to him by former EFCC boss, Malam Nuhu Ribadu. The award was received by a collection of the children of Dr. Samuel Obemudia, led by Mrs. George, who runs the Little Saints Orphanage in Lagos. Former Chief Justice of the Federation, and in fact the first woman to occupy that most exalted office in the history of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Aloma Mukhtar, GCON, was also honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award. This was received on our behalf by Senator Oluremi Tinubu. Foremost Igbo leader, nationalist, parliamentarian, First Republic Minister of Aviation, popularly known as the Boys Good, also won the Sun Lifetime Achievement Award, presented to him by Terry Wire. In his response, Chief Mbazulike Amici dedicated the award to those he called the forgotten heroes of Nigeria. Sir Kesentin Adebukola Adebutu, CON, quintessential philanthropist, whose like jazz is strongly felt in so many educational institutions, hospitals, churches, mosques, and communities in different parts of Nigeria, where lives of people and institutions have been positively touched. Courtesy the Kesentin Adebukola Adebutu Foundation, mounted the rostrum in company of his wife, Chief Mrs. Koforola Adebutu, wives of governors of Lagos, Osun, and Deputy Governor of Osun State, as well as top Lagosians. The prestigious Sun Lifetime Achievement Award was presented to Sir Kesentin Adebutu by former Ogun State Governor, Chief Segun Oshoba, CON. In his response, Sir Dr. Kesentin Adebutu, CON, who is a great entrepreneur and chairman of Premier Loyalty Limited, said he was very happy to receive the award, which was coming on the heels of such awards given to him by his state, Ogun State Government, and Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, and so on. Sir Kesentin Adebutu, CON, told the audience point-blankly that there's no letting up for him. The world would further spur him to continue to do good.
On behalf of myself and all the members of my family, I thank the Sun newspaper for this honor done to me today. I am particularly happy that this is coming on the heels of 3 of its kind recently bestowed on me by Ogun State Government, Diamond Club, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Ogun State Branch. To me, this is an encouragement to do more to the less privileged. And I assure you all today That God helping me, I will continue to do that. Thank you.
The Son Governor of the Year award went to the Governor of Anambra State, Chief Willie Obiano. He was accompanied by his wife and a very impressive assemblage of Anambra State indigents, both in Lagos and Anambra State. The award was presented to him by former Governor of Abia State and Chairman of Sun Publishing Limited, Dr. Oji Uzo-Kalu.
I want to appreciate the Sun newspaper publishers for finding me worthy for this award. I want to seize this opportunity to thank my wife, my daughter, and my son for their great support. It is also to the glory of God that this is happening. I want to dedicate this award to the ordinary citizens of Anambra State.
The flagship award of the night was the Sun Man of the Year award, which was won by Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, former Governor of Lagos State and the national leader of the All Progressive Congress, APC. The award presentation attracted the largest gathering of people to the rostrum. The Governor of Lagos State and his wife, wives of the governors of Osun and Deputy Governor of Osun State, the National Chairman of the APC, Chief Dr. Odige Oyegun, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Engineer Babachir David Lowell, and a host of others, especially disciples of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu from different levels of governance, most of whom he took under his wings to the top. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu sang and danced in an atmosphere of great joy and felicitation before the award was presented to him by the Chairman of Sun Publishing Limited, Dr. Oji Uzo-Kalu.
This award, it wouldn't have been possible. It is not my achievement. It's the achievement of many of you that came together to form the nucleus of APC. Without you and the respect we have for each other, for a nation like ours, we need perseverance, understanding, determination to survive.
The award of the Sun of Supported First Lady went to the wife of Borno State Governor Hajia Nana Shatima. The award was presented to her by the leader of the House of Representatives, Honorable Femi Bajabiamila. The award was presented to her for embarking on laudable non-governmental projects that give succor to women and displaced persons in the Boko Haram northeastern part of Nigeria. In her response, Mrs. Shatima dedicated the award to the internally displaced persons in the state and other parts of Nigeria. Hajia Nana Shatima said that she lived to remember the honor, promising to keep working hard to keep hope alive. She said her mind will always be with those people in the heart of the insurgency in different parts of Nigeria.
To be candid with you, the award came as a surprise for me. I was then working under the sun last year in Maiduguri. Then I was informed of this beautiful award by the sun. So I will live to cherish this honor, and I want to dedicate this award to our internally displaced people. And I hope with Baba Buhari that heading the nation, we will keep our hope alive.
The Sun Public Servant of the Year Award was won by Mrs. Chinelo Anoho Amazo, the Director General of the National Pensions Commission, PENCON. The award was presented to her by Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who extolled her professionalism and commitment to service. This is why, according to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, she has become a beacon of hope and a standard bearer for the women folk. In her response, she dedicated the award to all Nigerians who have continued to persevere despite the daunting challenges and those who toil in the face of adversity. Mr. Harrison T. Okiri, artistically known as Harrison, won the Creative Person of the Year award, which was presented to him by former Governor of Abia State, Chief Ojos Okalu. The Nollywood Personality of the Year award went to actress and producer Amani Oboli. Governor Willie Obiano of Anambra State made the presentation. Undoubtedly, the heroine of the 13th edition, the Sun Award, was Mrs. Josephine Ugu, the airport cleaner who returned lost money by passengers on 3 different occasions. She was presented with the Sun Heroes Award. Making the presentation, one of the directors of Sun Publishing Limited, Mr. Mike Awoyinfa, for the honor is done to her by the whole of Nigeria, because she's a woman of uncommon virtue and an embodiment of honesty. Sterling Bank PLC promised her a sum of £500,000 naira. In her response on the occasion, Josephine Ugu said from her family background, honesty and integrity cannot be toyed with, to thank Sun Publishing Limited for the award. The 13th edition of the Sun Awards ended on a note of performance. Harry Sun was on stage with BJ Sachs and the Mbogiti dancers. See you all at the 14th edition of the Sun Awards, God willing.
The Silverbird Man of the Year Award is the flagship award program of Silverbird Group and Media Conglomerate, which spans radio television stations across Nigeria. Previous winners include Malam Nasiru El-Rufai as Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nigeria's former Information Minister, Professor Dora Akunyili, former EFCC Chairman, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, and Edo State Governor, Comrade Adams Oshomole. Other previous winners of the award include Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and the CBN Governor, Malam Lamido Sanusi. The main yardstick and indices used in determining winners of the Silverbird Man of the Year Award is by the inputs from the members of the public through text messaging. In the 2011 Silverbird Man of the Year Award, among the names of personalities put forward for examination and voting by the public in the keenly contested competition were the names of Chief Godswill Akpabio, CON, Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, and Africa's richest man, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, who emerged the eventual winners. One innovation to the award this year was the presentation of Lifetime Achievement Award, both posthumous and otherwise, to past leaders to remind us that the labors of our heroes past shall not be in vain. The Silverbird Man of the Year Award event, which had been heavily publicized on all networks of Silverbird Group, attracted a very rich and diversified array of people across the country and beyond. The convention center of the Eko Hotel and Suites in Victoria Island, Lagos, was venue for the high-octane event, which featured an admixture of performances in keeping with the age-long tradition of the Silverbird Man of the Year Award. Silverbird Lifetime Achievement Award were presented to the former heads of state, General Yakubu Gowon, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, and Nigeria's former Chief of Army Staff, retired Lieutenant General Theophilus Danjuma. Others who won posthumous awards were Dr. Nnamdi Azikwe, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and Sir Amadu Bello, former Premier of Northern Nigeria.
I wish you a continuous service to this great nation, because truly, in your lifetime, Nigeria must redefine its relationship with other nations of the world. Congratulations.
It is my honor and privilege, sir, along with the First Lady of Akwa Ibom State, to present to you this award in recognition of your meritorious service to the 168 million people that call themselves Nigerians. It's an honor, sir.
On behalf of the Silver Board organization, this momentum, congratulations. Congratulations, you deserve it. Thank you.
Echoes of the Nigerian Civil War reverberated loudly in the remarks of many of those who spoke at the Silverbird Man of the Year award ceremony. The issues that came under close scrutiny were the very disturbing and mindless killings, bombings, and violence now going on in some parts of northern Nigeria. According to them, the pattern and modus operandi of the attacks, which seemed to bear a semblance to what led to the 30-month civil war which Nigerians engaged in, resulting in a carnage that plucked over 2 million Nigerians in their prime, should be a cause for serious concern to all of us. We must all rise up, no matter our religious, ethnic, or political inclinations, to say collectively no to any orchestrated machination to divide this corporate entity called Nigeria, neither on religious or ethnic lines. This very passionate, emotional, and thought-provoking aspect of the event was provoked by a documentary on the Nigerian Civil War, which was aired at the ceremony. Even those who played an active part in the unfortunate war lamented the great pain that exercise inflicted on many families whose entire fabric had been destroyed beyond redemption today. We should always bear in our minds that no country has ever gone through a civil war twice and survived it. The onus is therefore on all of us to work with a patriotic zeal to stop the present dangerous step towards a war situation in our dear beloved Nigeria, which the likes of Zik of Africa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and the Southerner of Sokoto, Alhaji Amadu Bello, fought with the last pint of their blood to preserve. That is why their efforts were rewarded by the Silverbird Group at the event. The children of the past Nigerian leaders who were given the posthumous award by Silverbird for their eternal contribution to the growth and development of the geographical entity called Nigeria represented their parents at the occasion. This included Dr. Mrs. Adetokunbo Awolowo Dosu, Chief Azikiwe, and someone from the Amadu Bello family. The main event of the day was the presentation of the 2011 Silverbird Man of the Year Award, which was jointly won by Governor Godswill Akpabio of Akwa Ibom State and Alhaji Aliko Dangote of Dangote Group. The citations of the joint award winners were read. In the citations of the joint award winners read, their achievements were properly signposted. While Alhaji Aliko Dangote won the award on account of his enormous contributions to Nigeria's economy in many fronts, through the provision of employment to Nigerians and the establishment of companies, the cement, sugar and food, and the commodity trading area, Governor Godswill Akpabio of Akwa Ibom State's all-round development of Akwa Ibom State in every ramification was also properly stated through massive infrastructural development tagged the uncommon transformation of Akwa Ibom State embarked upon by Governor Godswill Akpabio in Akwa Ibom State in the last 5 years. There is free and compulsory education for all children of school age, free healthcare for everyone. Over 260 brand new roads have been constructed to make transportation around different parts of the state a pleasurable experience. The Akpabio government has indeed devoted a lot of money to the provision of electricity to power businesses in different parts of the state. In view of the adequate attention paid to the tourism sector in the state, through the provision of parks, hotels, the international golf course, and other such facilities, Akwa Ibom State is today a destination of choice for local and foreign investors. In a little over 1 year, the ultra-modern Akwa Ibom International Airport has recorded over 450 passengers, making it easily the fastest growing airport in Nigeria and the Gulf of Guinea area. The joint winner of the 2011 Silverbird Man of the Year Award, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, and Governor Godswill Akpabio of Akwa Ibom State, are not new to awards of excellence from both home and abroad. How do they see this award? They both verbalized their reactions in their responses.
It's a great honor for me to present an award on behalf of the Silverbird Group to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger.
For me, Governor Akpabio is a man for whom I've had tremendous respect for his management of the economy. Like I said, there are many excellent governors around. Yes, people may say he also has a lot of money given to him, but there are many who have a lot of money and have nothing to show for it. So I would like to congratulate you, and as the winner of this award last year, I would like to say that you and my friend and brother Aliko are extremely worthy recipients of this award. Congratulations.
I'd like to thank the Nigerian public that voted for me and my brother Aliko Dangote. I know that if it were left to Ben Bruce alone, he probably would not have given me the award. So I thank Silverbirds for such an excellent organization. But above all, I thank God Almighty that made it possible for me to stand here in front of all of you.
The BC Olatina show also sampled the opinions of some respondents about the Silverbird Man of the Year award.
It's simply a confirmation of the fact that Nigerians appreciate good governance, Nigerians appreciate hard work, Nigerians appreciate integrity, Nigerians appreciate transformation. That's what it is. That's what I see. I've been honored variously, but whenever an award of this nature comes, with the caliber of personages that turn up here today.
The Global Excellence Awards, an annual event, witnessed its 13th edition on Sunday, 12th of March 2017 at the exquisitely decorated Balmoral Hall, Oregon, Ikeja, Lagos. The recognition award witnessed an array of personalities from all walks of life, ranging from politicians to businessmen and women, corporate bodies, as well as top socialites. The Global Excellence Recognition Awards 2017 is an event organized by the Oga of Magazine himself, publisher and editor-in-chief of Global Excellence Magazine, Mayor Akinpelu. The Global Excellence Magazine is one of Nigeria's leading soft-sell magazines. It holds her annual prestigious awards to honor outstanding personalities and corporate bodies who have contributed immensely towards the development of the country. In attendance at the 2017 edition were members of the Lagos State House of Assembly, who were led by the Speaker of the House, Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, Honorable Tunde Adebayo, Honorable Adefumilayo Tejuosho, Honorable Akinsolire, Honorable Tunde Braimo were present. From the film industry were Sahid Balogun, Funke Akindele and Madame Kofo. from the music industry, Alhaji Alao Malaika, Nice, and Small Doctor were present. The event was compared by Benga Deinka. Senator Olorunimbe Mamura presented the first award of the day, which was for the most active General Overseer of the Year. The awardee was Apostle Professor Johnson Solomon, the president and founder of the Omega Fire Ministries. The award was received in absentia by an official of the church.
Professor Johnson Solomon is hereby honored with Excellence Recognition Awards 2017, Most Active General Overseer. The organizers of this award for recognizing the reputable man like my father in the Lord. Thank you and God bless you.
Afterwards, one of the finest artists in the Fuji music industry, Alhaji Suli Alao Malaika, performed. The audience enjoyed every bit of his performance. Company of the Year went to CFA Group, a multinational corporation.
Company of the Year, the winner is CFAX Group.
For its role, unique business dynamics, and is hereby honored with Excellence Recognition Awards 2017 Company of the Year.
So, on behalf of Excellence Recognition Awards 2017, I present this to CFAX Group. Congratulations.
Barrister Olufemi Talabi went home with the award for the Hospitality Personality of the Year.
Excellence Recognition Awards 2017. Hospitality Personality of the Year. The winner is Barrister Olufemi Talabi.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in recognition of his outstanding services in the hospitality business, Mr. Olufemi Talabi is hereby honored as Excellence Recognition Awards 2017 Hospitality Personality of the Year.
I have the honor, the pleasure of presenting Excellence Recognition Awards for Hospitality Personality of the Year 2017 to Barrister Olufemi Talabi. Congratulations.
And the best PR agency of the year was backed by Quadrant Company.
Excellence Recognition Awards 2017. The best PR agency of the year. And the winner is the Quadrant Company. Quadrant Company.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, by being professional PR company of choice with capacity to offer first-rate solutions to clients, is hereby honored as Excellence Recognition Awards 2017 Best PR Agency of the Year.
On behalf of Global Excellence,
I present this award, Excellence Recognition Awards, PR Agency of the Year 2017 to the Cogran Company Limited. Congratulations.
The award for Bank of the Year was presented by Nollywood actress Abiola Atanda, popularly known as Madame Kofo, which was convincingly carted away by Access Bank.
For being a leader in promoting and facilitating transparency in banking industry to the investing public, Access Bank is hereby honored with the Excellence Recognition Award 2017.
On behalf of Global Excellence, I give to you this award of excellence. Congratulations, sir. On behalf of the board, management, staff, and customers of Access Bank, I want to say thank you to Global Excellence for this recognition. At Access, my vision is to be the world's most respected African bank. This is to show that we're on track and we'll get there. I thank you very much.
The CEO of Fidelity Bank PLC, Mr. Nnamdi Okonkwo, emerged as the Banker of the Year.
The Excellence Recognition Award 2017 for Banker of the Year. And the winner is
Mr. Nnamdi Okonkwo, yes, CEO of Fidelity Bank PLC.
On behalf of Global Excellence, I present to you this award of excellence. Congratulations.
While for Real Estate Company of the Year, Red Brick Homes International Limited, developers of Amen Estates, Kingtops. Some of the dignitaries present to receive the award were Funke Akindele Bello, in company of her husband, JJC.
Excellence Recognition Awards 2017, Real Estate Company of the Year. And the winner is
Red Brick Homes International Limited. And to all the residents of Amen Estate and potential residents who have also expressed their interest, we thank you all very much. Thank you.
While Ben Shaw Maritime Services won the Maritime Company of the Year Award.
The Excellence Recognition Award 2017 Maritime Company of the Year. The winner is
Ben Shaw Maritime Services Limited.
On behalf of the Global Excellence, I present to you this award of excellence. Congratulations, sir.
The recipient of these awards are Honorable Tunde Adebayo Braimo, a member of the Lagos State House of Assembly, representing Koshofe Constituency 2.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there is exceptional quality as a people's representative and a concern for the welfare of the people, Honorable Abu Tawfiq Olatunde Adebayo Braimo is hereby honored with Excellence Recognition Award 2017 Special Recognition Award for Excellence in Qualities. I thank you, I thank my brother and friend, I thank everybody for this award. It will encourage you to do better. I dedicate the award to the good people of Koshofe Constituency 2 for electing me to office and to the Speaker, right on the leadership of the for appointing me as chairman of the Committee on Strategy. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
And Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, while the Excellence Recognition Awards 2017 for the Governor of the Year went to Governor Akinwumi Ambode of Lagos State.
And received this award on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker of Lagos State, Right Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa. Thank you.
On behalf of His Excellency and the good people of Lagos State, this is another testimony and affirmation of the excellent service delivery being delivered to the good people of Lagos State. This award is dedicated to all the taxpayers in Lagos. We urge you to continue to pay your taxes, as this is a veritable platform with which we deliver the excellent service to the good people of Lagos State. This will continue to spur us to do more, and we promise the people of Lagos that you haven't seen anything yet. The best, indeed, is yet to come. And according to Jeff Kennedy, we say thank you very much, thank you very much indeed.
Also, for the Outstanding Sole Administrator of the Year, the recipient was Honorable Wali Adeleke Baye, representing Ojoko LCDA.
Honorable Dr. Wali Adeleke Baye is hereby honored as Excellent Recognition Award 2017 Outstanding Administrator of the Year.
I want to give glory and adoration to Almighty Allah. I also want to thank the organizers and the management of Global Excellence Communication for this award. I wish to dedicate this award to all members and lovers of our great party, All Progressive Congress, throughout the federation. Thank you very much.
For the music industry, the award for excellence in music was bagged by a veteran in the music industry, NICE, while the fastest growing advertising agency of the year was voted as the best performing advertising agency of the year.
The Global Excellence Organization and Magazine present to you Excellence Recognition Award in the category of special recognition for Mr. Adigu, a.k.a. Mike. Congratulations.
NICE and Small Doctor thrilled the audience as the event came to a close. Discount Communications congratulates all the winners and admonishes them not to relent in their worthy legacies, which have earned them such meritorious recognition to enable them earn greater recognitions in the years to come. Nigeria's foremost entertainment magazine, City People, on Sunday 22nd of June 2014, celebrated the 5th edition of the annual Entertainment Award, tagged Rewarding Excellence in Showbiz. The event took place at 10 Degrees Event Center, Oregon, Lagos. Undoubtedly, the City People Entertainment Award is the biggest award in show business today. The event stems from the initiative to support and promote the Nigerian entertainment industry, and this year's edition was laced with celebrity statements, with several distinguished Nigerians in the entertainment industry receiving special recognition awards of different categories. In attendance at the very colorful event were celebrities such as actors and actresses in the Nigerian movie industry, Nigerian musical artists, beauty queens and comedians, as well as the media. The event kicked off with the national anthem, which was creatively delivered by a celebrity, Queen Ure. This was followed by the opening address by the publisher of City People magazine,
Sheikh. In his remarks, Sheikh welcomed everyone to the event, especially those who are attending the event for the first time. Went further to re-emphasize the aim of the event as celebrating Nigerians and the entertainment industry.
I'd like to say very big thank you to you all for giving everything you have to do to there. It's more of thank you speech line because we're very happy that we invited you and we also wanted to the event. Of course, we're here this way to celebrate university of Nigeria for us, to celebrate all our stars and everything for those that are all over parts of Nigeria.
Without any further ado, in earnest, the presentation of the awards was kicked off by Nollywood actress Rachel Oniga. The awards were in various categories ranging from music and movie industries. For the movie industries, it was split into Kannywood and the Ghana category. The result of the keenly contested award shows that Artist of the Year award male was captured by Davido. Artist of the Year award female, Tiwa Savage. Best musical band of the year, the Faith Band.
The winner is Faith Band.
Thank the glory for this opportunity, but we've been on the scene for many years. But at this point in time, at golden time, the award came to us. We give God glory, honor, and adoration.
R&B Artist of the Year, Praise.
When I become rich and famous, all these faces, but otherwise I'll be a superstar, 'cause it's what I think makes quality for this. Also, thank you to CCP for sharing music and your sharing music.
Record Label of the Year, Nothing.
Goes to
Most Popular Song of the Year, Double Wahala by Orisha Femi. Best Collab of the Year, Surulere by Dr. Seed. Rap Album of the Year, Alaga Bile, Reminisce. Video of the Year, Ada Ada by Flavor. into the movie category. Best Actress of the Year English, Patience Ozoko.
I don't want you to stress yourself. I mean, for all I know, you may already be carrying our baby, and I wouldn't want to give you a back-stressing job to do.
Best Actor of the Year English, Mike Ezeronye.
Still in this state, I'm not. No, check out now. No, you don't do this. I'm supposed to pass this level. I'm not. No, now, that book is my father that is the Senator of the Federal Republic. Why you are still working? You are working now. Oh, I feel you.
Nollywood Face of the Year, Mercy Johnson.
We suffered, Mama. We suffered terribly. No brother, no sister, no father, no you. The only person who had words of hope for us was Nenuku. And she's gone.
Best New Actress of the Year English, Juliet Mbokwe.
And the winner is...
So I'm here for all the hard work in our movie, number one fan. I thank God, my family, and everybody who voted for me. All the campaigns that were done online.
Best Movie of the Year, Idemuli. Comic Actor of the Year, Charles Inoje.
This is huge. Huge in many respects. One, because it is coming from people who we see as our watchdogs for the examiner to say that you were past.
Best New Actor of the Year, Yoruba, Odunlade Adekola.
Jáde lọ báyìí o, ò ní jáde lékún lọ́wọ́. Àmín. Orí burúkú ò ní jẹ́ tiẹ̀.
Àmín. Ẹ ṣé, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o. Ọlọ́run á ràn yín lọ́wọ́, ìbànújẹ́ ò ní dé bá yín o.
Àmín o, Jésù.
Ẹ ràn mí lọ́wọ́ o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o.
Best New Actress of the Year, Yoruba, Eniola Badmus. Best Movie of the Year, Yoruba, Mami.
Sisiri, o ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kan, o wá yanṣẹ́. Lọ́mọdún mélòó?
Ṣèrí láwa ni máa pọ́n ọmọdún mẹ́wàá.
Lẹ́ka mi, Ọlọ́run ò, orí bàbá mi lọ́rùn.
Movie Director of the Year, Yoruba, Adebayo Tijani. Most Promising Actor of the Year, Yoruba, Tunde Owokoniran.
Ẹ tún máa take time láti tún help àwọn less privileged. Ẹ sà, it's so impressive, sir. Inú mi dùn gan ni nípa àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe. Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ máa gbé yín ga, sir.
Most Promising Actress of the Year, Yoruba, Tamilore Martins Ojo. Best Supporting Actress of the Year, English, Queen Nwokwe.
Do you want your house to be swept?
I can quickly do it after sweeping the compound. That is, if you will keep your key for me. No, you don't need to worry. I've already done that. Mama, you shouldn't have.
On behalf of City People Entertainment, I say that I give you this one for job well done.
Thank you so much. I'll not pay City People for this one. Thank you very much. I also like to thank God because without him, this one has been possible.
And Best Supporting Actor of the Year, English, Ken Eriks.
Thank you very much, City People. Thank you everybody. Thank you very much for the award. I thank the fans for voting. I thank everybody who supported the new and I hope to be making you proud. Thank you very much.
Best Director of the Year, English, Elvis Trooks.
On behalf of City People Entertainment, I say that I give you this one for job well done.
I want to thank God Almighty who has been the support of all the trainers all over the world and in Africa. It's not an easy job what we're doing. Also, I want to thank the organizers of this award, City People Executive Group, for doing it fit to appreciate entertainers in our different departments. Thank you so much.
And now for the Ghana category. Hottest Ghanaian Actress in Nollywood, Emmanuela Mensah. Best Supporting Actress of the Year, Ghana, Kafo Danku.
Whoever presented this award, congratulations.
We present this to you for a job well done.
My very first recognition of City People and gave me a lot of extra fuel to work harder. Thank you, and I thank God again for allowing our friends, our support, and our talent. Thank you.
Now we turn things over to the Kannywood Nollywood industry. Best New Actress of the Year, Rahama Sadu. Best Actor of the Year, Ali Nuhu. Best New Actor of the Year, Ibrahim Dali.
On behalf of City People Entertainment, present this to you. I'm grateful to the organizers of the award and thanks to voting me. On behalf of City People Entertainment, I say that I give you this one. Do you understand? I just want to take you to all of us all around giving me the opportunity to be part of one of the best show in Africa, City People. And I dedicate this award to all of the directors and my producers.
At this year's City People Entertainment Awards, there were various performances by popular musical acts and up-and-coming ones. Shafam is thrilled the audience with his latest hit song, Double Wahala. Afro-Juju music creator Sachino Peters went home with Special Achievement Award, while the likes of Adewale Ayuba, Pasuma, Ali Nuhu, Waleoni, King Wasiu Ayinde Marshall, Kate Adekugba, Ernest Obi, Ngozi Musu, Steve Ebo, Don Jazzy, Timaya, Sunday, and Ibinabo Fiderisima, President of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, bagged awards for special recognition for their immense contribution to the growth of Nollywood and the entertainment industry as a whole.
All of you
explore Dr. Adewale and Yuba. I'll keep on bubbling, keep on dancing. Thank you so much. Whatever you want about Asuma, I've been doing this for a very long time, but I know people appreciate the work I've been doing. So people are telling me, well, thank you. I found somebody who will thank you. Please for you. Recognizing everybody that we want to recognize. And to most of us that are here and not beginning anything, it is an objective way of telling you, keep up with what you are doing and make it production. And when the time passes, probably you got your own fair share. Once again, I just want to say, thank you to all Nigerians for being there for me. You think I'm big. You guys were there for me. You guys showed me that I matter to you people. God bless you all.
The 5th City People Entertainment Award was no doubt a huge success that sent every guest home happy and smiling, with great expectation of the next Entertainment Awards in 2015. See you all next year.
For this week was also at the City People Lifestyle Awards, which took place at the Balmoral Event Place in Oregon, Lagos. Somehow, the event did not parade most of the known faces in the showbiz industry. This time around, new faces of upcoming stars in the film industry and other aspects of the entertainment mix stole the show. The prying eyes of our camera lenses caught a number of these new stars on the block, which we'll present to you here. The publisher of City People magazine, Shea Kennedy, welcomed all the guests warmly to the event before the event proper took off.
On behalf of the Fashion and Style Agency, which is also one of the subsidiaries of City People, I welcome you to the 2012 Fashion and Beauty Awards, which also marks the 8th anniversary of the Fashion and Style Agency, which has today become the most authentic and largest circulating fashion magazine in Nigeria.
The highlight of the event was a fashion show that featured top models who strutted their stuff on the runway. They displayed with pride Nigeria's homegrown fabric, designed proudly by Nigerians. Awards are presented to some people who have contributed to the growth of the fashion and style industry over the years.
But you know my game.
activities an integral part of such events was thick in the air, and parade with neon faces and others just cutting their teeth in the business of singing. The event ended with another fashion show. Again, the best of Nigerian fashion was on parade. We present this strictly for your eyes. Prize and Leadership Award to honor Nigerians who have made effective use of their God-given talents and demonstrated impeccable character to become trailblazers in their different areas of calling in the very competitive economic, political, and social landscape of Nigeria. Join the rising ranks of the Zik Award Prize for Leadership recipients, an award which began precisely 20 years ago. The event, which took place at the Civic Center Victoria in Lagos, was attended by traditional rulers from different parts of Nigeria, particularly from the southeastern part of Nigeria, ostensibly to rally a huge support for Governor Willie Obiano of Anambra State, who was being honored. Of course, Anambarians from different walks of life, both resident in Anambra State and Lagos State, turned up in large numbers to rejoice with Governor Willie Obiano of Anambra State, who was also supported by his wife, Mrs. Ebele Obiano, and the Deputy Governor of the state, Dr. Nkem Okeke. The Oni of Ife, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi Ojaja II, was a special guest of honor at the event. There was also a large concentration of Ogun State indigents led by the Deputy Governor of the state, Mrs. Yetunde Ononuga, and her husband, the Secretary to the State Government, Barrister Taiwo Adeoluwa, the Speaker of Ogun State House of Assembly, commissioners and other government functionaries and politicians from the different parts of the state. They've all come to drum support for Senator Ibikunle Anosu, another recipient of the Zik Prize for Leadership Award. The wife of the governor, Mrs. Olufunsho Amosun, and daughter were also in attendance to support the great man. Members of the Federal House of Representatives stormed the event in their legion to felicitate with their speaker, Honorable Yakubu Dogara, who also picked up the Zik Prize for Leadership Award for Good Governance. Other awardees at the event included former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Mr. Biodun Shobanjo, and Mr. John Momo, who were both represented. Also on the list is Chief Eric Umofia, a successful industrialist. He owns the largest tomato paste processing plant in Africa. Welcoming the guests on behalf of the organizers, the Public Policy Research and Analysis Center, PPRA, was a member of the Board of Trustees, Mr. Mark Wabara, who said the Zik Award is a yearly celebration of the ideals that stands Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe out as a great leader.
For 20 years, the PPRC has been able to identify those who have contributed not only to the growth and development of Nigeria, their activities have become so exemplary in terms of leadership qualities that they have remained today role models to millions of Nigerians. So today is the 21st annual event of Zik Award.
In his welcome remarks, the chairman of the occasion, retired Major General Ike Nwachukwu, eulogized Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, whom he said was one of the patriots that used education and knowledge to fight and win independence for Nigeria. General Ike Nwachukwu said that the trio of Zik of Africa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo and Sir Tafawa Balewa, will be eternally remembered as those who brought confidence in leadership and pride to the nation called Nigeria. General Nwachukwu said that for Nigeria to get over its prevailing leadership challenges, leaders at all levels must be fair, equitable, and just to all, like the founding fathers of the nation.
As you know, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, under whose name the ceremony is organized, was one of the three founding fathers of Nigeria. Others were Sir Ahmadu Bello and Chief Obafemi Awolowo. These men set such high standards of leadership that the whole world, our present leaders, should learn a whole lot from their values, their qualities, and total commitment to Nigeria if they intend to return our country to the path of development, respect for human life, and the rule of law.
The first recipient of the Zik Prize for Leadership Awards was the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Yakubu Dogara from Bauchi State. Honorable Dogara became the Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives in June 2015. Honorable Yakubu Dogara, who is a Christian from southern part of Bauchi State, led the House of Representatives to a feat of passing the highest number of bills in the history of Nigeria's legislature. Honorable Yakubu Dogara is a consensus builder, the lawyer turned politician, believes very passionately in the Nigerian project. Honorable Yakubu Dogara bagged the Zik Award for Leadership in Good Governance.
So let me say that I dedicate my own award to my colleagues. Ours is a collegial leadership. Trusted me enough to make me the speaker, and they toil day in, day out to give me the support that's necessary for me to succeed. So the credit goes to them, actually, my immediate family, for the support, for being tolerant. They've had to endure almost a non-resident father. As soon as I'm coming in, I'm going out. I want to thank my family for the support, and thank you all, and thank the directors of this institute for this award. God bless us all. Nigeria is not a mistake. We will definitely succeed. Nigeria will definitely fulfill its destiny.
Governor Willie Obiano of Anambra State was seen in many quarters as someone who veered into politics accidentally. He's an accomplished professional who was a top executive in Fidelity Bank PLC before he forayed into politics in 2012. He was also the chief internal auditor for Chevron Texaco Limited before politics. Chief Willie Obiano has taken Anambra State to great heights since mounting the saddle of leadership in 2014.
I'll take it back. able to achieve some of the things we set out to do in the compass. Employment is growing, GDP of an state is also growing. Food security is there. Housing for all, we are working towards with all the, So what we set out to do, in less than 2 years, the footprints are really there that we're in the right direction.
Governor Ibikule Emefiele of Ogun State was also honored with the Zik Prize and Leadership Award for Good Governance. Governor Emefiele joined politics at the advent of Nigeria's return to democracy in 1998. An accountant per excellence, Governor Ibikule Emefiele has transformed Ogun State into an emerging economy, attracting the highest number of investors in Nigeria today.
What they did those days, indeed, our job is well cut out. We must continue with that. So thank you for honoring me. Thank you, I really cannot thank you enough. We'll continue to do more. Yes, we cannot get to where we do, but we'll strive hard so that at least we continue that brilliant way that the United Everybody did so well. The economy was better. So thank you for honoring me. Well done, well done, well done.
Chief Eric Umofia is a successful entrepreneur who has invested so much in agriculture, and today he owns one of the largest potato paste manufacturing and processing plants in Africa. Through the federal government backward integration program, Jigawa, Sokoto and Kano states will soon begin to produce tomato and provide job opportunities for thousands of workers. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Mr. Biodun Shobanjo, Chairman of Troika Holdings, and Mr. John Momo, Chairman CEO of Channels Television, were also honored with the Zik Award for Leadership. The Oni of Ife, His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi Ojaja II, who was a special guest of honor of the event, addressed the gathering. He urged all those who were given the very revered Zik Award for Leadership to justify the confidence reposed on them. They only urged all to contribute their quota to the development of Nigeria. They also said that the youths must be worthy ambassadors of their generation.
Nigeria as a nation is a country that I'm very passionate about. We don't know what we have in this country. We don't celebrate ourselves enough. We handle one another with kid gloves. Our greatest strength is our diversity. Our leaders, our political leaders, elder statesmen, they've spoken. And I wish each and every one of us listen to them very well. We're here today to remember one of the greatest leaders that ever emerged out of Africa. It is very evident he's been immortalized. What are we going to remember our leaders that are present here today? The awardees, what are we going to remember them for in the nearest future? It's a food for thought for each and every one of you.
See you all next year for the Zig Prize Award for Leadership 2017 edition, God willing.
The African Child Foundation has again reiterated its intent of promoting good causes in the land with the hosting of the Nigerian Role Model Award 2015. Such good causes, which are some of the veritable ways Nigerians render meritorious services to the nation, are deserving of some commendations for what they have done well in their chosen careers. By and large, it sends a strong signal that Nigerians honor good works and personalities behind them, no matter who and where they are. This is one way by which the African Child Foundation has made itself a force to reckon with. With its sponsorship of the Nigerian Role Model Award held on 1st of October 2015, the message is clear on the horizon to other Nigerians in other professional callings to register a presence on the award list in the next edition. Personalities and organizations were drawn from the oil and gas and power sector, broadcasting, entertainment industry, ICT, and the likes. The first personage to step on the honors platform as a Nigerian role model was Chief Ufoma Nicodemus Okwaga, a native of Delta State. A holder of a first degree at the University of Abuja with BSc honors in economics in 1995 and 1998. Also had his MSc in energy and petroleum economics from Delta State University in 2000 and 2001. Also in his kitty was a petroleum geophysics certificate from the Institute of Petroleum, Paris, France in 2013. His line of awards included, but not limited to his emergence as a holder of Diligence and Hard Work Personality of the Year 1998 by Shell Petroleum. The list is endless. The presentation of the award was done by B.C. Olatilo. His prize medal award was equally presented at that moment under the watch of the representative African Child Foundation, Mr. Donaldson. In his acceptance remarks, Chief Ufoma Nicodemus Okwaga thanked all those who have made it possible for him to have performed well and emerged the choice of the organizers.
It's unusual for auditors. The Delta State government and all Nigerians, including Africans in diaspora, I really want to say thank you to the organizers. It has been stated that whatever you are doing, they keep their eyes on you.
A documentary was reeled out in which the Macon Group Limited was brought to the audience consciousness. Macon Group is one company which specializes in electric power engineering and, of importance, the building of electric plants. Its partnership with the federal and state governments has given rise to the construction of notable power plants. Its current ongoing project will soon be commissioned by President Muhammadu Buhari when completed. Macon Engineering bagged the Tax Compliant Company of the Year 2015. The award was presented to the representative of the company, and in his acceptance remarks, he thanked the organizers for selecting the company for the award.
I have waited patiently. I have
Before the award presentation resumed, it was time for the African Child Foundation's representative to call the attention of the audience to the prospects of the foundation. It was also a forum to make a passionate call on members of the audience to show concern for the aspirations of the foundation with their free will donations.
As an NGO, the African Child Foundation uses the medium to interact, to raise volunteers for our annual projects. This year, the African Child Foundation has commenced the Books, No Drugs African Child Foundation yearly project. The essence of the project is to reorientate our school pupils, the dangers of drugs. And in order for us to have a better society, we believe in a Catch Them Young program. A child who endorses in drug today, they take this drug in forms of, they call some of them roach, they call some of them various names. And these kids take these things as like a syrup. They put it in like a syrup bottle and they take it to school. You may feel that they're taking Coca-Cola or like a syrup, but they take drugs now. It's a plague that is plaguing secondary schools across the country. So the African Child Foundation has embarked on this project to sensitize, reorientate as role models we are in order for us to have a better society.
Zizani Limited, owned by Arch Aliyu Oseze, a specialist in infrastructural development with over 25 years of hands-on experience, also won an award. Zizani Limited has carried out a number of projects which include roads in Lokoja, Kogi State, one of which is the biggest in the state. Arch Aliyu Oseze, who holds a bachelor's degree in architecture, is a native of Nasarawa State. His company received the award as a choice for the most reliable construction company. The representative of the company and head of finance, Samson Ajibade, gave his acceptance remarks on behalf of the management. He poured encomium on the company's CEO in his disposition to service with a high sense of professionalism. He noted that being the choice of the African Child Foundation, it serves as an incentive to do more in delivering better services in the industry. Social Media Advocacy Award went to a young lady in the mix, Antonia Obiodili, who holds a master's degree from the Lagos Business School. With her hands on the plow in the ICT sphere ever since, she has not looked back. And her efforts saw her become the brand to beat in social media advocacy. She thanked the organizers for seeking her out for the honor.
I also want to thank my followers on social media. This is like a dream come true for me. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Next on the bill was the Igbeyawo fame and thriller, Orisha Femi. His award was presented to him by Dede Mabiako. Prior to that, Dede admonished him to keep the focus on the goal of maintaining very good status he has reached in his career. He thereafter dazzled the audience with his evergreen song, Igbeyawo. other recipients included representatives of NIPCO Petroleum from the oil and gas industry. Female artist Gloria of the famous Hebrew family was honored, and her stall on the stage to stardom has it that she mentored quite a number of artists with her earnings. The African Child Foundation saw its rights to hand her the Most Inspiring Nigerian Artist of the Year 2015. She received her award in company of her daughter, who was introduced on stage. In her remarks, she appreciated the due recognition shown her. Admittedly, recognition of this kind is sometimes hard to find by those who really deserve it. Gloria, on the other hand, basks in the euphoria of being noticed for what she's done so far. She, however, said all she's got and lived for is to the eternal treasure of children, whether related or otherwise. One after the other, there was a mother-daughter exchange. Gloria gave her special song, Before the award was done with, multilingual ace broadcaster BC Olatilo, ably accompanied by wife and a long list of associates who flanked him on either side, got an award, which was handed over to him by Dede Mabiako. In his remarks, Prince BC Olatilo, who shared with Dede similar likings as fans of the legendary Fela Anikulapo Kuti, was full of thanks to all those who showed up at the event of a world of recognition.
So ladies and gentlemen, really I'm happy that this is happening. I want to thank my wife. Yes. Who has also helped keep this going. I say that in this business of ours that have kept the family for 34, go to 35 years, I think it's something to behold and to thank God for. I want to thank you very much, Mom, for that.
A photo session at the event had those honored, their relatives, friends and associates. The event of African Child Foundation Award 2015 in recognition of role models came to an end on this good note. The multipurpose hall of the University of Lagos brimmed and shimmered with the presence of distinguished ladies and gentlemen from different walks of life in the commanding heights of their different endeavors, who had the special privilege to have gone through the proper tutelage and grounding on the portals of the University of Lagos. They were hugely supported by their spouses, friends, and well-wishers as witnesses of an evening tagged the Distinguished Alumni Award and Dinner, set aside to honor some selected students of the university who have carried aloft with pride and honor the name of the University of Lagos in their different callings. These were distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have successfully interpreted to the letter and indeed practicalized the mission statement of the University of Lagos by competing effectively with others both nationally and internationally in form of intellectual competence and zeal to add value to the environment. This is why they are being celebrated today. Among all those slated to be honored in the Distinguished Alumni Award of the University of Lagos, one person stood out much distinctly. That person is Sir Dr. Kesinti Adebutu CON, who, although is not an alumnus of the University of Lagos, was inducted into the special fold by virtue of being a worthy benefactor to the University of Lagos, where his foundation, the Kesinti Adebukwala Adebutu Foundation, has committed huge resources to the establishment of an ultra-modern maternity center in the University of Lagos, equipped with state-of-the-art facilities. The billionaire philanthropist Sir Kensington Adebutu CON, who was accompanied to the event by his wife, Chief Mrs. Koforola Adebutu, has made philanthropic inputs in many educational institutions where the Kensington Adebukola Adebutu Foundation has constructed many projects. The University of Lagos alumni came into existence in 1969, 7 years after the first batch of 41 graduates were turned out by the University of Lagos, established in 1962. The University of Lagos Alumni Association was conceived as an organization that would embrace different generations of the university. The body is expected to play dominant roles in the life of the university by reflecting the views of its graduates. The national president of the University of Lagos Alumni Association, Dr. Sonny Kuku, elucidated further on the aims and objectives of the association in his opening remarks.
Today, we're honoring alumni from various sectors of the national life. Last week, the university, as usual, did a very good thing and was very proud of our alumni. And the alumni who have done very well in the political field, including the vice president and several governors, were recognized last week here. It was a very festive occasion. For that we thank the university, Mr. Vice Chancellor, because the alumni are the stakeholders.
The chairman of the occasion was the immediate past governor of Ekiti State and a minister in the current dispensation, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, also an alumnus of the university, gave further perspective to the value-adding gains the University of Lagos and the general public have benefited from the University of Lagos Alumni Association. Dr. Kayode Fayemi stressed that it is imperative for all alumni of the university to continue to be good ambassadors of the university and strive to maintain the tradition of excellence which the institution is known for in all their endeavors.
So I'm glad that we're honoring our own and that we recognize the contributions that they're making and that we also serve in our own way as role models to those coming behind because UNILAG would continue to be of relevance to this country's development educationally and in every other way. And I believe for us who have been fortunate to pass through this university, we owe the university everything that we have in order to continue to strengthen the work that our Vice Chancellor and his team have been doing over the years.
The Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Ramon Bello, who is a first-class engineer, is an alumnus of the University of Lagos, said graduates of the university should always bear in mind that as members of the Alumni Association of the university, they are expected to provide a vital link between the university and the public, with a view to assisting the university in whatever possible way to further develop the university. Professor Ramon Bello congratulated all those considered worthy of the award of the Distinguished Alumni of the University of Lagos. He advised them to continue to be shining lights of the University of Lagos wherever they find themselves in the globe.
The University of Lagos commenced on a very good note. It was the only university that was started to take on the real business of the nation. It was commenced to train those in the business area with the commencement of the School of Commerce then. Also, the medical area with the College of Medicine started almost immediately. And later on, for the industrialists, the engineering faculty was added. You will see all the universities today struggling to add on engineering after almost 10 or 15 years of existence. The University of Lagos commenced almost immediately with the Faculty of Engineering. I now have all the full gamut of what it takes to have a full university.
Entertainment was provided by the Silk Band, led by the prolific actress Jennifer Eliogo, who has launched herself big time into the music industry, where she's holding her own space with a powerful voice and incredible dexterity in diverse idioms of music. On the honors list of the distinguished alumni of the University of Lagos included Professor Mimi D. Briggs, OON, former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, who graduated from UNILAG in 1969 as a first-class student in obstetrics and gynecology. Honor was posthumously given to Dr. Ameyo Stella Adadevo, a consultant physician and endocrinologist with the First Consultant Medical Center, Lagos, who lost her life so that millions of other Nigerians can be saved during the outbreak of Ebola scourge in Nigeria in 2014. She was represented by her son, who was also the arrowhead of the launch of Dr. Stella Ameyo Adadevo Health Trust Foundation, done recently. Former minister, lawyer, foremost media practitioner, and politician, Prince Tony Momo, also a distinguished alumnus of the University of Lagos, was also honored at the event. Also honored was one of Nigeria's leading producers, Wale Adenuga, MFR, who graduated from UNILAG in 1974 with a business administration degree. Wale Adenuga is the brain behind Wale Adenuga Production and WAP TV. He was accompanied by his wife and children, who were all playing an active role in the sustenance of the Wale Adenuga media conglomerate that offers training to practitioners in the different areas of media practice. Mr. Sheni Adetu, the immediate past MD and CEO of Guinness Nigeria PLC, who had a BSc and MBA degrees in chemical engineering, both from UNILAG, was also honored. Professor Segun Awonusi, an educationist, writer, and linguist, the Vice-Chancellor of the Federal University of Education in Nigeria, and former VC of the Tai Solarin University of Education, Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. A former national president of the English Studies Association, Professor Awonusi, has over 50 publications to his credit. He was also accompanied by his wife, and Sir Kesintin Adebutu, although an Awadi himself, whom he considers his big uncle. Mr. Bola Temowo, who graduated from the University of Lagos with a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1982 and Masters in Public Administration in 1984 from the University of Lagos, was also honored. His mother and mother-in-law were part of the glorious moment. Mr. Chidi Ajebu, who is the former president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants with a master's degree in banking and finance from the University of Lagos and a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, was honored. He was represented by his wife. The Distinguished Alumni Award of the University of Lagos climaxed most fittingly with the presentation to Sir Kesintin Adebukola Adebutu, described as the rare humanitarian breed whose love for humanity propelled him to establish the Kesintin Adebukola Adebutu Foundation, KAF, in 2005, which has donated several projects and facilities to educational institutions in different parts of the country, including the University of Lagos. Sir Kesintin Adebukola Adebutu's philanthropic gestures range from offering scholarships to indigent students, offering of free medical treatment to the less privileged, building of schools, hospitals, mosques, and churches around the country. Still basking in the euphoria of his 80th birthday anniversary, whose echoes still reverberate across Nigeria and beyond. Here is presenting the most distinguished alumnus of the University of Lagos, Sir Kesintin Adebutu CON, Philanthropist Without Boundaries. In his acceptance remarks, Sir Kesintin Adebutu thanked the University of Lagos for considering him worthy of such a highly revered award. He promised to continue to support the University of Lagos in all aspects.
But for information, sincerely speaking, before our universities in Nigeria, I don't see any university which is close to the university. For these reasons, I am here today. I know there's no government who can fund the education of the state. And what is more, in our foundation, our main job is medical and education. And the reason is very simple. The reason is that I believe that the soul which is healthy and educated can never be. Finally, I thank you for this honor to be as well which I appreciate very highly. Thank you very much.
A vote of thanks which was made on behalf of the University of Lagos Distinguished Alumni Award Committee was done by former Minister, Senator Adeshaye Ogulewe, who is the Vice President of the UNILAG Alumni Association. As we close, it's pertinent to remind all alumni of the University of Lagos that projects have been earmarked to be executed in different areas so that the University of Lagos will be repositioned as the university of first choice and the nation's pride. To successfully execute the projects, huge resources running into billions of naira are needed. This is a clarion call on all University of Lagos alumni to join hands to partner with the university in a way to give back to their alma mater.
The Africa Film Academy, AFA, which has strongly been in the forefront of projecting Nollywood, the music, film, and other sectors of the Nigerian creative industry on the global stage, has very big plans off its sleeves for this year's edition of the African Movies Academy Awards, AMA, its flagship program. The 10th edition of the African Movies Academy Awards, AMA, has been slated to take place at the prestigious Nelson Mandela Bay in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, on the 25th of September 2015. In the last 10 years, Africa Film Academy has become the acclaimed benchmark for the best training for young,
budding talented Africans, which has given them the right professional head start to lead the pack in any arm of the creative industry. The result of this development is that this year alone, there is over 50% increase in the number of those applying to go through the portals of the professional upgrading provided at the African Films Academy Awards. And that's why Peace Anyam Oshigwe and her ever-supportive brothers decided to reach out to friends and business partners across the African continent whose extraordinary and continuous support in the last 10 years has been of tremendous assistance to the growth of the African Film Academy Awards, which has become a hugely successful brand across the world today. Through membership of the African Films Academy Creative Patron Box, which comes with huge benefits, Peace Anyam Oshigwe is asking for donations from 10,000 naira and above to support a fifth of the tuition of each student or more. At the African Movie Academy Awards Sponsors Night, an initiative of Oshigwe Anyam Oshigwe Foundation, held at the Oriental Hotels Victoria in Lagos on Saturday, 8th of August 2015, assistance was solicited from the esteemed audience to celebrate and encourage the creative industry. It was a night filled with music, fashion show, and exhibition of some artworks.
Multiple women inside of her face, and this piece is called The Achiever. This piece is by Bolaji Ogunoro, and it is called Aquatic, and it is acrylic on canvas, but luckily, the original price that I thought it was is not. This piece is 350,000 naira.
In the audience were prominent players in the film, entertainment, corporate and business sectors. The high point of the event was the launch of the Africa One project, which is the newest initiative of the African Film Academy, which Ama had silently always projected. According to Peace Anyam Oshigwe, the Africa One initiative aims to bring together all contributors of the African creative industry under one umbrella.
Africa One seeks to rewrite the narrative of Africans.
For me and the Africa Film Academy team, we've decided that it's the Africa One. What is Africa One? Africa One is redefining the story of Black people all over the globe by becoming economically empowered, using creativity as a movement to change how people think about us. Creativity includes film. Motion picture is the most powerful tool that has colonized our minds by the United States and everybody else.
The time is now for our voices to be heard in telling our own stories. This is against the Western media twisting the facts purely from their jaundiced and unbalanced point of view, deliberately closing their eyes to development programs in developing countries. The Africa One project will have a road show where music, concerts, films, and visual arts that portray the strength of the creativity of Africans will be showcased across the African continent and parts of the world.
Fashion shows, artworks, that's what Africa One is going to do. We're going to take everything that the Black man has taken as its creative art, its music, its film, its artwork, its writing. We're going to take it around the world. We are touring with fashion, music, film, dance, anything creative, because we want to retell the story. We don't want to be seeing the CNN write-ups or Al Jazeera portraying us with just only negative things. We want you to see what we are made of. But whilst we're doing that, we're also going to be signing major contracts. We want to sign deals that will empower our creative artists.
As Peace Anyamoshigwe, the multi-talented singer, writer, publisher, poet, and artist puts it, it's time to reset the button. It's time for Africa to colonize the whites with our own ideas, which are original. She advocates that we should flood the Western world with our wares made of our local fabrics, shoes, and indeed all the things that come out of our creativity. This is with a view to putting our creativity into a sustainable financial base in a way that it will enhance the economic viability and capacity of the African economy at large. No doubt, the emergence of Nollywood and the growth of music and the film industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP, explains the potentials of the arts, film, and entertainment sectors to the economy of any nation, particularly Nigeria. There cannot be a better time than now to launch the African One project, which Peace Anyamoshigwe said will be the high point of the Armor Award taking place this year in Port Elizabeth, South Africa.
We want to do it, but the only way we can do it is, first of all, colonizing the white people to realize that Africa is not about poverty, it's not about Ebola, it's not about AIDS, and that we're not under colonial mentality, and we have got to get ourselves away from the mental slavery, and it is time that we did it.
Kennedy Anyamoshigwe, who is an arts collector and connoisseur of great repute, added his voice to the need for Africans to embrace the African One project because the benefits are huge.
I'm sure you're all aware that in Igbo we say, so literally translates to a beautiful suit costs a lot of money. Family and the foundation would always support the creative industries, and looking at the talents that we have on display tonight, it's very clear that Nigeria has a lot of talent. Come September 26th, Home of the Legends, in line with the family and the foundation support for your industry, we will continue to provide strategic support to ensure that September 26th is a date that the African Film Academy and AMA would be very happy to see you all come September 26th at the Home of the Legends in South Africa.
pertinent to remind prospective sponsors of the African Firms Academy project and the 2015 AMA that sponsorship opportunities range from the bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and platinum packages. The sponsorship comes with huge benefits like corporate recognition and acknowledgement. Visit www.africafilmacademy.org for more details. BOS will keep a constant tab on the build-up to the 2015 AMA Awards, built for Port Elizabeth in South Africa in September 2015. We'll fill you in from time to time with the details. When multilingual broadcaster, master ceremonies extraordinaire, and leading media entrepreneur in the private sector, Prince Bisi Olatilo, decides to do a detailed chronicling of the journey of his life, the year 2013 will undoubtedly remain distinct as a year to remember. This is for Prince Bisi Olatilo on both the home and business fronts. For starters, the marriage of Adeomi Olatilo, Bisi Olatilo's second daughter, whose echoes still reverberate across the length and breadth of Nigeria till today, and the first anniversary celebration of his first granddaughter, Abigail Elutilo. Events which drew a very impressive array of friends, associates, and family members of the Olatilos from all parts of the world could only be interpreted to mean a well-deserved payback for Bisi Olatilo by Nigerians for the invaluable service to humanity and contribution to the promotion of a better image for Nigeria, to which he had invested over 3 decades of his professional endeavor. The medium via which Bisi Olatilo has been disseminating joy across the globe through major TV networks, domestically and internationally, is the Bisi Olatilo Show, Nigeria's #1 television magazine show, which has grown in leaps and bounds in the last 14 years of unbroken transmission, in itself a rare feat by an independent producer in the country. Still talking about 2013 as a special and divinely ordained year for Bisi Olatilo on the business front, the ultra-modern digital state-of-the-art Biscom printing press was added to Biscom Communications stable for commercial printing. The steady progression on both the home and business fronts for Bisi Olatilo have culminated in his Diamond Jubilee Anniversary celebration. After a thorough introspection of God's unreserved goodness to me and my household, and numbering of my days and applying my heart to wisdom, Psalm 90 verse 12, as Senator Lurami Tinubu quoted in her special message of congratulations to me at 60, I decided first to give thanks to God for the grace he granted me to attain the age of 70 in good health, and share the good day with the less privileged in the society. I had a quiet time with God in the midst of my friends, family members, and associates. Considering the humongous success that attended my daughter's wedding some months back, stepping down of the celebration of my 60th birthday anniversary was the wisest thing to do in that circumstance. Heritage Home Orphanage, almost next door to the corporate headquarters of Biscom Communications in Anthony Village, Lagos, was the first point of call for the celebrant in company with his wife, family members. Prince Bisi Olatilo was joined by a special array of his friends and admirers, and of course, Biscom family members who turned out in the customized T-shirts, which had the portrait of the celebrant embossed in it, and draped in the traditional blue and white colors of Biscom Communications. Bisi Olatilo's time out with the children at the Heritage Home Orphanage at Faramobia Jike Street, Anthony Village, Lagos, began with introductory remarks by the coordinator of the orphanage, Mrs. Oshuntokun, who expatiated on how the idea of the place was conceived and the challenges encountered by the home, before soliciting for the assistance of those present in kind and cash.
If you know anybody that has an insurance company, you can help us with the health insurance of the children. That will reduce a lot for us because we do a lot medically. And like I said, we have 27 in school right now. We spend an average of 52,000 on each child. And that's why I'm going to just give you little flyers about the home and whatever the Lord is going to lay upon your heart.
Other management members of the orphanage also added their voices. Thereafter, BC Olatilo, the celebrant, spoke about what motivated him to celebrate his Diamond Jubilee anniversary with the challenged children. He donated a very handsome amount for the orphanage for its upkeep and the education of some of the children at the home.
We'll be seeking your assistance in terms of your checks. I would rather write checks maybe to the homes or actually undertake the training, the education. If I say I leave this check here, as soon as we are being made to put on it, and having done that, having done that, my friends will now interject in terms of what they want to tell the home.
That generous humanitarian gesture by Prince BC Olatile opened the floodgates of more assistance in cash and kind by other donors. This included Lady Maiden Ibru, publisher Guardian newspapers, Mrs. Ora Williams, Mr. Greg Ozegbe, Chief Jude Damasio, Dr. Shukwali Balogun, Squadron Leader Olusegun Koka, who only just turned 75 recently, and Iyomi Badejo Okusoya, a PR expert.
So we'll come in from time to time, and if you want us to tell your story to the public, to create awareness, we'll be too glad to do it. We are aware of this orphanage today now, and by the grace of God, we shall I'll get in touch with you and try and support today.
The event also featured the cutting of the special cake by the celebrant, flanked by his wife and children and grandchildren. Thereafter, a string of photo and video sessions took place. BC Olatilo's timeout with the children of the Heritage Home Orphanage in celebration of his 60th birthday anniversary also featured a guided tour around the home with the coordinator, Mrs. Oshuntokun, leading the guests. The grand finale of the celebration of BC Olatilo's Diamond Jubilee anniversary took place at his residence. The event, which began with a praise and worship session, was coordinated by Pastor Moore, who filled in perfectly for Pastor Wale Oladiyo of the Christ Living Spring Apostolic Ministry clan. He prayed and anointed his family members and the entire congregation before the prayer session for the 60th birthday celebration of Prince BC Olatilo ended.
I decree upon you today, Prince BC Olatilo, and every member of your family, that heaven will promote you in the name of Jesus. In every area, physically, materially, financially, spiritually, the Lord will cause you to experience promotion in the name of Jesus. In the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And not in the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Not in the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Not in the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
The celebrant, his wife, and family members engaged in photo and video session with the guests. Let me assure Asiwaju Bola Tinubu and his wife, Senator Luremi Tinubu, and indeed all Nigerians, that I will not relent in my nationalistic zeal in contributing to the growth of a better Nigeria. I will redouble my effort in my contribution to the promotion of peaceful coexistence in Nigeria. Indeed, I make a solemn pledge here and now that the attainment of this milestone in my life will further propel me to greater devotion to the ideals of the community and service to humanity. My colleague, Augusta Madegbuna of NT Newsline fame, captured it in a more succinct manner in her congratulatory message to me on this milestone. In these words sent to me as a text message, quote, "You are created for exploit, designed to excel, configured to shine, empowered to succeed, and ordained to lead. Therefore, you belong to the top and should therefore continue to soar like the eagle." I thank you all most sincerely for your continued show of love and affection towards me and all that is mine. I promise not to derail from things that have endeared me to you all these years. In God's name, pray along with me. The 60th birthday anniversary celebration of multilingual broadcaster Prince B.C. Olatilo ended with a Thanksgiving service at the Christ Living Spring Apostolic Ministry, Ojodu, Lagos. Here, friends, family members, and well-wishers joined the celebrant and his wife to thank God for his uncommon kindness to the diamond celebrant. In his remarks at the service, Prince B.C. Olatilo said he has rekindled his faith in God. He promised to institute a foundation for the less privileged as a payback to society.
After God, what I say to the public is that my strength is drawn from this altar. Because since I knew God afresh through plan, 2006, things have been on the upward swing for me. And it climaxed in 2013 this year, when I had a string of successes just stumbling over one another. To tell me why I will not do anymore, and why I will not leave. Rekindle my interest, my love for God. I'm dedicating my 60th birthday to a foundation.
The senior pastor of Christ Living Spring Apostolic Ministry, Pastor Wole Oladiyo, later prayed for B.C. Olatilo and his family.
The area that needs perfection in your life, let the Lord work in in the name of Jesus. And I pray in the name of Jesus for every member of the family that the love of God will go higher in your hearts in the name of Jesus. You will continuously see the good things of the Lord in the land of the living in the name of Jesus. You shall go with your family members in the name of Jesus. Your children shall be taught of the Lord. Your grandchildren shall be taught of the Lord. They shall be at peace in the name of Jesus. It is well with your life. It is well with you in the name of Jesus. Anointing to grow gracefully. The anointing to age gracefully. Receive today in the name of Jesus.
For a very long time to come, the year 2014 will remain indelible in the annals of Nigeria for its multifaceted significance. On the 1st of January 2014, Nigeria attained its first century of nationhood. This is a rare feat not given to many countries. Our people from diverse ethnic nationalities, over 300 different languages, cultural identities, different religious and political leanings, to have lived together for as long as 100 years as one indivisible entity. Although our tribes and tongues differ, to quote a portion of the national anthem, Nigeria in the last 100 years has indeed drawn a lot of strength in the diversity of our people, which has defied all classifications. Nigeria's centenary celebration should also remind all of us that we have successfully conducted our 5th consecutive election under civilian dispensation. Nigeria's influence in the international community is growing by the day as an emerging powerhouse in world affairs, whose principles are anchored primarily on Africa as the centerpiece of Nigeria's foreign policy. Here, very meaningful intervention that has brought about life-changing development to different parts of the continent has been brokered. The special colloquium convened to seek intellectual introspection into Nigeria's journey into nationhood in the last 100 years and profile the way forward
with the challenges of the next century staring every one of us in the face, was attended by over 40 heads of state and governments and their representatives from different parts of Africa, the United States of America, the United Kingdom, the European Union, France, Germany, and a number of other countries with whom we have cordial ties. After a thorough interrogation of Nigeria's journey into nationhood in the last century, all the leaders suggested what they see from their separate perspectives as the fastest route for Nigeria to travel to gain lost grounds and consolidate its leadership position on the continent. There was a consensus of opinion that the issue of insecurity, which has remained hydra-headed and intractable in many parts of Africa, especially with the Boko Haram insurgency hitting Nigeria's northeast area hard, the time has come for all Africans to look at the issue in a more concerted way. Henceforth, according to them, whatever affects any part of Africa must be seen as a collective assault on the African continent and treated as such.
Africa has for centuries found itself at the receiving end of injustice, with its people constantly subjected to all kinds of senseless violence imaginable, be it through slave trade, colonialism, and neo-colonialism, or of late through neoliberal economic orthodoxies that wrought unparalleled havoc on the continent and its people. Whether in the context of the and the interstate wars repeatedly unleashed, famines that regularly occurred, or on account of bad policies that did come and go in quick succession, the common thread that runs through the history of Africa was the rather disheartening narrative of hopelessness and loss of lives of millions throughout the continent.
The United Nations Secretary General High-Level Panel on the post-2015 Development Agenda defines human security as reducing the level of poverty. Poverty defined not just in terms of income, but also access to basic health care and quality education, adequate housing, employment, and a safe environment. Human security is the vision to end extreme poverty in all its form in the context of sustainable development and put in place all building blocks of sustained prosperity for all. Human security is about freedom. Freedom from want, through empowerment and equity, ensuring that all people have access to basic services, that they can find a livelihood and have a voice in determining where they live, and that their concerns are addressed and their priorities respected. Human security is not just a moral issue for our times, it is a political imperative, a cornerstone of social stability and human development.
It is the vision of independent, thriving and dynamic African countries, overcoming poverty, famine and conflict. It is the vision of African families raised without disease, economies managed effectively, linked to open markets and providing jobs. It is the vision of African states governed with the consent and participation of their people, and fundamental rights protected for everyone, regardless of your gender, regardless of your ethnicity, belief, disability, or sexuality. Whether it is in the high-tech hubs of Lagos and Nairobi, or the scientific innovation in South Africa, energy and ambition can be found everywhere in Africa. This is why the United Kingdom is positive about a bright future for many African nations. This is in large part down to the achievements that many African governments have made over the last decade.
Africa is currently at a critical juncture with a variety of challenges and opportunities shaping our respective countries and regions. As a continent, we have outperformed expectations of our critics. Many of our countries have soared in size both economically and socially. Yet, to all intents and purposes, despite the positive growth story we have achieved as a continent, Africa, and in particular the African people, are still faced with difficult times in the context of human security. Human security is a relatively new term in the realm of international discourse, but it is something we are all familiar with and understand. It is a concept that is defined as the security of human lives outside the traditional state-centered thinking of security, though it remains as the central objective of national and international security trajectories. Security, ladies and gentlemen, is no longer just about protecting territories or protecting individuals. As the late Mahmoud al-Haq aptly put it, security of all the people, everywhere, in their homes, in their jobs, in their streets, in their communities, in their environment.
It was during these celebrations in Addis Ababa that I proposed a decade of peace and reconciliation in Africa, and my government continues to advocate for this position because there cannot be any lasting peace in Africa if we do not reconcile our differences in a peaceful and harmonious manner. I am happy to know that the totality of heads of state and government of the EU have adopted this proposal for a decade of reconciliation. Therefore, it is indeed fitting that Nigeria has chosen such an apt theme as human security, peace and development for this summit. I take particular note of the fact that the sub-theme of security is qualified with the human element because in a world that seems to be confused in its priorities, with some prioritizing the security and welfare of animals over that of human beings, it is about time that we as Africans set our priorities right. Human security cannot be attained if we do not go back to basics and reconnecting with our cultural and religious values. As Africans, we are a golden treasure trove of cultural values that can sustain and enhance our security as a race, existing harmoniously amongst ourselves and also with others. Therefore, we must reinforce our cultural renaissance by redefining our priorities both in terms of the content of educational curricula and the values we live for as individuals, societies, and nations. I am glad to note that Nigeria happens to be one such country that is proud of our heritage and serves as an example for the whole world.
In his remarks, President Goodluck Jonathan expressed the gratitude of Nigeria for the brotherly love and show solidarity of the world leaders. He also assured Nigerians, and by extension the international community, that moving forward, Nigerian government under his watch will do everything within his power to see that peace and security prevail in all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria and the African continent as a whole. He solicited the support and cooperation of everyone, especially leaders in all parts of the world, because the issue of security is a global one.
Your Excellencies, we must strengthen the existing mechanisms for national and international conflict management and create new avenues for cooperation within and between our peoples and our nations. Your Excellencies and dear friends, I firmly share the view that if we stay focused and work together, we can make this 21st century the African century. A century where all our children will have enough to eat. A century where all our children will be in schools. A century where economic growth and prosperity touches all, regardless of gender, economic
status, ethnic, or religious activity. For this to be achieved, our development must be people-centered, people-driven, and anchored on human security.
What the organizers of the centenary celebrations called live concert, multimedia show and firework display, tagged Nigeria, a Nation United, which took place at the National Stadium Abuja, turned the entire skyline of Abuja into a kaleidoscope of exciting colors, as young Nigerians, numbering about 150 of them from different parts of the country, unleashed their creative abilities through poetry, dance, acting, and singing to celebrate Nigeria's centenary anniversary. The live performance by Nigeria's all-time great musicians, the guitar maestro, Victor Owaifo, was indeed the icing on the cake. It transported Nigerians many years back into nostalgia. The Centenary Dinner and Awards, which took place at the Presidential Villa Abuja, was attended by all Nigerian heads of state and leaders, their spouses, past vice presidents or representatives and relations of past Nigerian leaders, as well as the President of Sierra Leone, Deputy Prime Minister of Kenya, and President Joyce Banda of Malawi. The event was rich in quality attendance from the different spheres of Nigerian life: politics, the media, business, corporate sector, the banking sector, the military, the legal profession, as well as the traditional institution. President Goodluck Jonathan, who was the chief host, supported by his wife and First Lady, Dame Patience Jonathan, Vice President Mohammed Namadi Sambo and his wife, Hajja Amina Sambo, Senate President David Mogg and his wife Helen, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Aminu Waziri Tambuwal, and the Deputy Speaker of the House, Honorable Emeka Hedioha. Also in the audience were members of the National Assembly and members of the Federal Executive Council. The night began with a very exciting performance by children from different parts of the country who tried to depict the true essence of Nigeria's strength in diversity. The very brilliant students assured Nigerians that if it took the advanced countries of the world like the United States, Europe, and the likes centuries to get to where they are today, we should not give up on our country, because there's hope that with the huge potentials deposited in our land and the limitless opportunities that abound everywhere, Nigeria will emerge the country to watch on the threshold of a new century. The first rising female singer, Waje, the pride of Nigeria's Niger Delta, and Timida Kolo, Bayelsa State and Nigeria's pride in contemporary music, also did a special duet to further give vent to the fact that Nigeria is the next destination and the place to look at for leadership in the African continent. The high point of the Centenary Dinner and Awards was the special awards, which began with former Nigerian heads of state and past leaders. It was followed by captains of industry who have impacted the country and its citizens in many positive ways, especially through creation of employment opportunities. Africa's richest man, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, and Dr. Mike Adeniga Jr. led the way.
who were given posthumous awards were represented. Other Nigerians who have made a distinct mark in their different endeavors were also honored. Law, politics, the military, creative enterprise. We had Olu Jacobs, the Doyen of the Nigerian film industry, who has successfully straddled the European and Nigerian theater industry, and Patience Ozokwo, alias Mama G, they were honored. The first Nigerian to win a medal at the Olympic Games, policewoman Chioma Ajunwa, as well as the first Nigerian female pilot, were also honored. Awards such as the one given to mark the centenary anniversary of Nigeria will constantly remind all of us that the labor of our heroes past should never be in vain. They'll also serve as a constant reminder that the searchlight is beamed on all of us to be at our very best in whatever we're doing, because someday it will be our turn to be honored. Activities lined up to celebrate the attainment of Nigeria's centenary anniversary were rounded off with a church service that took place at the National Worship Center, Abuja. In attendance at the service were President Goodluck Jonathan and his wife, the First Lady, Dame Patience Jonathan, Senate President David Mark and wife Helen, Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Honorable Emeka Ihedioha, former heads of state, General Yakubu Gowon and Chief Ernest Shoneko, to Tony Aneni, PDP Chairman, Board of Trustees, members of the National Assembly, ministers, governors, and other top government functionaries also graced the event. The Chief of Defense Staff, Air Marshal Alex Bade, Chief of Air Staff, Air Vice Marshal Adeshola Amusu, as well as clergymen from different Christian denominations were also in attendance at the service. Different choir groups performed at the event before the sermon was preached by Reverend Sunday Olamakinde, the immediate past prelate of the Methodist Church of Nigeria. Emphatically said that it could only have taken the grace of God for Nigeria to have survived the hiccups we have encountered as a country, which at every point had threatened the corporate existence of our country in the last 100 years. He submitted that there's indeed a better tomorrow awaiting Nigeria as we march with hope into a brand new century. Reverend Olamakinde said that all Nigerians must rise up to support the government and the security agencies to fight the Boko Haram insurgency to a standstill.
We need to sit down as Nigerians with our different diversities and talk and agree on a common goal, common values, common interests. We don't have common values for Nigeria. We don't have common interests for Nigeria. We don't have the same goal for Nigeria. And people say, to God go is better than to war. We are going to war. It has not solved our problems. And let me tell you, I'm not praying for any other war in Nigeria.
Bishop David Oyedepo and other men of God from different Christian denominations took part in intercessory prayers for the President, the Judiciary, the Legislature, the Executive, and other arms of the Nigerian government.
The killings that go on there at night, the kidnappings in the south, the robberies all across the nation. Before our eyes, we will cease as a dream of the night. Nigeria shall not crash. Nigerian progress shall not fail. The future of our children shall be preserved.
In President Goodluck Jonathan's remarks at the church service, he
He once again congratulated all Nigerians on the occasion of our centenary celebrations, reiterating the fact that we all have every reason to celebrate 100 years in the life of our country as we look forward with great expectations to a better future in the new century. He advised Nigerians to endeavor to harness all the opportunities that abound in our country so that we can take our rightful place in the Committee of World Affairs. President Goodluck Jonathan pleaded with all Nigerians to join hands to wage a relentless war against insurgency, which should be seen as the #1 enemy of Nigeria. President Goodluck Jonathan wished everyone a happy centenary anniversary.
As we round up our centenary celebration, I only one appeal to make to all Nigerians, all of us. A few days ago, all our leaders gathered and the nation honored them for their labor of love. I see a new Nigeria filled with love. I see a new Nigeria with great determination. I see a new Nigeria with passion. I appeal to all of us to show love more than ever before to one another, regardless of tribe, religion, or race. Let us show love, even when it hurts most, for our lives will be more fulfilled, giving love to others.
Have you seen my beautiful baby? Have you seen my tomato baby? Oh, baby, softly they cool me temper. Ada, baby, na sugar.
This year's edition of the Silverbird Man of the Year Award, organized by Silverbird Television, which was held at the prestigious Nusan Center, Lagos, unarguably lived up to its billing as one of the most exclusive and glamorous events held in recent times. Gaily dressed celebrities, including top government officials, politicians, captains of industry, and Nollywood stars, to mention a few, turned up to witness this award ceremony that has assumed an enviable place in the country's social calendar. With invited guests seated, including the man of the moment, the Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and the immediate past Anambra State Governor, Mr. Peter Obi. The ceremony, which was accompanied by veteran broadcaster Sonny Irabo, kicked off, following the very creative rendition of the nation's national anthem. Former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Odino Ajimagobia, set the tone for the event, and no doubt did a good job of it. In a very brief address, he enunciated some of the reasons why the Lagos State Governor and Mr. Peter Obi were being honored with the award.
Finally playing the inspiring governor of Lagos City of Lagos, and His Excellency Peter Obi. Also extremely highly respected.
Guests were treated to a well-packaged documentary on foremost lawyer, activist, politician, and statesman, Dr. Tunji Braithwaite, who was honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award. The about 10 minutes documentary gave a brief trajectory of the personal life, struggles, and legal career of Dr. Braithwaite, who was a presidential candidate of the defunct National Advance Party, NAP, in the defunct Second Republic. A member of Nigeria's House of Representatives, Honorable Abike Dabiri-Erewa, presented the award to Dr. Braithwaite amid a thunderous applause from the distinguished audience. In his acceptance speech, Dr. Braithwaite, who said he was not disposed to receiving awards, however expressed appreciation to the Silverbird Group for this award, which he described as unique.
On behalf of the Silverbird Group, it is my pleasure and with all humility I present to you the Silverbird Lifetime Achievement Award. We are proud of this, sir, and we all want to be like you when we go. Congratulations, sir.
I'm not used to receiving public awards. Most of them they know. And therefore I
Succession was another interesting documentary on the business exploits of one of Nigeria's most successful foreign nationals, Mr. Jupe Ernest Beckhout, who arrived in Nigeria with his equally young family shortly after the first Nigerian military coup in 1966. Beckhout set up Evans Brothers Publishing Limited and became the company's first managing director. Beckhout's soul-touching and inspiring story is a classic case study of remarkable vision, tenacity of purpose, hard work and industry, and of course love for Nigeria, which has become his adopted country. The documentary revealed how after spending 9 years in Nigeria, Beckhout was recalled by his employers to the United States. But because of his love for Nigeria, he found his way back to the country to set up his own publishing firm, Spectrum Publishing. For his immense contributions to Nigeria's educational system, particularly in the publishing sector, Beckhout, who had been honored by the Nigerian government with the prestigious National Honor of Office of the Order of the Niger, OON, was presented with the Lifetime Achievement Award by the publisher of Vanguard newspapers, Mrs. Sam Amokapemu.
My friend, after all you've done, I think you should tell your people that when you die, you should go to
The next recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award was Professor Chuenzo, who is popularly called Chuenzo the Great, a scholar of repute and literary icon. To present the award to the recipient was a former distinguished senator, fashion icon and female politician of note, Florence Itagiwa. Chuenzo came to the stage for his award in a wheelchair as a result of a stroke he suffered some time ago. In his own acceptance speech, Chuenzo called on states and the federal government to place more emphasis on the teaching of history in schools because, as he puts it, any government that prevents its citizens from being taught the history of their country is committing a crime against humanity. This assertion elicited a round of applause from the audience. He thanked the organizers for deeming it fit to confer the award on him.
Present this award to this my friend. So I'm very proud of him, and I'm happy that he's still sitting here. We deserve it because we got our mind never rested. But honestly, I thank God for your life. I present this to you.
Thank you particularly to Silverbird for making history the theme of this year's awards. Because history is very important, and part of our problem in Nigeria is we do not know our history. If the Nigerian population wants to solve Nigeria's problems and save themselves from Nigeria, from the Nigerian state, the most important part of Nigeria's history that they need to understand is the mess conducted in 1914 by Lord Mugabe. It is an amalgamation of all activities.
To spice up the occasion, the master of ceremonies, Sonny Rabo, then called on the musical band to entertain the invited guests. To the delight of everyone, the band dished out sonorous tunes, which no doubt put the audience in the right frame of mind for the next schedule of activities lined up for the night. Next on the program of events was yet another short documentary on the chief coach of Nigeria's national team, the Super Eagles, Stephen Okechukwu Keshi. The award was to celebrate his success as the first player and indigenous coach to win the Nations Cup for Nigeria. The Delta State born coach also backed the Lifetime Achievement Award. This was presented to him by the then governor-elect of Anambra State, Chief Buyi Obiano.
So for what you've done for Nigeria and what you will still do,
Silverhead is honoring you this evening with the Life Achievement Award. Congratulations, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also conferred with the Lifetime Achievement Award was the President of Sierra Leone, Mr. Ernest Bai Koroma. The 1976 graduate of Farabay College, the oldest university in West Africa, President Bai Koroma, who succeeded former President Amadou Tejan Kaba in 2007, was overwhelmingly re-elected in November 2013 for his current term in office. Koroma, who was represented by Sierra Leone's ambassador to Nigeria, received the award from the Anambra State Governor, Mr. Peter Obi. He thanked the Silverberg Group for the award. Next on the award roll call was the President of Rwanda, Mr. Paul Kagame, who collected his award through his ambassador in Nigeria from Governor Babatunde Fashola. Kagame, in his acceptance speech, thanked the Silverberg Group for the award and expressed his country's readiness to welcome the inauguration of Silverberg Rwanda in the nearest future.
On behalf of the Silverberg Group, it's my honor and pleasure to present this award to you. Congratulations. Then came the turn of the chairman of the Silverberg Group, Ben Moribus, who, speaking ex-tempo, held the audience spellbound with his insightful views on good leadership, which he noted the joint winners of this year's Man of the Year Award have sufficiently exhibited in their respective positions.
It became a very, very intellectual for me. It's like being in a classroom. You learn so much. Well, in my private conversation with Governor Fashola, I want you to know I was very impressed. I can't tell you what he said to me. He said very truthful things. It made me impressed. Told me, in a week's time, the light will turn up. You will no longer be found. You will see the briefcase. You see the office. Maybe into the sunset. You will understand the world. You will see how to be coming of any football. I tell you this. These two gentlemen, you will not write the history of Nigeria without me. It is not possible.
At this point, the Master of Ceremonies, Sonny Rabo, invited the co-winner of the Man of the Year Award, Governor Peter Obi, and his lovely wife Margaret, to the stage for the presentation of the plaque. The task was jointly performed by the chairman of the occasion, Mr. Odina Jumagobia, and the chairman Silverberg Group, Ben Moribus. Before presenting the award, Odina Jumagobia particularly commended Governor Peter Obi for his exemplary humility and simplicity. Beaming with his trademark smiles, Obi thanked God and the Silverberg Group for the award. He also spoke on the challenges he has faced in office and how through the prudent management of resources was able to achieve a lot during his tenure.
On behalf of the Silverberg Group, present this award to you as a one of the two recipients of the Silverberg Man of the Year Award 2014. Everything that's been said about you is, I think most people know, when I had the opportunity to travel the government from Abuja in Shabelle 2 weeks ago. And this is where it happened. He was sitting in room 11C. This is the economy cabin of the aircraft. And he didn't even have the aid. He was looking out the house, took his hand in hand by himself in the cabin, and went out. I think this is a role model for leadership, and a role model for this organization. Thank you for yourself. especially somebody like the Lagos State government, did not in any way pay for it.
Coming next on the exquisitely designed stage is Governor Babajide Fashola of Lagos State, who received his Man of the Year award after a short mini documentary on his administration was shown to the attentive audience. Governor Fashola, while congratulating his colleague Governor Obi and the other awardees, also thanked the staff and everyone who has contributed to the stature the Civil Board brand has attained today. He also praised Ben Murray Bruce, whom he referred to as the man of all times. Governor Fashola spoke on his pairing with Governor Obi for the award, the pairing of Beckhout, Chuenzo, and Dr. Braithwaite. He said, all looks unique. Most importantly, making reference to the physical disability of Chuenzo, Fashola spoke on the need for the public and private sectors to always put into consideration the peculiar needs of the physically challenged in the society when constructing facilities. His speech received a resounding applause from the audience.
We have many men here, but who's there is a man of all time. And there's so many reasons that we apply. Our Air Force, for example, should have dedicated routes. We should have dedicated terminals also for processing visas and every permit for people with physical disabilities, and it should be reserved for them. We were designing in our malls and our supermarkets with the designated one team as a team physically disabled people. We have made a difference.
The highlight of the event was the introduction of the popular artist Daddy Shoki, who added color to the event by inviting Governor Obi and Fashola to the stage to dance the popular dance-style Galala. To say the two governors did justice to the Galala style is like stating the obvious.
In every civilized clime in the world, democracy should provide a veritable platform for those at the helms of leadership at every strata to be closer to the people in order to be able to feel their pulse, appraise their mindset, and generally level up with them. That way, they get a feel of a sense of belonging that they are regarded as an important part of the society. One of the ways the Babajide Fashola administration has been bonding with Lagosians at close quarters in the last 5 years is through people-oriented programs like the Heritage Festival. The Black Heritage Festival, which is now in its 3rd year, celebrates the culture of Lagos State people in every facet. The Black Heritage Festival is about the people of Lagos State who hold their culture very dearly and in the highest esteem. To quote Mr. Tunde Fashina, the chairman of the Lagos Carnival Beauty Pageant Committee, in his welcome remarks during the Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant Finals competition at Eco Hotel in Lagos recently. Indeed, Lagosians take a lot of pride in coming together to celebrate as a people and showcase and display the much diversified culture of Lagos people, which Lagosians and the teeming 18 million residents of the state of aquatic splendor savor with a lot of joy. The Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant, which has always been an integral part of the Black Heritage Festival, introduced a lot of welcome innovations which enriched the competition and raised the stakes of participation this year. The pageant this year was an admixture of the tradition akin to Lagos people and Western culture. All the contestants were referred to as Agbeke, which means a special jewel of treasure to be handled with tender care in Yoruba language. This is supposed to encapsulate all the qualities of beauty, poise, wit, and general courage of each contestant, which will form the sum total of the different areas in which the judges will appraise them. In terms of organization and concept, this year's Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant 2012, tagged Agbeke Eko, stands out clearly in a very special class of its own. Before the contestants were finally pruned down to the final 10 standing at the finals, they have taken part in a series of training programs to brush and tune them up for the competition. This included speech therapy, table etiquette, poise and carriage, exercises, what to wear and how to dress, and general comportment in public. This is intended to make all those who pass through the competition wholesomely civilized, cultured, and refined in the behavioral pattern in society. That's a priceless gift each one of the contestants would have taken away by simply participating in the Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant 2012 at Agbeke Eko. In the way the contestants introduced one another, the richness of the Yoruba language was further demonstrated as they went deep down traditional to reel out in a matter of incantations, which they recited with effortless ease, the names of their families and other important details about their ancestral backgrounds. Their pet names, or what the Yorubas call Oriki, were also signposted. That by any standard was an ingenious display of the Yoruba tradition.
I am the combination of beauty with brain. I am Agbeke, ọmọ arọ́tíwẹ̀ yóò ọmọ ilé mi ní ṣáṣá lóje ilé, ọmọ ilé kìtì mọ̀pẹ̀, ìkìlọ̀ ẹni bá gbé mi, ó ṣe dandan kó kẹ́ mi.
The Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant 2012 also had the contestants engage collectively in what was termed the welcome dance, again strictly traditional. Thereafter, a documentary of the different outings and training sessions the contestants took part in the build-up to the grand finale, was aired at the event. This gave the audience and even the judges the opportunity to better appraise the strength and weakness of most of the contestants. The contestants first appeared in smart casuals. Questions were fired at them by the judges, which they provided answers to one after the other.
My name is Lawa Oliwande. I'm 21 years old, and my flower carnival name is Orchid. I represent the carnival group Locomotion.
Could you name the 5 divisions of Lagos State?
Thank you very much. The 5 divisions of Lagos State are Ikeja, Badagry, Ikorodu, Lagos, and Epe. Thank you very much.
My name is Adenike. I'm 23 years old. I'm representing Isolo Group. My flower name is Carnation. Carnation is an herbaceous perennial plant. They're sweetly scented, and we also have them in different colors. Red represents admiration, Why pink become the symbol of mothers' affection towards their children? And then, as we all know, carnation is not just a flower, but the one that has affected people's emotions and feelings. Thank you.
I would like to know who your role model is and why.
My role model is God Almighty. And if I will say again, I will say my dad is also my role model. Why? Because he has been my source of inspiration, and he has helped me in a lot of ways I can't even express myself.
My name is Okunuga Olasunboluwakemi. I'm a 400-level student of Olabisi Onabanjo University, studying microbiology. My carnival flower is dandelion. Dandelion also means lion's tooth. Thank you.
What are the Lagos State colors and what does each color represent?
Thank you very much. Lagos State's colors are yellow, green, blue, and red. Yellow stands for transportation, blue stands for aquatic splendor, green stands for agriculture, and red for commerce. Thank you.
To spice up the event, Nice was on duty to entertain the gathering with his Tear Leather album.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, onto the stage, performing the musician known simply as Nice.
Again, the contestants hit the stage one after the other in traditional gabs, looking so radiant and gracious. Of course, they had more questions to tackle.
Good evening, everyone. My carnival name is Rose.
Could you name 5 landmarks in the state of Lagos?
Yes, thank you. We have the City Hall. We have the first missionary grave in Badagry. We have the vacated slave market in Badagry. We have the point of no return in Badagry. And we also have the Madam Tinubu Square in Lagos. My flower name is Magnolia. Thank you.
You look really gorgeous.
Thank you very much.
Can you describe you to the audience? Who are you?
I would say I'm a very enthusiastic person. Whatever I set my mind to do, I do it. I'm very goal achieving. I'm down to earth, very friendly, and I'm spontaneous, and I have a weakness for kids, but generally I would say I'm strong. Thank you.
The Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant 2012 at Bekeko became more exciting as more entertainment took center stage to enliven the atmosphere and put the audience in the right frame of mind. Third and final outing, the contestants who looked dazzling and vivacious turned out in their evening gowns. The eagle eyes of the judges and the audience were at work because aside from the performance of each contestant in question, an answer session, poise, carriage, comportment, and the power of elocution will also be considered before arriving at the one person that will wear the most coveted crown of the Lagos Carnival Queen for the next 12 months. The competition had begun to reach a crescendo at this point, with contestants trying in every way possible to outwit one another with the audience at the edge of their seats. The questions asked revolved around general knowledge of Lagos State in all its ramifications.
My flower name is Orchid. Who is the Lagos State Commissioner for Tourism and Intergovernmental Relations?
Thank you very much, Ma. The Lagos State Commissioner for Tourism and Intergovernmental Relations is Honorable Disu Holloway. My flower name is Dandelion.
Dandelion. What is the name of the current Lagos State Carnival Queen?
Miss Adesheyi Adetayo.
The remark of the special guest of honor was presented by the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Honorable Adejoke Orelope Adefuliwe, who filled in perfectly for the wife of Lagos State Governor, Mrs. Abimbola Fashola.
Today, let me welcome you on behalf of your Governor, His Excellency Mr. Obatunde Raji Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. And to let you know that this is the beginning of the event. As government, what we try to do is to promote Lagos, of course, to develop our youth. I'm sure you love what you are seeing tonight. I said to them when they came to me that each of them will have to develop another 10 ladies, making a total of 100 ladies to be developed for the purpose of this event. I'm impressed with what I saw tonight. The winner of today is going to work in my office directly. I thank you for coming. God bless you.
The Lagos Carnival Queen Pageant 2012 paraded judges with reputable pedigree and expertise in the beauty pageant business. They included Mr. Guy Mori-Bruce, Vice President Silverbird Group, pioneers in the beauty pageant business in Nigeria, Mrs. Fumi Ajila Ladiko, CEO of Regalia Fashion, a trailblazer in the fashion pageant enterprise, supported by Dr. Dolapo Badru, Special Advisor on Youth, Sports and Social Development to Governor Fashola, and Mrs. Lolade Aino of Lagos Asset Management. The sponsors of the event, MTN, EcoBank, and Eco Hotel, also had their representatives on the judges list. The announcement of the final result was done by Mr. Guy Mori-Bruce, Vice President Silverbird Organization. The second runner-up was Second Princess, as the organizers called it, went away with the prize money of 750,000 naira. The first princess got 1 million naira only. The queen won the sum of 2.5 million naira and a brand new carrier car.
Please welcome on stage the second runner-up, Miss Gardenia. First runner-up of the title, Lagos State Carnival Queen, Miss Magnolia. And winner, Orchid.
The event ended with the crowning of the new Lagos Carnival Queen by the former queen. The new queen addressed the gathering in her capacity as the new face of Lagos Carnival Pageant 2012 for the next 12 months.
Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. It's just like that's how it is, 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. It's just like that's how it is, 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. It's just like that's how it is, 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. It's just like that's how it is, 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh can't you see?
First of all, I'm very grateful to God because without him, nothing is possible. I want to thank the Lagos State government in general, Governor Raji Babatunde Fashola, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you to everybody who believed in me, even when I thought that I was the shortest of all the contestants and I actually began to lose hope in myself. But I thank God for this opportunity, and Locomotion, this is for you.
It's indeed heartwarming to know that beauty pageantry is being taken more seriously these days, with a lot of value-adding programs and incentives to both the participant and those watching on the spot or after the event. We hope this will permeate down the line. The Lagos State Water Regatta is a water-based cultural, sporting and recreational activity organized to showcase diverse functions of the boat as used in the olden days. The highlight of the 2012 edition of the Lagos Water Regatta, christened Celebrating Aquatic Splendor, were a parade of decorated floats on the creeks. Large fishing boats, barges, and other marine vessels adorn the lagoon to depict the social, cultural, traditional folklores and occupational aspects of the people of Lagos State. There was also the paddled canoe racing competition, which involved the 57 local government councils in Lagos State. The swimming competition across the Karis Creek was also a part of the side attractions. Another side attraction at this year's boat regatta was when members of the boat club joined Governor Fashola's entourage for a tourage of the regatta routes. The chairman of the planning committee of this year's Lagos Water Regatta, Engineer Olusegun Jawando, MFR, in his opening remarks, properly situated the event with a detailed background. From then on, in quick succession, all the events slated for the competition were observed, beginning with the swimming competition, rowing race, kayak race, power boats display, the traditional boat regatta sea school display. All this culminated in the prize-giving ceremony.
I love my baby, that's my baby. I will sit
Governor Babatunde Fashola's remarks ended the 2012 Lagos Water Regatta and the excitement that will linger on until the 2013 edition.
And if you are enjoying what you have witnessed here today, I think the organizer, the chairman of the planning committee, the ministry of tourism, our sponsors, our participants, and everybody, including yourself, who have made this festival of all what you have made, deserve a truly big round of applause. Let me implore all of us to understand that the waterways that you see here represent a very big and generous asset of nature for our state. I don't really call all of you to join me, to join our government to protect these waterways. This is not a place to dump refuse. This is not a place to dump waste. But thank you for God bless you. Before we back down. That's my baby. I will treat my baby right. Hold my baby tight. Baby, don't be like a lover. That's my baby. I will treat my baby right. Hold my baby tight. Baby, don't be like a lover. That's my baby. I will treat my baby right. Hold my baby tight. Baby, don't be like a lover. That's my baby. I will treat my baby right. Hold my baby tight. Baby, don't be like a lover.
The 2012 edition of the annual Lagos Black Heritage Festival, which began at the Freedom Park, Lagos, with poem recitals, drama presentations, and musical nights, featured prominent practitioners in Nigeria's theatre and entertainment industry, namely Jimmy Sholanke, Tunji Oyelano, and Odia Ofaiman, among others. The event dovetailed into the Lagos Water Regatta, where the strength and beauty of Lagos as a state of aquatic splendor was showcased as different sizes of canoes took part in an exciting competition on the Lagos Lagoon. The 2012 edition of the Lagos Black Heritage Festival also featured the competition for the new Queen of the Festival. The Lagos Black Heritage Festival came to a glorious and exciting end with the Lagos Carnival. It was indeed a kaleidoscope of beautiful colors that greeted Lagos streets on Easter Monday, 9th April 2012. The long procession that began from the Falamo end of Lagos right down to the Tafa Balewa Square was pumped up by musical performances with Lagosians from different strata and friends of the state savoring the beauty of the atmosphere. In attendance at the very colorful carnival, which attracts visitors, especially foreigners from different parts of the world yearly, were the chief host, Governor Babatunde Fashola of Lagos State, and his wife, as well as the Deputy Governor, Honorable Adejoke Orolope Adefliwe, and Lagosians. The Minister of Culture and Tourism, Chief Adam Duke, also graced the event. The current rave of the Nigerian music scene, Wizkid, joined other musicians to perform at the Lagos Carnival.
hopes. They wanna take her home the road. She carry that bag, they make me want to carry this bag, they go. And my lover, and my liker, and I wanna take her home. So we go dance, and we go jolly, and we go party like 99. Oh, she made me nation, I want you to be my honey. I want you to be my lady. Come make me dance with the spray of money. Show me some caption, honey. And you is it not shanani. Dance to the beat, no the slack my baby. Go get up my lady. Oh yeah, so okay. Bakurumo, bakurumo, go dada. Alime, bakurumo, go dada.
In his remarks at the event, Governor Fashola commended the organizers for the glaring improvement noticed in the packaging of the festival this year, but advised that they should seek further frontiers to even improve. Governor Fashola said, avenues such as the Lagos Carnival that brings people from different parts of the world together in one arena helps to forge better understanding among them, especially now that we operate in a globalized environment.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the great people of Lagos, the great youth of Lagos, the greatest of the greatest of the greatest youth, the greatest of 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 the greatest Lagos youth. We have indeed come to the end of the Lagos Carnival for year 2012. All of you have seen a colourful show, Lagos at its glorious best. I congratulate all of you. Not long ago, we lived up to our rating as the fashion capital of Africa. All the costumes that you see here today were made by over 3,000 artisans. I am also sure that with a dedicated Ministry of Tourism, formulating policies, giving support, releasing energy, and harnessing the enthusiasm of the ever-dynamic Lagos youth, our journey to a new frontier of tourism economy has just begun. I thank you all for coming. I wish you a safe journey back to your homes.
I need treat you like a queen. I buy you diamonds. I swear my baby, I'll say no be that. I love to hear you laugh and watch you smile. I'll give you all the finest things in life. You are the angel of my life. You know my life. I love my baby, that's my baby. I will stick my baby back. Hold my baby back. Baby, don't be like. I love my baby, that's my baby. I will stick my baby back. Hold my baby back. Baby, don't be like. I love my baby. That's my baby. I love my baby. That's my baby. I swear to you, you know that you know. Now you live in my head anymore. I dream about you when I'm sleeping, and you are everything. You are
See you at the 2013 Lagos Black Heritage Festival.
People-oriented governor of Akwa Ibom State, Governor Godswill Akpabio, whose flair and dedication to the welfare of the common man has engendered an upsurge in the standard of living of the people of Akwa Ibom and has well recorded mammoth infrastructural transformation in the state, was gracefully inducted into the Golden Age Fellowship in good health and sound mind. Folds of prayers and goodwill messages poured in torrents from the people of the states to the governor in celebration of his 50th birthday anniversary as they relished his execution of huge infrastructural projects in forms of asphalted road networks, construction of bridges, housing schemes, creation of job opportunities, schools, the provision of healthcare facilities, and a host of other social amenities which are now commonplace phenomenon in all the nooks and crannies of the state. Governor Godswill Akpabio's developmental stance and strides in Akwa Ibom have bequeathed unprecedented change and humongous economic growth on the state, which has raised the profile of Akwa Ibom as a frontline state of reference among other states in Nigeria. The attendance at the event was a replica of our hallowed National Assembly, as all the geographical sections of the country were adequately represented. The convergence of Nigerians of diverse calling, top-class politicians, business magnates, and those who call the shots in their various spheres of endeavors gave an eloquent testimony to the place Governor Godswill Akpabio savors in the hearts of Nigerians, regardless of their social, political, and ethnic leanings. At a Thanksgiving service held at Methodist Church of Nigeria in respect of the 50th birthday anniversary of the amiable governor, solemn praise and worship tunes, borne and echoed by ethereal voices of the choir, permeated the air, while everyone in attendance did not spare the opportunity to express their emotions as they swung to the glory of the Almighty God on behalf of the number one citizen of the state. In a soul-penetrating sermon, the officiating minister revealed and as well impressed on the minds of the congregation the need to reflect the fear of God in all our lives as we count our days and apply our hearts to wisdom, given the fact that this life is not all there is. As he churned out the divine messages in beats, the man of God commended Governor Akpabio for his success in transforming the state into a model in the country. The minister prayed for the celebrant, his family, and indeed everyone there present, for God to grant them more years and prosperity on the face of the earth.
Governor Akpabio is a lucky man. Daily, I can't say this, you are not converting your husband to Methodism. We are doing this because he's a friend of Methodists. That's what we are doing. It is to acknowledge his contribution to God and humanity. That's one of it. When you see our vision, you see it. To serve God and humanity. Their word is an incentive to serve God through humanity. It's just an encouragement for him to do more.
Governor Godswill Akpabio's selfless service to humanity, the success of his administration in bringing the dividend of democracy coupled with good leadership home to his people of Akwa Ibom State, and his dedication to God, selected him and his wife for the investiture of the knighthood of the Methodist Church of Nigeria by His Eminence, the Prelate of Methodist Church of Nigeria, Dr. Sunday Ola Makinde, marking his 50th birthday anniversary celebration.
By the power conferred on me by the Methodist Church Nigeria, I now declare you His Excellency, Sir, because before anything, Sir Honorable Dr. Godwin Akpabio, KKW, CUN, the name of the Father, this Bible is presented to you to mark your adoption as a lady in the Methodist Church of Nigeria. Congratulations.
Governor Godswill Akpabio expressed his appreciation to the church for the honor and thanked his wife, whom he said had played significant roles in his maintaining a true Christian life and has been the pillar of prayers in the family.
But I want to thank the church. Continue to pray for me. It is not over. 2015 is coming. I started with God, let us end with God. And I know that the way you have honored me, God will honor you. That you are praying to keep me alive, God will also keep you alive. We will end together in glory. And from here, development will permeate Nigeria.
The church service and Thanksgiving phase of the 50th birthday anniversary of Governor Godswill Akpabio of Akwa Ibom State was wrapped up with a lot of singing and energetic dancing that saw both young and old participate with enormous zest as they radiated in the felicitation and spur of the beats. There was also an interdenominational service at the government house which was presided over by Dr. Sunday Mbang, former prelate of the Methodist Church of Nigeria and president of Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN. One of the highlights of the interdenominational service was a special rendition performed by the children of the celebrant for their beloved father. The celebrant, Governor Godswill Akpabio, could not have wished for more as the occasion of his 50th birthday anniversary celebration dinner held at Ibom Hotel and Resort literally recorded what will go down in history as the most geographically balanced attendance of the high flyers of the Nigerian social, political and entertainment scenes. The opulently adorned arena brimmed with an array of colorfully accessorized guests, accompanied by their beautiful and gorgeous wives who kept ambling in the arena like forever. It was an assemblage of premium stature personalities from across the country and beyond. The solid profusion of entertainment, both cultural and contemporary, supplied by the cream of Nigerian artists and performance, which came in diverse forms and genres, gave the event a rare plumage of gratification and a convivial ambience which will linger indefinitely in the minds of all the guests. Kukere Kruna, Yaya, Sty Plus, Yemi Sachs, Helen Paul, and a host of other well-seasoned talents put in their best to make the occasion an exceptionally memorable Golden Jubilee birthday anniversary. Special attraction of the night included presentation to the celebrant by old students of his alma mater, Federal Government College of Port Harcourt, Governor Akpabio's colleagues at the law school class of 1988, and 4 of the past governors of Akwa Ibom State also made special presentation to the celebrants. The cake cutting exercise was conducted by former Minister Chief Don Etiebet and followed by the toast, to which all the guests clinked their glasses. The birthday boy responded to the toast, after which a string of performances brought the high-octane dinner to a fitting climax. The final leg of the Akpabio at 50 extravaganza was the lecture on the relevance of good governance to the growth of democracy, which was brilliantly delivered by lawyer-turned-politician, Minister Emeritus, and currently Nigeria's High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador Ojo Madrekwe. The well-attended lecture was chaired by a retired Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Alpha Belgore. There were goodwill messages from the Governor of Edo State and Ondo State, former Senate President, Senator Ken Nnamani, Governor Ibrahim Dakwambo of Gombe State, Professor Dora Akoyili, former Sports Minister and Governor of Katsina State, retired Colonel Abdul Mumuni Aminu, and a representative of the Arawa Consultative Forum.
We must return to a commitment to merit as the organizing principle and sustenance. In the case of Akwa Ibom, that is already on, they should continue with it. I also advise that the sustenance of the legendary Akwa Ibom spirit of hospitality to strangers will continue to guarantee investment from outside the state. The continued prosperity of Akwa Ibom State and its status as a model Nigerian state rests on 2 major pillars. One is leadership, which is the theme of my remarks. And the other one is governance, which is the other theme of my remarks. Please turn around and say am more afraid of an army of 100 sheep led by a lion than an army of 100 lions led by a sheep. Happy birthday, the Lion of Akwa, Governor Goslin Octavio, and the lovely wife, their own very dear sister, Chief Mrs. Ikaite Uloma Akpabio, the Lioness of Akwa.
Nigeria is such a great country. We don't realize it. The turbulence we went through over the years, if it had afflicted another country, that country would have disappeared as a country. Sometimes we believe we're not moving fast enough. But those of us that grew up in Nigeria and have visited so many parts of the country, we know that we are progressing, but not at the pace that we want. A lot of instability caused not necessarily or initially by Nigerians, but for those who are envious, those countries that are envious of what Nigeria could be. I thank you for inviting me. God bless Nigeria. God bless Akari.
I want to congratulate you for what you have achieved at 50. Because really, it is not the number 50 that is important. It's what you have been so able to accomplish under a pace of 50 years. I think you, your wife, and your lovely children have every reason to be proud of your family name, Gospel Akpabio. Since 1999, and it is now almost 30 years, in clear breach of the letter and the spirit of the Constitution, the revenue allocation formula has not been revisited. It has to be done. It has to be done so that I have no money to deliver road, water, electricity, and even in this day we have the resources to transform our Asian capital to a digital capital. For his life, I thank God for our point on stage. I congratulate him again and urge you, do not relent. Do not relent. Thank you very much.
Akwa Ibom government is moving. So we should continue to pray for him, his wife, the people in his government, the government itself, and the entire people of Akwa Ibom State. Thank you.
The response by the celebrant brought the intellectually stimulating lecture to an end. Its hearty congratulations to Governor Godswill Akpabio on his Golden Jubilee anniversary.
It's only through democracy that we can have the array of personalities that we have had here today. Every state of this nation must use binoculars to bring out people who can change this nation. And we are celebrating love. We are celebrating love, the only true love that we can have through unity. I want to thank all of you. All I know, and I do know, is that I love my people. And I love my people.
There are few people in Nigeria, nor Africa today, who parade the kind of record and qualities of Dr. Bamanga Tuku, who has earned his stripe as an international citizen with deep and far-reaching connections in most influential and important quarters around the globe over the years. It is worthy of note to observe that Dr. Bamanga Tuku's CON, who holds the prestigious traditional title of the Tafidan Adamawa from his home state in the northeastern region of Nigeria, after a successful academic sojourn abroad which climaxed in the London School of Economics, burst into national limelight as the first general manager of the Nigeria Ports Authority, under whose tenure a solid structure was laid for maritime trade through the seaports as far back as the early 80s. As governor of Gongola State, now Adamawa and Taraba states, Dr. Bamanga Tukur was instrumental to the development of the blueprint that gave the state the foundation on which others consolidated. Today, Dr. Bamanga Tukur remains the only one who is not a leader or president of any country to have the singular privilege of addressing the United Nations, a precedent he enjoyed as the president of the African Business Roundtable. Alhaji Dr. Bamanga Tukur was one of those Nigerians chosen to draft an economic blueprint for Nigeria in 1996 under the Vision 2010 umbrella, headed by former head of state, Chief Ernest Shonekan. Of course, in the struggle to entrench democracy in Nigeria after 33 years of military interregnum, Alhaji Dr. Bamanga Tukur put his life on the line with like-minded Democrats to practically wrestle the military autocrat to submission. The G34 group was one of such groups that dared the military at the height of the reign of terror unleashed on Nigerians by the military at that time. Indeed, posterity will judge Dr. Bamanga Tukur and others kindly for the patriotic role they played in helping to redeem the image of Nigeria from that of a pariah nation, which was ostracized by all countries, to one that is today enjoying 13 years of unbroken democracy. That Dr. Bamanga Tukur today occupies the most exalted position of the chairman of PDP, the largest political party in Africa, should be considered a rich harvest of his steadfast, unwavering and great effort as one of the founding fathers of the PDP that molded the path for the party right from its inception in 1998. Indeed, the coming on board of Dr. Bamanga Tukur as the chairman of the PDP at this critical period of not only for the PDP but Nigeria itself, with a combination of his wealth of experience and international connection, and above all, his fatherly role will help to substantially navigate through the myriad of problems confronting Nigeria today. One of the activities put together for the celebration of the 77th birthday anniversary of Dr. Bamanga Tukur, CON, was the public presentation of The Global Villager, his literary biography written by veteran journalist and accomplished biographer Eddie Adeosun, which chronicled the story of his life from the cradle, his travails, the twists and turns, which have all culminated in all his robust and uncommon accomplishments to date. The author of the book, Eddie Adeosun, put his over 40 years relationship with Dr. Bamanga Tukur to a great advantage in packaging The Global Villager that has been adjudged as an excellent piece of literature. The public presentation of the book, The Global Villager, which was attended by President Goodluck Jonathan, governors, their deputies, members of the National Assembly, ministers, prominent leaders in the various spheres of Nigerian life, politicians, technocrats, businessmen and women, principal officers of the National Working Committee of the ruling party, was also graced by other dignitaries from Nigeria and beyond, with whom the celebrant had interacted over the years. Presenting the book, Professor Jerry Ghana, Minister Emeritus, and an engaging motivational speaker, looked at the salient aspects of the book that touched on the landmark contributions of Dr. Bamanga Tukur to Nigeria, Africa, and the global community, concluding that Nigeria and Africa should be very proud to have this quintessential statement at the helms in this period.
We have gathered to honor a man of excellence. In this book, you'll find a man of ideas, a man who has a very profound conviction that Nigeria can be great. Not only is he a man of ideas, he's also an advocate of good governance. Anytime you meet Dr. Bamanga Tukur, he's worried about how things are done. He wants things done excellently.
All those who spoke, Governor Theodore Orji of Abia State, who represented the Governors Forum, FCT Minister Senator Bala Mohammed, who filled in for the ministers, and Prince Olagbosoye Oyinlola, the National Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, who spoke for the party, eulogized the pan-Nigerian selfless and detribalized disposition of Dr. Bamanga Tukur, whom they all agreed is a shining beacon of hope for Nigeria, and one who has been divinely destined to use his acclaimed bridge-building attributes to help put the nation back on course.
What I will say is that, to me, and to all the PDP governors in the Governors Forum, and me,
to many governors. Alhaji Dr. Bamanga Tugo represents the Iroko man. In the place I come from, if you enter any forest and you don't see the Iroko, that is no forest. And where you see the Iroko is the real forest. Therefore, Alhaji Dr. Bamanga Tugo, the Iroko man, we wish you the best.
We must pursue the agenda of transformation, an agenda of change that will take Nigeria to the next level, which is what Mr. President and the chairman of the party are poised to bring to Nigeria. To me, Bamanga is a bridge. The thematic implication of the book Global Villager means that from the village to the globe, you can imagine the extent of bridges that are being created.
I feel sure that this book presentation will achieve the very important purpose of creating the feeling of empathy in the younger generation, who must strive to achieve excellence as we strive to recreate an egalitarian society in every department of our life. Will undoubtedly reveal the personality of this great Nigerian and challenge our youth to make patriotic contributions to societal development.
The book, The Global Villager, was officially unveiled by Chief Edwin Clark. The book was later launched by 64-year-old Prince Arthur Eze, chairman of Oriental Petroleum Limited and Atlas International Limited. Prince Arthur Eze has steadily been in business in the last 35 years, providing employment opportunities for Nigerians through his business tentacles spread across Nigeria and the world. Prince Arthur Eze congratulated the celebrant, whom he described as one of the builders of modern Nigeria still standing. Prince Arthur Eze urged Nigerians to support the Jonathan administration in its effort to deliver democracy dividends to Nigerians.
I know that Mamanda Tuku, for many years ago, about 40 years, is very straightforward human being, since I knew him. Very straightforward human being. We want stability in this country. We want peace. We don't want another civil war. My only advice that we must support Mamanda Tuku, to support Jonathan, to complete his term, so we can have stability. We will follow him, even in life and death, we shall follow you. Mamanda Tuku. Don't listen to anybody, just listen to your president, so that he completes his term.
In his own remarks, the celebrant, Dr. Bamanga Tuku, CON, expressed his profound gratitude to all Nigerians, especially President Goodluck Jonathan, for their show of love and affection to him. A gesture, he said, will be permanently etched in a special place in his heart. He urged Nigerians of all political persuasions to join hands with President Goodluck Jonathan as he grapples with the arduous task of steering the ship of the state at this critical period. Dr. Bamanga Tuku also used the occasion to reiterate his determination to make a difference in the discharge of the onerous and sacred duty entrusted to him as the chairman of the PDP at this momentous period of our nationhood.
Today, I attain the age of 77. I'm therefore very grateful to my Creator and to you all for honoring me by your presence. I pray, Almighty Allah, that all of you will live much longer than predicted by any human being, protect you back home, and give you the wisdom, strength, and good health to continue to contribute to the development of our dear nation.
President Goodluck Jonathan, GCFR, congratulated the celebrant on his attainment of 77 years in sound health and alert mind, saying that the younger ones will continue to tap from Dr. Bamanga Tuku's rich wealth of experience. President Goodluck Jonathan also affirmed the widely known fact that Dr. Bamanga Tuku's stride in the global arena has impacted positively on the growth of business and the economic fortunes of not just Nigeria, but indeed Africa. He wished him well and more speed in the years ahead.
Alazi Bamanga Tuko has seen it all. As a young mariner in a world dominated by international giants, he devoted himself to hard work. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for coming to grace this occasion to honor our leader, our chairman, our father, and especially as we also mark his 77th birthday. I thank you.
The vote of thanks was given by the eldest son of the celebrant, Honorable Barrister Awal Tuku. A dinner to round off Dr. Bamanga Tuku's 77th birthday celebration, which was also held at the Congress Hall of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja, attracted more admirers, followers, colleagues and associates of Dr. Bamanga Tuku from all strata of the society in Nigeria and beyond. To robustly signpost the respectability Dr. Bamanga Tuku commands in the diplomatic circles, ambassadors and high commissioners of countries like Britain, Poland, Belarus, Russia, Cameroon, Benin Republic, and Korea graced the event in their legion. The event, which was more of letting down of hairs, featured music in the main, and the Abuja-based Diamond Star Band treated the audience with superlative entertainment for the most part of the event. The celebrant, Dr. Bamanga Tuku, and his Bayelsa state-born wife, Hajia Fatima Tuku, his son, Barrister Awal Tuku, PDP women leader, Dr. Kema Chikwe, Dr. Tuku's principal secretary, Senator Ibrahim Ida, cut his 77th birthday cake amidst applause from the audience.
You are listening, okay?
Will be reconciliation.
Yes.
The second one
Commando.
will be reformation.
Yes.
And the third eye, which is rebuilding again.
The birthday song was thereafter collectively sang for him by everyone. The final part of the dinner was the special dance by the celebrant and his wife. In the days ahead, the Global Villager Foundation, GVF, which is a philanthropic endeavor put in place by Dr. Bamanga Tuku to empower the youth through sports and education, will gather more momentum as organizations and corporate concern will be approached to partner with the foundation in giving the right structure to it. Its 77 hearty cheers to Alhaji Dr. Bamanga Tuku, CON, the global villager, quintessential elder statesman per excellence, whose friendship knows no boundaries of religion, ethnicity, or politics.
There are few Nigerians who parade the kind of credentials which have made Alabo Toy Graham Douglas OFR very relevant, visible, and still actively engaged in matters crucial to the enhancement of the well-being of Nigerians and the progress of Nigeria in the last 40 years. Alabo Toy Graham Douglas OFR, who is an illustrious son of Rivers State of the Kalabari extraction, precisely from the Ebonima Kingdom, has served the state as a commissioner 2 times many decades ago. During this period, a solid foundation was laid which successive governments have been able to build upon that has put the state in a very good stead in many areas today. It is on record that it was Alabo Toy Graham Douglas that instituted a youth development policy and also modernized the cultural potentials of Rivers State people through the integration of diverse cultures of the people. Today, Rivers State people are heavily involved in the productive enterprise of music, dance, and drama. The Riv Carnival, which came into the consciousness of Rivers State people under the watch of Alabo Toy Graham Douglas as Commissioner for Culture, is one of the festivals that brings Rivers State people from home and abroad together every year. Alabo Toy Graham Douglas is one of the rare Nigerians who has been opportune to serve as a federal minister 4 times. As Nigeria's Minister of Sports under General Ibrahim Babangida administration, Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas served as the president of the Supreme Council for Sports in Africa, a position through which he influenced Nigeria's position in continental and international sports at the time. Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas played a major role in the privatization of the aviation sector many decades ago. Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas's greatest asset is his pan-Nigerian reach with friends and associates in the length and breadth of Nigeria. Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas contributed immensely to the creation of Bayelsa State. He is a stabilizing force and a rallying point for the Niger Delta region. Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas is one Nigerian whose views are highly respected in many quarters. He has invested very heavily in giving all his children the best education can offer in some of the best institutions around the world. Attaining the age of 75 years on earth, given the age-long, well-known history of longevity deficits in the family, was deserving of a great celebration, and that is what Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas gave it. The celebration of Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas's 75th birthday anniversary took an innovative turn with a special Thanksgiving service and reception happening in the same area simultaneously. The event, which took place at the Royal House of Grace Port Harcourt Church on Thursday the 8th of May 2014, the birthday proper of Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas, was very high on the rendition of soul-lifting songs by the different choir groups that came for the event. In attendance to celebrate with Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas were the Amayanabo of Abonima, his hometown, King Disro Bobo Bobano II, elder statesman Chief E.K. Clark. Governor Chibuike Anichi of Rivers State was represented by the Secretary to the Rivers State Government, Mr. George Fay. Others included former Governor Rufus Ada George of Rivers State and Sir Toby, Sir Albert Hosford, Chief Ephraim Faloli, and Sir Michael Kira. There was a special prayer and rededication session of Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas. This is followed by a rendition by a soloist.
Alaba attended primary and secondary schools in Abonima, Port Harcourt, Abeokuta, and Lagos. The quest for higher education would afterwards take him to Federal Emergency Science School, Oniko, Lagos, Acting Technical School, London, and the prestigious University of Lagos, where he graduated with a combined honors degree in botany and zoology in 1969.
There was a special prayer and rededication session of Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas. This is followed by a rendition by a soloist. Remarks on behalf of Governor Amici of Rivers State, the Secretary to the Government of the State, Mr. George Fay, described Alaba Toyin Graham Douglas as the stabilizing force of Rivers State. Pray that God will continue to bless and protect him for the great work ahead.
The government of this state recognizes that Alaba is one of the few elders who have stood solidly to make sure that the state runs, to make sure that the state is on course. It is one of those that we see as a stabilizing force in matters of running the state, because it is very easy when you are right in the field playing to do things the way that you think are right, but may not be right. Somebody is watching you, and once in a while, it comes in, offer a word of advice, offer a word of caution, and you are back on course. And that is the role that Alabo has played as far as the administration of this state is concerned for many, many years. And we want to publicly acknowledge that and say thank you.
In his own testimony, Chief Edwin Clark thanked God for the life of Alabo Toy Graham Douglas, whom he described as a dependable and forthright person, and indeed a pride to the Niger Delta region. He wished him more speed as he continues in life.
Alabo is a colorful man, a man with pedigree, a man you can never hide, a man who believes in life. And when you see his personality, he speaks for himself. I wish you many, many more years, fruitful years.
The royal father of the day and chairman of the occasion, King Disrael Bobo Bomano II, the Amayinabo of Abonima, said Abonima people are proud of their illustrious son, and he prayed that God will continue to protect him.
The chiefs of Abonima and the people of Abonima are indeed very proud of you. We know that you will spare no effort to ensure that the right thing is done at all times. We want to congratulate you on this occasion of your 75th birthday and pray that the Almighty God would continue to guide and protect you.
The Amayinabo of Abonima then asked the gathering to spare its thoughts for some prayer for the quick release of the secondary school students who were kidnapped recently by the Boko Haram insurgents. It is now the turn of the 75-member choir to render some spirit-filled songs as the Thanksgiving session went on with Alabo Toy Graham Douglas, his children, and family members taken to the stage.
Son and his lovely family. They have come to say thank you. They have come to say thank you for mercy. Thank you for the mercy of protection. Thank you for the mercy of guidance. Thank you for the mercy of family. Thank you for the mercy of finance. Thank you for the mercy of health. Thank you for the mercy of safety. Thank you for all the various kinds of the manifestations of mercy. To you alone be all honor, adoration, and glory in the precious name of Jesus Christ.
The sermon was preached by Bishop Abiel Carrick, who stood in for Apostle Zili Agri, General Overseer, Royal House of Grace. In it, he congratulated the celebrant on his attainments of the landmark age of 15. He asked him to be closer to God and redouble his good works, which have attracted Nigerians from all parts of the world to Port Harcourt for the great celebration.
Today we are celebrating you at 75. I am aware that your brothers are ahead of you. They didn't make that age. It is a gift from heaven. All of these persons have come to say thank you to God.
The magnificent choir from Abonima also performed at the event. The vote of thanks was given by one of the daughters of the celebrant.
We want to say thank you very much for coming here today to celebrate with us as we celebrate our father's 75th birthday. We thank you for making this day special with us. We thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to come here and celebrate with us. We thank God for those who are 75 and over, and we ask God that you would guide us and you would bring those of us who are younger to a ripe age of 75 and above in Jesus' name.
The last word came from Alabo Toy Graham Douglas, and this was to say a big thank you to all those who had come to celebrate with him.
Let me express my profound appreciation and indeed thanks for all of you that have found time to come here. So my brethren, thank you very much for coming. Please, you are invited for Saturday.
A powerful delegation from Bayelsa State had earlier visited Alaba Graham Douglas at his home. The delegation, led by the Secretary to the State Government, also had the Chief of Staff, Government House, Chief Tikio Okoroche, and other top functionaries of Bayelsa State Government. A state banquet was held to celebrate the 75th birthday anniversary of Alaba Graham Douglas by the Rivers State Government. The event, which was the first to be held at the newly constructed International Conference Center, Port Harcourt, Rivers State, was graced by Governor Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, his deputy, Engineer Tele Ekuru, and a host of top functionaries of Rivers State Government. The Amayanabo of Abonima, who was the chairman of the event, was at the head of the Abonima Council of Chiefs. The event was also attended by prominent sons and daughters of Rivers and Bayelsa states. Dignitaries from other parts of the country and beyond also came in their legion to support Alaba Graham Douglas at the moments of glory. The list includes Chief Joseph Okonkwo, Senator Ifeanyi Ararume, Chief DSP Alamesia Sir Ambo Isokre, Justice Adolphus Karibu White, Sir Albert Husful, Dr. Godnose Gali, Chief Ephraim Palori, and others. The event featured a lot of musical performances. The Kenge Masuri Cultural Troupe set the ball rolling. The Owembe Ikwere Cultural Troupe and the Port Harcourt Choral Voices that gave a spiritual bent to the event. In his opening remarks, the chairman of the occasion and Amayanabo of Abonima, King Disrael Bobo Bobmano II, thanked Governor Chibuike Rotimi Amechi for doing their son the great honor. He congratulated Alaba Graham Douglas for attaining the age of 75 and wished him well in the days ahead. The celebrant and his wife were joined by other dignitaries in cutting his 75th birthday cake. This is followed by a string of photo and video sessions with a long lineup of Alaba's friends and well-wishers. Now time for comments about the birthday icon. All those who spoke about Alaba Graham Douglas, which included Justice Adolphus Karibi White, Sir Albert Husful, Chief Ephraim Palogi, and Dr. Suleiman Barau, CBN's Executive Director Corporate Services, eulogized his unmatchable love for his people, country, and humanity, and his great strides in the political evolution of Nigeria, which has spanned many generations. They all commended Governor Rotimi Chibuike Amechi for the foresight in honoring Alaba Graham Douglas with a state banquet. testimony, Governor Rotimi Chibike commended Alabo Toy Graham Douglas, whom he described as the shining star of Rivers State people, for his steadfast and abiding devotion and love for the growth and sustenance of Rivers State. Governor Amechi particularly thanked Alabo Toy Graham Douglas for his unwavering support for his administration, and he wished him well as he trudges on in life. In his own remarks, Alabo Toy Graham Douglas again thanked God for his uncommon mercies and kindness towards him in surprising him with longevity against all odds. He promised to rededicate himself to all that can improve humanity, especially Rivers State people and Nigeria. Alabo Toy Graham Douglas urged the Niger Delta region to forge much closer ties. He submitted that he would continue to work with like-minded people towards the betterment of the Nigerian nation, to which he has devoted his entire life to date. Alabo Toy Graham Douglas said that his heart and those of his family members go out to the over 200 girls abducted by insurgents recently. In conclusion, Alabo Toy Graham Douglas thanked Governor Chibike Rotimi very profoundly for the honor done him, and this he said he would cherish for life. The state banquet by Rivers State government in honor of Alabo Toy Graham Douglas, the pride of the Abonima people in the Kalabari Kingdom of Rivers State, for attaining the age of 75 years in grace, ended with the closing entertainment supplied by the Sound Force. We heartily congratulate Alabo Toy Graham Douglas for this great landmark in his life's odyssey.
It's like a season of weddings in the Nollywood firmament. Following on the heels of the fairy tale nuptials of Stephanie Okereke and her hard-working husband, which dragged celebrities and other heavyweights in the Nigerian social circuit all the way to Paris, France, it was the turn of tall, handsome, and exceptionally talented humble toast of Nollywood, TV host and model, Chidi Mokeme, who had an extremely enjoyable time as a bachelor, has decided to spend the rest of his life with his heartthrob, Imo State-born ebony black beauty, Jean Chinwe Olumba, a medical doctor who has been based in Maryland in the United States for a long time before returning home to take a job with Sea Petroleum Limited, a company owned by Aviation Minister Princess Stella Ada Oduah. The first step of the wedding, which was the traditional engagement, took place in Umuduru in Umbitolu local government area of Imo State. However, the climax of the wedding of Chidi Mokeme which had been in the news for a while, began with a church service at Our Saviour's Church, Tafabalewa Square, Lagos, on Saturday, 28 April 2012. Indeed, the beautiful bride, Jean Chinwe Olumba, has found a knight in shining armor in Chidi Mokeme from Anambra State of Nigeria. The church service, which was well attended, formally began with the entry of the bride, who was led into the church by a representative of the family as the choir and congregation sang soulful tunes. Quickly, the officiating minister conducted the exchange of marital vows and rings by the couple as everyone watched with rapt attention.
With my body I honor you. All that I am, I give to you, and all that I have, I share with you. Within the love of God the Father, God the Son, Amen, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Now that Jean and Chidi have given their consent and vows to each other before God and this congregation, with the joining of hands and with the giving and receiving of rings, I declare that they are husband and wife in the name of God the Father, Amen, God the Son, Amen, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Passages were read from the Holy Scriptures before the sermon was preached. In it, the couple and their parents were warmly congratulated for the momentous event by the man of God who prayed for the success of the marriage. He, however, admonished the couple to continue to study each other even more closely so that they can understand each other better. This way, theirs will become a perfect model to be emulated by all.
Today, two of them have been admitted into that noble institution which God created himself, as we saw in the passage that was read to us. And so we congratulate them. Chidi and Jean, congratulate you on this, your special day, this bold step that you have taken. And it's our prayer that God will empower you, and that the home that you have started today will be that Christian home that we sang about. And we pray that God will always lead you and give you wisdom as you live in the name of Jesus.
The signing of the marriage register, which was witnessed by members of both families and the clergymen, was interspaced by the rendition of songs by the church choir.
Just like every child, needs to find a place, guide us with your grace, give us strength so we'll be safe, and our faith in I present to you your certificate of marriage. It is a prayer that the Almighty God will bless this marriage. This marriage will be fruitful. And what your parents are doing for you will do for your children in the name of Jesus Christ. And it shall be well with you. Your going out will be a blessing, and your coming will be a blessing. And will be a blessing to your generation. In the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit.
The Thanksgiving session featured a long drawn-out session of dancing and singing by friends, colleagues, and loved ones of the celebrant who rejoiced with them, prayed for and blessed by the clergy. The church service for the wedding between Chidi Mokeme and former Miss Chinwe Olumba ended as the recessional hymn was rendered and the congregation dispersed one after the other. The upscale museum center Onikon Lagos, which was brimming with the color scheme prescribed for the wedding, was complemented by a wide array of high flyers in the upper class of the society, especially those who called the shots in the Nollywood industry, who dazzled and sparkled in show-stopping designs and styles, proudly showcasing the elegance of our local fabric. That was the perfect setting for the wedding band and Nollywood's most glamorous moment. It was indeed a deluge of the happening stars in the Nollywood and the entire entertainment family. This made up of actors, musicians, media practitioners, and others plying their trade in the very wide, vibrant, and highly lucrative and resourceful showbiz industry. Everyone was in top spirit as healthy jokes and banter were freely exchanged among guests. Very danceable music rent the air to properly put everyone in the right frame of mind for an event that was properly put together. The entry of the couple into the arena, which took a majestic but energetic turn as catcalls and a huge applause rent the air, indeed gave a vivid inkling into what to expect at the event. The chairman of the wedding, an Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism, Chief Adam Duke, delivered his welcome address. In it, he congratulated the couple for the courage they demonstrated in finally taking a plunge into the sacred institution of marriage. He wished them all the good dividend their married life can bring to a new family, like fruits of the womb, and steady progress in their joint undertakings henceforth.
Today is a milestone, and today, for me, redefines the fact that relationships within this industry can crystallize into a bond of friendship that can last a lifetime. And therefore join hundreds of thousands of well-being Nigerians, many of whom are in this hall, very many of whom are able to be here, to congratulate this couple, to wish them the very best, and to reassure all that is happening that the institution of marriage is sacred and must therefore continue to be preserved.
The cutting of the wedding cake was also supervised by the chairman as the lovebirds soaked each other in love.
So I need you to give me your resounding G. One more time, give me your joy. E, S, U, S. And that is Jesus. Let's go. Big applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
The toast of the bride and groom was ably responded to, on behalf of both of them, by Chidi Mokeme, the newest groom in the universe. He thanked everyone who worked assiduously for the success of their wedding, promising to do his best with the cooperation of his wife, so as to encourage others, especially in the Nollywood family, to join the respected league of the married ones, which seems to be growing in leaps and bounds these days.
I see you, Penelope. I see you at the police. I see you with Atomic. I see you, Kenesha. I see you, Memory. I see you, Ramina. I see you, Adeline. I see you, oh man, too many lights in my voice. I thank you all. I see you, Panama. I see you, Anasobi. Bonalupe. I'm waiting. Chimalazo. I love you. I know your sister meant so well.
The very exciting event ended in an octane of dancing and good tunes. We wish Chidi Mokeme and wife, Chinwe, a blissful marriage from the BOS family.
part of activities lined up to mark the 80th birthday anniversary of the Awujale and paramount ruler of Ijebuland, Oba Dr. Sikiru Kayode Adetono, CFR, a colloquium was organized by the Ijebu Renaissance Group on Tuesday, 6th of May 2014, in honor of the revered traditional ruler. The theme of the colloquium, the Ijebu, Elements of History, Culture and Commerce, according to its organizers, is to, among other objectives, provide answers to a plethora of questions about Ijebuland, such as its origin, ancestry, culture, and norms, the role of the Ijebus in the nation's industry and commerce, system of government, goals and aspirations within the modern Nigerian state. The colloquium also offered those present the opportunity to pay a deserving tribute to Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono on his 80th birthday. Professor Bankole Okua commended the forthrightness and candor of Oba Adetono, always speaking the truth to those in authority.
Our Oba is fearless. He doesn't fail well. He says it exactly the way he saw it. If you want to listen to the truth, yet God will make his comment, he's telling you exactly how he feels about it. Now you don't know, but that's a nation. A nation consists of people of the same language, people suffering, people who are likely to reason the same way. You know, a lot of commonalities among us.
When we talk about the Yoruba today, those who call themselves Yoruba today, until the 1850s, never knew themselves as the Yoruba. The Jebu never considered themselves as the Yoruba. The Ogun never considered themselves as Yoruba. The Ismail didn't consider themselves as Yoruba. The word only became for general applicability by the missionaries when they were really trying to reduce language to writing. As a matter of fact, the word Yoruba is a Hausa designation for the Yoruba speakers.
The colloquium, which was an all-inclusive affair, saw members of the audience either asking questions or expressing their views on the subject matter. Oba Adeshino Taiwo described the Awujale of Ijebuland as a father of all, whose simplicity, benevolence, non-discrimination of people of all faiths, accessibility, open-mindedness, and disposition towards life has endeared him to everybody privileged to have come in contact with him. He prayed for more long life, robust, sound health for the paramount traditional ruler. He said the Awujale is loved, adored, and respected by people from within and outside his domain. Other traditional rulers spoke in the same vein. There was a consensus of opinion about all those who spoke that Ijebuland has all it takes to survive as a state. The presence of abundant natural resources such as bitumen, in addition to being endowed with intellectuals and highly exposed people.
Ijebu has the human resources that could lead the country, not to talk of any state. We have every human resource, intellectually endowed, financially protected, and every exposed to manage a state.
In his own contribution, a professor of chemical engineering and successful businessman, Professor Ogunye, lent credence to the large volume of bitumen in Ijebuland. He added that there's a proven reserve of about 31.2 billion barrels of the resource in the area, which is almost equivalent of Nigeria's oil reserves.
Total reserve of the bitumen is 31.2 billion barrels, which is the same quantity as the oil we are extracting today. That shows how very vital the state is. Thank you.
Other speakers who paid tribute to Oba Adetono include the chairman of Biscuit Communications, producers of the BC Olatilo show, Prince BC Olatilo, who extolled the respected monarch for his love for all, adding that one of the greatest attributes of Oba Adetono was his large heart and that he bears no grudges against anyone.
Since I have come in contact with Kabisi, he has taken me to both arms reminds me all the time about my father, my uncle, who died, as one of the Owa of Ibadan. The local life, even in mannerism. But let me say something that I call a special attribute that I found out from him, which is like a commonality between him and my late uncle. They don't bear grudges.
Taking his turn to praise Oba Adetono was Nigeria's former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation and former judge of the World Court of The Hague, Prince Bola Jibola, who expressed his delight for being present at the occasion. He stated that since Oba Adetono mounted the throne of his forefathers 54 years ago, the Ijebuland has never had it so good.
A man who can be trusted, a man who can be relied upon, and diligent. What did I say above all? Of the above all, he happened to be very, very benevolent.
On the request of the Oniteli of Italy, Professor Okowa listed 6 attributes of the Awujale of Ijebuland, which include sincerity, assertiveness, wisdom, kindness, competence, and dependability. Dr. Adebole traced the history of Ijebu to countries like the Sudan and even the Holy Bible. He rounded up his address, which he delivered ex-tempo, by praying for the realization of Ijebu states.
Well, one thing that I have that occurred to me when you were putting the questions are being asked here, take my cue, was that of all the children of Canaan, the Hittites and all of them, the only people existing in their own way as of today are the Jebusites. And this is in accordance with the Bible, where God actually spared the Jebusites to use them to teach the Israelites some lessons about warfare and other things. And if I look at that, I can say, it's either the cause of Canaan that is still affecting us today while we are asking for the Jebu state. And I think we have to pray that God himself will forgive you from whom we descended so that our Jebu state will come to be. Thank you very much.
It was emphatically stated at the colloquium that for the economy of the proposed Ijebu state to thrive, agriculture must be given a pride place and there must be rail to link the state to other parts of the country.
I want to say that whatever else we aspire to achieve as a nation, we should do something about getting Ijebuland connected by rail to the port and getting Ijebuland connected to the rest of the Nigerian rail network. Every region that is outside of the rail network might continue to get excluded from growth. Regions within that network will be included in the growth, and I think we should think very, very hard about that as my final parting word. Thank you.
Others who spoke at the colloquium from the private sector canvassed the need for the creation of more free trade zones in the southwest region.
Nothing stops any region from having more than one free trade zone. Lagos State has a free trade zone. Ogun State has about 3. Olokola is a very good area for the seaport. No doubt about that. We can develop it as a seaport, and it could compete seriously with Lagos ports, whether Chicken Port or Apapa Port.
In his own contribution, a senior member of the Ijebu Renaissance Group, Chief Tunji Anyonaja, a senior advocate of Nigeria and chairman of the Awujale at 80 main organizing committee, disclosed that the group, which was set up on the authority of Oba Sikiru Adetona, has been mandated by the revered monarch to recruit credible Ijebu sons and daughters to become members of the group.
Ijebu Renaissance Group. This is a group set up by the authority of the Awujale and paramount ruler of Ijebuland.
response, the celebrant Oba Sikiru Kaude Adetona CFR thanked the Ogun State Governor, Senator Bikule Amosu, for his developmental strides across the Ijebuland and indeed every part of the state. Giving a progress report on the proposed creation of Ijebu State, Oba Adetona happily disclosed to his subjects that Ijebuland is the only area in the country that has fulfilled all the criteria for the creation of a state, saying he was sure that at the appointed time, the authorities will give a good response to their request. Oba Sikiru Kaude Adetona CFR, the Awujale of Ijebuland, advised Nigerian leaders at all levels to live up to their constitutional mandates by shunning corruption and securing the lives and property of the populace. On a final note, he thanked the organizers of the events and promised to rededicate himself to the service of his people. His address expectedly received a resounding applause from their audience in the jam-packed hall. The highlight of the occasion was a presentation of prizes to winners of an essay competition titled Ijebu as a Key Player in the Socio-Economic Emancipation of Ogun State as part of the Awujale's 80th birthday anniversary. The presentation was done by Oba Sikiru Kaude Adetona, the celebrant. Participants of the essay competition were drawn from both public and private schools in the 6 local government areas that make up Ijebuland. Governor Ibikule Amosu, who was represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Barrister Taiwo Olaoluwa, during the path of the earlier distinguished speakers, commended the Awujale, whom he described as the chief consultant of the state government because of his relentless support and prayers for the state government. Governor Amosu described Oba Sikiru Adetona as not just the father of the Ijebus alone, but indeed all good people of Ogun State. He thereafter prayed for more successful and prosperous years ahead for the celebrant. Ogun State Honorable Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, gave the vote of thanks.
Like a true Nigerian that Dame Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu was in his lifetime, born in the north, raised in Lagos, southwest Nigeria, and of Eastern origin, whose lifestyle revolved around idiosyncrasies typical to these people, it must have been of great joy and pride to the family members of Ojukwu, and indeed the Igbo nation, that Ojukwu's burial had a national outlook. With events organized for his final homeward journey spreading around major cities in Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones. Zungeru, his birthplace, Calabar, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Lagos, Owerri, Aba, Abakaliki, Enugu, Oka, the capital of Anambra State, with a final stop at Nnewi Ojukwu's homestead, which is also home to most of the leading industrialists and entrepreneurs of Eastern extraction, also making waves nationally and internationally. Lagos, where Ojukwu lived during his impressionable teenage years as a secondary school student in King's College, before his sojourn abroad where he garnered very intimidating academic laurels, stood still to remember a pure, undiluted Lagosian who spoke the Yoruba language with impeccable finesse. Tafawa Square, venue for the carnival-like celebration, which featured an impressive array of dignitaries from the high echelon of the society. Igbos from all nooks and crannies of Lagos State and its environs stood up to be counted as it danced, sang, and rejoiced to send forth a great son of the land. mark of the Lagos celebration of life for the late Ikemba Nnewi, Dike Diorama and Agune Chamber of Igboland were reminiscences of his life and times and contribution to the growth and renaissance of Igbo nation and Nigeria in general. In the final analysis, they all concluded that Dame Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu's contributions to the growth of Nigeria cannot be discussed in whispers because they resonate with a big bang all over the place. The presidential wing of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, was besieged by hundreds of thousands of Nigerians from different spheres of life, from the very top to the other classes of dignitaries, to pay homage to Ojukwu as his body was brought in from the United Kingdom, dressed in full military attire, with a detachment of the men of the Nigerian army on hand to give him full military honors. Ojukwu has served in many capacities in the Nigerian army as Nigeria's first indigenous quartermaster general and commander of an entire brigade of the Nigerian army, as far back as when the strength of the Nigerian army was only made up of 250 men from 5 battalions alone. The solemn event, which had Nigeria's First Lady, Dame Patience Jonathan, Vice President Namadi Sambo, Senate President David Mark, Speaker House of Representatives Honorable Aminu Bello Tambuwal, and other principal officers of the National Assembly, top hierarchy of the Nigerian Army, members of the Federal Executive Council, and members of different political parties, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and others in attendance, was basically for the rendition of funeral oration in memory of Ojukwu. Chief Mrs. Bianca Ojukwu, wife of the deceased Emeka Ojukwu Jr., and all his other siblings and close family members were also in attendance. After the torrents of eulogies, accolades, and prayers for the repose of Ojukwu's soul by all the speakers, a brief display by the military to send forth a former general of the Nigerian Army followed.
He was a true patriot, committed to the defense of the dignity of man. On behalf of my family, myself, and the entire women of Nigeria, I pay my respects to this man who spent his life and times in the defense of truth, justice, and fairness.
No words can adequately express the nature, character, legacy, and lessons bequeathed by this soldier and gentleman. I believe that the outpour of the encomiums and eulogies cannot stop coming the way of this gentleman, because for everything said about Ojukwu, it was in recognition of his contribution to both his personal as well as professional service to our great nation.
The body of the late Ikemba Nnewi, Dame Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, was then put aboard a Nigerian Army aircraft as it formally began its last journey to the eastern part of the country, with its initial stop in Owerri, the Imo State capital, which has the symbolic importance of being where Ojukwu formally declared the secession of the East from Nigeria, signaling the beginning of the Nigerian Civil War in 1967. The same scenarios played out in Aba, the commercial capital of Abia State, a place very dear to the heart of the Ikemba Nnewi himself. As has been the story everywhere since the Ikemba phenomenon came to the fore upon his demise, this passage also elicited eulogies and praises across political, ethnic, and religious spectrum of the society. Indeed, Aba demonstrated in every way possible that it was prepared for the very moving send forth organized for the Ikemba Nnewi. The holiday declared and closure of the markets throughout the state were incentives that accelerated the massive turnout experience. Of course, Abia proved that it is the true home of Igbo cultural heritage, as epitomized by the very traditional send forth benchmarked by rich tradition of the Abia people. Here again, all the speakers eulogized Ikemba in very glowing terms. Ikemba was described as a man who went to war out of his conviction of injustice against his people, not on a self-seeking mission. As a principled, courageous, and patriotic Nigerian, Ojukwu decided to stop the war and join in finding a lasting solution to the Hydra-headed problem facing his people. The Civil War stands today as one of the most tragic landmarks of the 20th century, claiming over 2 million people. Ojukwu, whom many see as a source of division of the Nigerian state in his lifetime, has in death become a source of unity.
As the first military governor of Eastern Region. You are one of the best, one of the most loyal, most dedicated officers the Army has ever produced. And I am glad that I speak here before always in my battalion, in battalion battle. Most of whom are dead today, I speak on your behalf to acknowledge that you, sir, you are one of our best, you gave us leadership. You taught us how to read, how to speak, how to convey your people to follow us. May Almighty God bless you all.
Odumegwu Ojukwu's dream of equality and a Nigeria where the Igbo own property in the north and the Hausa own property in Abakaliki, where such property would not be destroyed. That was the kind of Nigeria Ojukwu envisaged. Enugu, the capital of old eastern region, where Ojukwu called the shots as a governor, was of great significance and importance to him. Although from Nnewi in Anambra State, he lived in Enugu with his family for most part of his life. After the Civil War and his return from exile, he still made Enugu the central base of his operations at the time. For Ojukwu, there was a sentimental attachment to Enugu, the coal city state. The government and people of Enugu State, and indeed Igbos from all parts of the country, converged in Enugu to take part in the series of activities put together to give Ikemba Nnewi a befitting send forth. Flagging off the series of activities for Ojukwu's rite of passage in Enugu State was a funeral mass at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Governor Peter Obi and his wife Margaret led other dignitaries at the church service. The sermon preached by the administrator of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Reverend Father John Nwafo, advocated true federalism as vigorously propounded by the late Ikemba Nnewi as far back as 45 years ago. Reverend Nwafo charged Nigerian leaders to imbibe the quality of service and sacrifice to give Nigeria a secured future. At a public lecture which took place at the Nike Lake Resort Hotel Enugu, former Information Minister Professor Dora Akunyili described Ojukwu as an extraordinary leader who impacted positively on Nigerians. Other events that went on simultaneously with all the series of events lined up for the final rites of passage of Ojukwu included the traditional Ichomadu ceremony for titled men in Igbo land. This went on in different parts of the country. One event that had all the trappings of a national and international funeral rites ceremony for Ojukwu took place at the historic Okpara Square in Enugu. The Okpara Square, which wore a brand new captivating look, having been properly prepared for the event well in advance, was venue for the twin ceremonies of the interdenominational service and a special tribute session for the Ikemba Nnewi. Leading the dignitaries was Vice President Mohammed Namadi Sambo, who was accompanied by high-ranking personalities of Southeast extraction in the National Assembly. These included the Deputy Senate President, Senator Ike Kweremadu, and Deputy Speaker of House of Representatives, Honorable Emeka Ihedioha. There are also ministers, mostly from the Southeast region, past and present public office holders, all the governors from the Southeast states, Anambra, Enugu, Abia, Imo, and Ebonyi, were also in attendance. Other governors from Cross Rivers, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers also joined their other colleagues. Nobel laureate Professor Wally Shoyinka was also there. The Emir of Kano, Alhaji Ado Bayero, braved the long distance from Kano to pay homage to a man described as his son. From the international community, former President Jerry Rawlings of Ghana was there to pay a lasting tribute to a friend of his of long standing. Highlights of the twin events were the heralding and the ushering of Ojukwu's body by the military as the whole arena stood in respect to the dead. The solemn service featured a number of soul-inspiring songs rendered by the Laz Ekweme Choir. Passages were read from the Holy Bible by Ebele Odumegwu Ojukwu and Senator Ben Obi, Special Advisor to the President on Inter-Party Affairs. The homily was administered by the Catholic Bishop of Enugu. The sermon was preached by Bishop Emmanuel Chukwuma, the Anglican Bishop of Enugu Diocese. He eulogized Ojukwu's heroic strides while alive, which is why he said the whole world is celebrating him today. Bishop Okonkwo said that the overwhelming reactions to Ojukwu's death from every part of the world should remind all of us that we can only be remembered by our good or bad deeds, or we might have left this sinful world. Bishop Chukwuma ended the sermon by requesting that the federal government should name a number of institutions or monuments after to keep his name in our minds perpetually. There were more songs by the Laz Ekweme Choir before the service ended, yielding way to the tribute session for Ojukwu. The tribute session began with the opening remarks by Chairman of the occasion, retired Commodore Bito Kiwe. This was followed by the remarks of the Chairman of the Ojukwu National Burial Committee, retired Honorable Justice Chukwudifo Oputa. This paved the way for the tribute session proper. Those that spoke about Ike Manne Dame Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu included Chairman of Nigeria Governors Forum and Governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Chibuike Amechi, Chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum, Peter Obi of Anambra State, former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyoko, Nobel laureate Professor Wale Soyinka, General Yakubu Gowon, who was represented, and former President Rawlings of Ghana. The host governor, Barrister Sullivan Iheanacho Chime, also paid special tribute to Ikemba Nnewi. They all urged Nigerians not to continue to brood over the demise of Ikemba Nnewi, but to use the lessons of his life to forge a stronger Nigeria where no one is more superior or less inferior to the other, a place where there will be equal opportunities for all.
All his entire life, Ojukwu was nimble and dedicated to the pursuit of excellence in whatever he engaged himself. He was an accomplished socialite and raconteur, a witty administrator, a consummate soldier, an astute politician, and an unmistakable patriot. There was the touch of the uncommon and sometimes the unprecedented in everything he did and had put his hand to. His background, education, lifestyle, national service, both civil and military, leadership, his courage, his politics, his activism, and so on. Ojukwu was born a king, lived like a king, and died a king.
State,
Vice President, Architect Mohammed Namadi Sambo, who delivered the President's address at the occasion, enumerated the qualities that stood Ojukwu out for the special recognition being accorded him by the federal government and everyone. These, according to him, included his hatred for injustice and the burning desire for the betterment of his country. The Vice President advised all Nigerians to imbibe the true Nigerian spirit exhibited by Ojukwu. He prayed for the repose of his soul.
Ojukwu has played a significant role in Nigeria's return to democracy since 1999, the Fourth Republic. He has contested as presidential candidate of his party, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, APGA, for the last 3 of the 4 elections. And in his illness, he remained a party leader. The party was in control of 2 states in the largely influential among Igbo ethnic area of Nigeria.
The final aspect of the tribute session was the laying of the wreath by all the dignitaries, beginning with the Vice President and all the governors present at the special event.
He loved his country, Nigeria, and strives to make her great. Today, Nigeria has stood up for my father. Dalunu, Oshiru, Nagodi. May the Almighty God guide you all safely back to your destinations. Thank you all.
St. Michael's Catholic Church, Umudim Nnewi, close to the Ojukwu family home in Anambra State of Nigeria, played host to the High and the Mighty in Nigeria on Friday, 2nd March 2012. Here, a requiem mass that preceded the interment of Dame Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu was held. President Goodluck Jonathan and his wife Patience Goodluck Jonathan, Mrs. Helen David Mogg, wife of the Senate President, led other dignitaries like the governors of Ebonyi, Anambra and Delta states to the event, as well as past and present public office holders, especially from the southeastern part of Nigeria. The service began as the body of Ojukwu was ushered into the church in a military fashion, with everyone on their feet in deference to the dead. The service, which followed the strict Catholic tradition, observed a lot of hymn rendition and Bible reading. Special prayers were said for the congregation, Nigeria, and the family of the late Ikemba Nnewi by the presiding prelate and Catholic Bishop of Nnewi, Most Reverend Dr. Hilary Okeke. In his sermon, the retired Catholic Bishop of Olo, retired Reverend Gregory Ochiara, urged the people to pray for Ojukwu because he lived a just and selfless life. He hoped Ojukwu's exit will bring forth a new generation of Nigerians who will shun corruption and greed, the twin cankerworm warring us which Ojukwu fought till his death. Governor Peter Obi of Anambra State urged Nigerian leaders to do things which would be in the overall interest of the people. Governor Obi praised President Goodluck Jonathan for the exceptional step he has taken in giving Ojukwu a national burial. Governor Obi said through this singular action by President Jonathan, the Igbo will feel less marginalized and excluded in the affairs of Nigeria. President Goodluck Jonathan said that the late Ikemba Nnewi was a God-sent leader to lead his people. He said Ojukwu's vision was beyond the understanding of his contemporaries. The president said that he decided to pay Ojukwu a well-deserved last respect as a fitting tribute to a statesman of great standing. President Jonathan said that even with his failing health at the time when his father died some years ago, he still visited him in his village, and that touched him. With a final commendation followed the sprinkling of the coffin containing the remains of Ojukwu with holy water and incense, with songs in the background. Ojukwu's body was taken out of the church to its final resting place just inches away from the church. The remains of Dame Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu were interred in the marble mausoleum at his ancestral Umudim home in Nnewi, Anambra State at exactly 2:18 p.m. on Friday, 2nd March 2012. As the body of Ojukwu was lowered, emotions took the better part of his widow, Chief Bianca Ono, who was helped by the wives of Anambra and Imo State governors, Mrs. Margaret Obi and Mrs. Nkechi Okorocha. The burial rites followed strict military tradition. After Ojukwu's interment, traditional and cultural displays were staged as more people came to register their condolence with the Ojukwus. Bianca Ono, the widow of Ojukwu, and Emeka Ojukwu Jr. received all those who came to sympathize with them. The expansive compound of the Ojukwus in Umudim, Nnewi, Anambra State was turned into another huge carnival to celebrate the fall of the Iroko and legend who will live on in the minds of all those whose path he crossed in his eventful and most fulfilled life. Adieu, Dame Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, the people's general and the true Nigerian. Kachukuna Mburubigi Nandokwa, Lajikanka, Alonkoba Tesi Afefereu. Should Mrs. Antonia Ramilekundari, nee Rosha da Costa, the Queen of Bethel, who died recently at the age of 78 years, would have loved to have her around much longer. Indeed, the sad occurrence must have come to them as a surprise. However, as people who were properly put in the way of the Lord by their late mother, they can only take solace and consolation in the fact that their mother lived a very fulfilled and accomplished life with enduring legacies of integrity, love, and compassion towards mankind. The task before the children of Mrs. Antonia Ramilekundari is to endeavor to carry on with the lofty ideals which endeared her to everyone and earned her the affectionate nickname, the mother of all. One of Mama's children, Yeye Bolanle Dari, the founder and proprietress of the Mother Teresa Children here in Abuja, the split image of her mother, was taken after her philanthropic disposition. Yeye Bolanle Dari, who has her own biological children, among them university graduates, has in the last 1 decade or so single-handedly taken up the role of a mother to many motherless children with the assistance of kind-hearted Nigerians. Over the years, the children have been nurtured to be useful members of the society. The funeral service to bid Madam Remileku Antonia Dari, known as Queen of Bethel, the final farewell, was held at the African Church Bethel Bainese Memorial Church, Surulere, Lagos. The church service formally swung into motion with the rendition of the processional hymn. Some verses of the Bible were taken from the book of Ecclesiastical chapter 3. Before delivering the homily, the official minister at the service first prayed for the children of the deceased and everyone. In the sermon, the man of God emphasized that in the last 20 years, in which it has pleased God to make him the chief shepherd of the African Church Bethel Bainese Memorial Church, Surulere, Lagos, he can confirm that Madam Remileku Antonia Dari was one of those who did not count the costs or waver in the discharge of all obligations that have had to do with moving the church and evangelism forward. The officiated minister urged his children and all those present at the service to emulate the Christian values and virtues which Mama held very dearly all her life. There were special prayers for the deceased, and this is followed by a special rendition by the choir for Mama. And the Thanksgiving session. Here, the children of Mama, family members, and other well-wishers dance to thank God for her life. Mrs. Antonia Oluwaremilekun Dari was born into the illustrious Da Costa family. Her mother was the first daughter of the popular Brazilian merchant Cândido da Rocha of the Brazilian quarters in the Kakawa area of Lagos. She lost her parents when she was a toddler. She had to be raised by her auntie. Madam Antonia Oluwaremilekun Dari began her primary education at the St. Matthias Convent School and Mount Carmel Secondary School in Lagos. Being an optician by training, Madam Antonia Oluwaremilekun Dari worked as an ophthalmology technician at the Adebowale Opticals in Tinubu, Lagos. She was married to Mr. John Akinwumi Dari, a police officer from Ifewara in Osun State of Nigeria. By virtue of the nature of the husband's work as a police officer, she and her husband at various times lived in different parts of Nigeria, like Ibadan, Enugu, Ilorin, and Lagos. Mama Antonia Uluwaremilekundari was survived by 5 children and many grandchildren. The remains of Chief Mrs. Antonia Remilekundari, which were taken around the streets of Lagos amidst singing and dancing, were finally laid to rest at the Bolton Garden Cemetery, Ikoyi, Lagos. This is after a solemn service at her graveside with all her children by her side, and with the dust rites by the children and some grandchildren, Mama's remains were finally interred. The social aspect of the burial of Madam Antonia Remilekundari, which was a reception, took place at the Grandeur Events Center in Ikeja, Lagos. It was obvious from the very captivating decoration of the venue, which bore the color code prescribed for the event, that the children and the grandchildren of Madam Antonia Remilekundari had gone all out to give their loving mom and grandmom a most memorable send-forth. Perhaps the icing on the cake was having Yinka Ayefele, the originator of the fast-tempo gospel juju music rhythm, to perform for the Lagos audience, where there seems to be an insatiable hunger for this kind of music. Lagos, Ibadan, Kaduna, and Port Harcourt axis of Nigeria's social establishment came all out in their numbers to rally a huge support for the children of Mama Antonia Remilekundari, especially Yeye Bolanle Dari, of importance of Nigeria's life. The children and grandchildren of Mama Remilekundari engaged the audience with a series of special presentations in honor of their dear mom and grandmom.
A virtuous woman, very understanding, always ready to help, not only before the rich, but also those around her. The song has summarized it. Iya Niwura, my mom was one. Thank you very much.
Of course, it all came down with Yinka Ayefele taking complete control with a marathon dosage of his fast-tempo gospel juju music rhythm, and the guests took turns to dance to it. May God grant Chief Mrs. Antonia Remilekundari eternal rest in his bosom. A close study of the tributes paid to the memory of Deaconess Bessie Ikpeazu, the late mother of Governor Okezie Victor Ikpeazu of Abia State, who joined the Saint Triumphant recently, gives a vivid picture of the kind of person she was during her entire sojourn in these parts that spanned a whole 87 years. The late Madam Bessie Ikpeazu was a registered nurse who retired as a matron in 1994. She once served as a nurse supervisor for the Motherless Babies Home of the Adventist Hospital, Aba, before setting up her own maternity home and clinic in the home place of her husband, Umuabiakwa, in Obingwa local government area of Abia State. Here she saved many lives and delivered thousands of babies for little or no change. Madam Bessie Ikpeazu touched many lives, both within the family, the church, workplace, and the community. Through Madam Bessie Ikpeazu's generosity, many orphans, widows, and the less privileged found a home in her home. The late Madam Bessie Ikpeazu's usual refrain is that, quote, "I have many children, and they are scattered all over the world. I don't know all of them, but whenever God brings them into my life, I'm a mother to all of them," unquote. Madam Bessie Ikpeazu was blessed with 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter, among them Governor Okezie Victor Ikpeazu, who gave a very touching tribute to his darling mother, tagged Passage of an Angel. Governor Victor Okezie Ikpeazu said his mother filled all his void as a healer, counselor, spiritual and temporal warrior. Continuing, Governor Ikpeazu said his mother came in as a simple vessel, acquired everything and conquered all with loving kindness. There's no gainsaying the fact that Governor Okezie Ikpeazu and his late mother shared a very special bond. This is why he teamed up with his siblings and the enlarged Ikpeazu and Umuagu families from Umuabiakwa and Umuafo villages in Obingwa local government area of Abia State to give their most beloved mother a befitting burial. In fact, the entire nation joined in the celebration of life well spent of a rare gem, a philanthropist without boundaries, through her beloved son, Governor Okezie Victor Ikpeazu, whom she went out of her way to give a very sound educational grounding that properly positioned him to become the very first person of Ngwa extraction to be governor of Abia State today. From President Muhammadu Buhari, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Senate President Bukola Saraki, Speaker Honorable Yakubu Dogara, and indeed governors, ministers, religious, political, business, economic leaders from all parts of Nigeria and beyond. It's been glowing tributes to the kind legacies of Madam Bessie Ikpeazu. The series of events to bid Madam Bessie Ikpeazu a final farewell began with a service of songs and wake keep. This took place at Camp Windy in Umuabiakwa, Abia State on Thursday, 28th of January 2016. Governor KZ Basil, his wife, siblings, family members were hugely supported by friends of the family from different parts of the country and beyond. Among them were Governor Ayo Fayosho of Ekiti State, Senator Naya Baribe from Abia State, former Senate President Adolphus Wabara, Senator Ma Owabumwa, and other prominent figures from Abia State. It was an evening that featured tributes and songs rendered by different choir groups from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Friday, the 29th of January 2016, the date set aside for the special Thanksgiving service for Deaconess Bessie Basil, witnessed an unprecedented assemblage of personalities from all walks of life, transcending politics, religion, and ethnic backgrounds. They all came to pay a well-deserved respect to a woman who served God religiously till her very last days on earth. Former Governor of Abia State, Senator T.A. Ojan's wife, led the dignitary list. Other attendees included governors of Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Ebonyi, Imo, were Governor Ayo Fayosho of Ekiti State, as well as wives of the Governor of Delta State and Inspector General of Police. The wife of the President, Mrs. Aisha Buhari, was represented by the wife of Imo State Governor, Mrs. Nkechinyere Noma Rochas Okorocha, in her capacity as chairperson of Wives of Governors of Southern part of Nigeria. Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu led the list of members of the National Assembly from both chambers at the Thanksgiving service for Madam Bessie Basil. Chief Emmanuel Iwanyang, Prince Arthur Eze, former Governor Chukwuemeka Ezife, were joined by other past governors and public office holders. This Thanksgiving service is conducted by a very high-powered delegation of the Seventh-day Adventist Church from the Eastern Nigeria Union Conference, with leading clerics of the church from other parts of the country in attendance as well. The Thanksgiving service, which was conducted strictly in the way of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, featured scripture reading, congregational hymnal singing, and rendition of special songs by the Omiobekwa District Choir and the EAC Conference Choir. Madam Bessie Ikpeazu was read at the church. Next were goodwill messages delivered by the governor colleagues of the chief mourner, Abia State Governor Okezie Victor Ikpeazu. Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu kept the goodwill message. In their various remarks, they all condoled with the Ikpeazu family and the people of Abia State on the exit of a great woman. They urged Governor Victor Okezie Ikpeazu, his siblings and other family members to endeavor to keep the worthy legacies of their mother alive in their words and deeds henceforth.
I stand here on behalf of Her Excellency, the wife of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a great woman, a mother in Israel. She would have loved to be here to condole not just for the family of the past, but the entire Abia State people. But for the stringencies of duties, she could not make it. I shall ask me and my sisters that are here, the wife of the governor of Freedom State and none of the State, to come and make sure that our sister and the wife of the governor of Freedom State is not alone in this time of their great loss.
The night is so dark. It is only your sweet mother that you will not leave out to please yourself. It is more than a sense to you when your bathroom is full, there is no food. It is mama that will be back from the market and she'll be struggling to put food on the table. If there was one thing I would ask of God, that mothers should try no more. Mothers mean everything to us all. At this moment of grief, the loss of a mother, but the parents are always painful. But this is what I got at that time. We try to create time to go through how Mama touched lives. As a registered nurse, your mother, in the true spirit of Florence Nightingale, worked selflessly, saved many lives that would otherwise have been lost. No wonder why she stayed that long. Because once you touch people's life, you're actually saving your own life as well. I know that his traditional mother is wrong. But I know that that mother is an appropriate mother. By the time Governor who became the governor of the state, the mother became the governor of the state. We found her. She lived a very good life. And normally we expect to live up to that expectation, but not every person has that gift to live up to that age. It is not a responsibility. All women in Africa are now the mother of Okezie Ikpeazu. You wouldn't be crying at the moment of anybody. All of you are mothers to him. What we owe him is solidarity. What we owe him is support, because he has started very, very young. But I assure you, I always saw her better days and she was satisfied and the Lord won her. So I want to say to you, be consoled. The loss of a mother is a very serious matter. But we have faith in the Lord and the word of God. Now one day, when the last trumpet shall sound, we shall all gather again, and so we shall sing around again. My dear brother, be consoled. God bless you, and the great city of Abia State, God will continue to lift you. And the greatest thing you can do for your daughter
preached by Reverend Dr. Basi Udo, who is the president of the Eastern Nigeria Union Conference of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. He also condoled with the Ikpazos over the sad loss of their departed mother, whom he said was not only loved by the Umuabiakwa community, but Abia State in general for her benevolent nature. He urged the siblings and other family members to please continue from where she stopped. The officiating minister congratulated Governor Victor Okezie Ikpeazu for embarking on massive infrastructural development of all sectors of Abia State since he assumed office. He urged him to sustain the momentum of development of the state.
And that's why the governor of Abia State does not need to bother, because the signal, the globe, Jehovah is upon you. Why did this woman die 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 5 years ago? She only died when she lived and saw the sun. Became the governor of Abia State. After a few months, she blessed this man and said, "Oh, you have done it. What else? I can go to rest." Can I hear you shout, hallelujah?
In it, Governor Victor Okezie Ikpeazu recounted the enduring virtues of honesty, patience, love, and straightforwardness imbibed from his loving mother, which have successfully guided him to his present point today. He ended by praying that God will grant the one he calls an angel eternal rest in his bosom.
I want to thank each and every one of you for finding time to come. Since yesterday, God has laid in my heart to speak this prayer to you. For those of us whose mothers are still alive, it is our prayer that she will continue to live happily in Jesus' name. But for those that are welcoming me into the club of the wilderness, I pray that God will continue to console us as we trudge on in our life journey till our own time comes. With these words, I thank you very much for coming. I will be undermining what my heart speaks or tells me to say if I declare that word of mouth is sufficient to thank you for this gesture.
As the congregation dispersed, the closing hymn was rendered, which led Governor Ikpeazu, his siblings, and other family members to the graveside. Here, a service was conducted before Madam Ikpeazu was interred. The reception that followed at Camp Windy in Umuabiakwa in the Obingwa local government area of Abia State, the home place of Governor Victor Okezie Ikpeazu, more dignitaries showed up to condole with him and his family. They include Governors Ifeanyi Chukwu Ugwuanyi of Enugu State, Waziri Tambuwal of Sokoto State, former Deputy Speaker of House of Representatives Honorable Emeka Ihedioha, Minister of Labor and Productivity, Senator Chris Ngige, and other political heavyweights from virtually all political parties. Also joined in Secretaries of State Governments and Deputy Governor to play the perfect host all through. Governor Okezie Ikpeazu went round the hall to pay a well-deserved homage and thank you to all those who had come to share with them, amidst dancing and singing. In fact, in what looked like celebration fast-tracked in keen anticipation of the final Supreme Court verdicts on the election that brought him to office, Governor Ikpeazu's upbeat mood, which he demonstrated through hearty dancing, was taken a notch higher by everyone as dancing and jubilation took center stage. The final outing service in remembrance of the passage of Madam Bessie Ibazo took place at the Seventh-day Adventist Church, Umuobiakwa, in the Obingwa local government area of Abia State. This was on Sunday, the 31st of January 2016. Governor Okeze Victor Ibazo, his siblings and family members were joined by friends of the family from within and beyond the country. Former Governor Theodore Oji of Abia State and his wife, Mrs. Mercy Oji, headlined the dignitary list. Abia State Deputy Governor, the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and other principal officers of the Executive, Legislature, and the Judiciary joined members of the Abia State Traditional Institution at the church service. The choir of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, Umuobiakwa, rendered the opening song. The main feature of the service was a special Thanksgiving session where all members of the Ibazo family were joined by their friends to pray to God for the success of the final burial of their mother. In his remarks, which he rendered in his typical dialect, Governor Okeze Ibazo, who spoke on behalf of all other siblings and family members, thanked all those who had worked assiduously for the success of the grand burial of their mother. He prayed that God will guide them safely as they return to their various destinations. In the sermon preached at the service, the Christian life and philanthropic disposition of Madam Bessie Ibazo was revisited, and the children and others were urged to do their very best to see that the legacy lives. Again, the Ibazo family were prayed for before the service wound up.
In what could be aptly described as a dress rehearsal for the yearly traditional long-drawn-out marathon celebration that usually ushers in Christmas in Calabar, the city was the main center of attraction for 3 days as it played host to a wide section of people from different walks of life from within and outside the shores of the country. One and all They had all decided to pay their final homage to the late Obong of Calabar, His Royal Majesty, Eminence Professor Nta Elijah Henshaw VI, Grand Patriarch of the Efa Kingdom, who joined his ancestors earlier in February this year. In every respect, the life of the late monarch, a first-class natural ruler and the Grand Patriarch of the Efa Kingdom, is one of rare accomplishments in the field of dentistry, which took him to hospitals in the United Kingdom and other parts of the world. The late Obong, who was a detribalized person, was celebrated internationally as a renowned dental surgeon par excellence. The late Obong, who was once a commissioner in Cross River State, worked assiduously since ascending the throne of his forefathers for the development of his people, whom he treated with a lot of warmth and respect. One of the legacies the late Obong of Calabar, His Royal Majesty Edidem Professor Nta Elijah Henshaw VI bequeathed to his people is his relentless fight against unwholesome ancient practices and his closeness to his creator throughout his reign as the monarch of Calabar. These legacies will continue to inspire generations of his people in the Efa Kingdom to continuously strive to move the Efa Kingdom to greater heights. Against the background of the late Obong's exemplary life, characterized by his positive contributions to the Efa Kingdom and humanity at large, his final rites of passage was a big celebration. The program, tagged Celebration of Life, began with a special Thanksgiving memorial service which was held at the Cultural Center, Calabar. Attended by Vice President Goodluck Jonathan, his wife and other dignitaries, the rites were marked by the rendition of soul-lifting songs and special prayers for the family.
Is to live a life of fulfillment. And there can be no fulfillment except purpose for living. Purpose in every man's life is divine. It is only God that can give you a reason to live, a purpose to achieve in life. Jeremiah chapter 1, verses 4 to 5. Talks about the life of a man called Jeremiah. And God said concerning Jeremiah, said to Jeremiah, Jeremiah, I have known you, I have called you. Before you were formed in your mother's womb, I knew you. I have raised you up to be a prophet to my people. God gave Jeremiah a purpose even before he was conceived and before he was born. I thank God specially for the life lived by Obong Calabar. Edidem Professor Nta Elijah Henshaw was a man that loved God, a man that served the Lord and served his people. He lived a life of purpose and he made his impact felt to the people.
decided to grace this occasion. We thank God for all of you who came, because if you didn't come, this would not have been worthwhile. Thank you for coming. Thank you for honoring us. The Lord will honor you. The Lord will bless you. As you have celebrated with us, we shall celebrate with you. In Jesus' mighty name, I pray.
Saturday, the 11th of October 2008, the day of the grand finale of the rites of passage of the late Obong of Calabar, was indeed a glorious one for the family of the highly loved monarch, as demonstrated by the huge and impressive attendance of dignitaries that graced the event, which took place at the UJ Eswene Stadium, Calabar. The bright sunshine that shone throughout the event helped to further accentuate the beauty of the venue, which had been decorated in colors that only befit royalty. Those familiar with the culture and tradition of the Efik people, especially as it concerns burial of people, will agree that it is usually a grand spectacle, and that was exactly what was replicated on that occasion. The procession of the children, in-laws, other members of the royal household and their friends, which went through the major streets of Calabar before a final stop at the venue, was an emphatic statement in color, grandeur, elegance, panache, style, and class. And for the desired effect, members of the procession took their time to relish the attention paid to them by the entire stadium.
Worship God as we sing from the revised church hymnary. Let us all stand.
Thanksgiving service in honor of the late Obong of Calabar featured soul-lifting music and prayers for the repose of the soul of the Obong and his family members. There were also Bible lessons read by the eldest son of the late Obong and the wife of the late Obong. Following that was a special tribute to the late monarch by the Executive Governor of Cross River State, Senator Leal Imoke, and Vice President Goodluck Jonathan.
I received the tidings of the passing away of the beloved father, the Royal Majesty, Professor Peter Baraka Henshaw, the sixth, Therefore, there is no doubt that in his demise we have a great loss, not only to the every kingdom, but of course, Cross River State, but indeed to our entire nation. We all share in your grief. Nevertheless, we shall all take consolation in the very fine legacies he has outpoured from the sands of time. In our time as a family, we continue to draw inspiration from those legacies for your own fulfillment. Again, on behalf of the government of Cross River State, the people of Cross River State, my family, my country, the great son of Nigeria, may the good Lord, in his infinite mercy, continue to grant the soul of Evident Baraka Henshaw VI a place in his eternal kingdom. May his soul rest in perfect peace. This grand barrier by ruling the ethnic people with his fear of gods and keeping away from ancient traditions that are not in line with the teaching of the scriptures. Those statements really elevated my spirit. Of all these conclusions, of course. So we are here to encourage the family. We are not here to mourn our late monarch because he has achieved what any noble man could achieve. If only 25% of the human population, 25% is the little high. If only 5% of the human population can achieve 50% of what his late royal father has done, then Nigeria, Africa, and the world be a better place to live. We want to use this opportunity to call on all of us to emulate the good works.
In his sermon, the officiating minister paid tribute to the sterling and exemplary qualities of the late Obong, especially his great investment in the development of his children, which has propelled many of them to occupy the commanding heights of their various endeavors today. The clergyman hoped that worthy sons and daughters of Efa Kingdom will build on the enviable legacies left by the Obong to effect a lasting change in the scheme of things. The service featured a lot of singing and dancing by the children of the late Obong, other family members and friends, as music was supplied by the choir. offered for the family of the late Obong. At the reception that followed later, more dignitaries showed up. Headlining the list was the wife of the Vice President, Dame Patience Jonathan, who was accompanied by wives of the governors of Bayelsa, Cross River, and River States, as well as wives of members of the National Assembly and other dignitaries. Governor Chibuike Rotimi Amechi of River State was also in attendance. Notable personalities from Bayelsa State, as well as Lagos and Rivers axes, were there to support Chief Ebitemi Banigo, a proud in-law of the late Obong of Calabar. That aspect of the ceremony was long on sad attraction, which featured performances by different artists, including traditional dance troupes from Edo, Rivers, and Cross River states. Timaya also registered his presence in a big way. As the whole country joins the Efik people, both at home and in the diaspora, to celebrate the highly accomplished and fulfilled life of their grand patriarch, it will remain a source of everlasting pride and inspiration each time one remembers that the late Obong of Calabar was one of the most educated, most cultured, and most traveled monarchs to have come out of Nigeria. It is with pride that one remembers that the late Obong was a fellow of dental surgery of the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons, Glasgow, fellow in dental surgery of the National Postgraduate College of Nigeria, and fellow of the West African College of Surgeons, with a doctorate degree in dental surgery from Brazil. He worked as a surgeon in various hospitals in the United Kingdom. The late Obong had a thriving dental practice in Luton and Hampstead before he returned to Nigeria in 1961. His Royal Eminence, Edidem Professor Henshaw VI, was honored with many professional awards and was recognized in the International Biographical Center, Cambridge Who is Who in Medicine in 1986, and also in the 6th edition of the Who is Who in the World, published by Maggie Who is Who Incorporated. His Eminence had over 21 medical publications and 4 researches to his credit. He was a devout Christian and a member of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. In 1984, His Eminence was made the Royal Peace Ambassador for South-South and Ambassador for Peace by the International Federation of World Peace in 2005. May Almighty God grant His Eminence Edidem Professor Nta Elijah Henshaw VI eternal rest in His bosom. In these special interviews, some people paid their last respects to the monarch of all time, while others looked at the great way the Efiks bid farewell to the departed ones in comparison to what obtains in their own cultures.
And we thank God for his life well spent when he was alive. He lived as a good man, a God-fearing man, honest, patient, a man you can think of. May God give them the hearts to bear the loss, and may God protect the family.
It's a big loss. The gap is massive, can hardly be filled. So that means that it's a challenge for them, the children and the grandchildren, to strive towards attaining the mark that the late Obong left behind. I know that the great qualities that the late Obong had definitely been transfused into his children. They are great people, and I'm very pleased for them. They've done well.
This event that you see today, I must give a very big congratulations to the late Obong's family and the Etubom's Council to have put all of this together. It is, as you have seen, very rich, very colorful, very well attended right across the country. And I am proud today to say that I am an Efik son.
Well, this is a very, very big event in the Efik Kingdom, and we are very conscious of this. The last Obong was like a father to everyone, and considering all his position generally in the society, an academician, a traditional ruler, a businessman, and everything, we believe we have lost a great man.
The way the man has lived his life should be an example to every individual, whether royal or non-royal, because when we all live, and eventually we're all going to live, we need to create an impact to the extent that people will notice our difference, and people will know that we did pass this path in life, and that's what His Royal Majesty did, and that's why we're celebrating his life.
Usually in most societies in Nigeria, we celebrate the life of a good man, and this man was not only a king, he was a great man too.
The passage of a monarchy is a very significant thing, and there's an outpouring of love, an outpouring of recognition, an outpouring of jubilation, that somebody who has done so much for the town, is not necessarily an occasion to mourn, because invariably royal fathers, their passage is at a very, late age. And so these things are celebrated, not mourned. I found this one very colorful, and it is the same thing. It's the same, really, with cultures all over Nigeria.
Today what we are seeing is culture and tradition being mixed. But the most important thing is that, an interesting aspect of it is that here is the translation of a monarch. We don't describe them as haven't died. They translate, haven't spent and fulfilled their years on earth. And the family members should stay together. They have a united front to immortalize the name of their father. They've spent a lot of money today to be able to observe and celebrate a life well spent.
Great man. Great man. You don't find them regularly like that. They come once in a while. And he has come, he has done his own part, he's gone. And that's why we're celebrating him today. And we're enjoying children. Children, keep the peace, keep the family intact. If you don't want the old man to turn in his grave, keep the family intact. That's my message.
The hallmark of a great man is really his simplicity. Today, I'm glad that we've had the opportunity to celebrate him and to share his life with the rest of Nigeria. And Nigeria responded with the presences of the best, the cream of the crop from all over the country. My message to my fellow Nigerians is that, yes, times will be hard, but the important thing is to be able to overcome one at a time and celebrate life as we move on, because of the grace of His Lord Almighty.
Wednesday, the 18th of November 2015 was set aside for the formal presentation of the biography of Chief H.I.D. Awolowo in continuation of the activities of her final send-forth. As one takes a close glance at Mama H.I.D. Awolowo, where she laid in state in the proudly Nigerian garb in which she was gorgeously dressed, the radiance and beauty which she carried with a lot of dignity and respectability in her lifetime became more pronounced. A very peaceful woman, the matriarch of the Awolowo family, who has gone to West, a woman every woman wanted to be like. Chief H.I.D. Awolowo was endowed with a sharp analytical mind. She was politically informed till the very end. Chief H.I.D. Awolowo led the women's wing of the Action Group. She was the rallying point for the campaigns of her husband as the premier of the Western region. Chief H.I.D. Awolowo was a successful trader. She was the first distributor of Nigerian Tobacco Company products and the pioneer importer of lace materials in Nigeria. Chief Mrs. H.I.D. Awolowo got married to Chief Jeremiah Obafemi Awolowo at the age of 22 years. A union that lasted close to 50 years. There are many lessons to take away from the life and times of the matriarch of the Awolowo family. Her unwavering loyalty to Chief Obafemi Awolowo, her courage of conviction, love for community and country. Chief Mrs. Awolowo embodied the radiance of Pa Awolowo's private and public life. In short, Chief Mrs. H.I.D. Awolowo was a life wire of her husband's uncommon accomplishments as a political leader, administrator, and community leader. Chief Mrs. H.I.D. Awolowo was unequivocally committed to the love of the family, both her nuclear and extended family. The biography of the life and times of H.I.D. Awolowo in the Radiance of the Sage, authored by Wale Adebanwi, who is an associate professor at the University of California, Davis, USA, gave more insight into the life and times of this great woman, national icon and treasure. The book, In the Radiance of the Sage, contains a wide range of information which gives a well-researched expose into how H.I.D. Awolowo was able to cope with her multitasking assignments in politics, commerce, spirituality, community, relationships, and family life. In summary, the book, In the Radiance of the Sage, is a barometer that should set the standards for all those who desire to achieve true greatness in any society, particularly Nigeria, seriously in need of moral and civic renewal, to quote Professor Jacob Olupono of Harvard University, USA, who wrote the foreword of the book. The book launch was graced by former Vice President of Nigeria, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, who was the chief presenter, accompanied by a large delegation, daughters of the matriarch, Chief Mrs. Oyedino, Ambassador Dr. Tokunbo Awolowo Dosunmu, and their spouses. The Managing Director, Editor-in-Chief of the Nigerian Tribune, Mr. Edward Dixon, and other executive members of the African Newspapers of Nigeria PLC. Publishers of the Tribune titles, of which Chief Dr. H.I.D. Awolowo, CON, was co-founder and chairman. Former Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives, Honorable Dimeji Bankole, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, and his wife. Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey, Honorable Oladipupo Adebutu, represented his father, Sir Kesintin Adebutu, who is out of the country. The program began with the opening prayer by Right Reverend Olushola Fakwe, Bishop of Remo Anglican Communion. The welcome address was given by one of the daughters of the matriarch, Dr. Mrs. Tokunbo Awolowo Dosunmu, who said it was her mother's wish that the biography be launched to mark her centenary celebration, and actually chose the author, who wrote the book herself. But as things are, the event has formed part of the activities to give her a befitting send-forth. She thanked all those who traveled to Ikene town for the event and wished them journey mercies back home.
As you all probably know already, this is an event that Mama herself was looking forward to taking part in. She it was that commissioned this biography because in her view, all the books that have been written about her before now were good, but not quite good enough. So she decided herself, she chose the author, Professor Wale Adebayo, who was Mama's personal choice to handle this for her centenary. It's a pity that she can't be with us here today, but I'm sure she's here with us in spirit.
The event was piloted by two broadcasters, Nyoju Adigbite and Bisi Olasilo, who began their journeys in broadcasting at the Broadcasting Corporation of Oyo State, BCOS, 40 years ago. The profile of the author of the book, Wale Adebanwi, was read by Nyoju Adigbite, who also introduced the book reviewer, Professor Adigun Agbaje, a political scientist of first distinction, and former Deputy Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, who later reviewed the book. In his review, Professor Adigun Agbaje had only words of praise and commendation for the matriarch of the Awolowo family for her uncommon loyalty to her husband. She was described as an energetic woman of valor. Professor Adigun Agbaje said the perfect harmony and neutrality that characterized the nearly 50 years matrimony between H.I.D. Awolowo and the late sage is worthy of commendation. Obafemi Awolowo's methodical, comprehensive, thoughtful planning and mobilization of resources blended perfectly with Anna's calculated, determined, meticulous and patient shaping and projection of social capital in the struggle for influence and prestige.
It is not in all instances that the book reviewer is also a privileged witness, not only to the life of the subject of the book, but also to the life and work of the author and to the writing of the book itself. The first book, a 295-page book entitled Yoruba Elites and Ethnic Politics in Nigeria, about the Awolowo and Akpabio Agency, was published to global acclaim in 2014 by Cambridge University Press. Now, Adebayo completes the story with another 311-page focus on the life and times of Mama Ijada Awolowo, described very famously by Awolowo himself, a grateful husband and life partner, as a jewel of inestimable value. Permit me to make the point that it took only a couple of months to start and complete the writing of this book that we are presenting.
The book, In the Radiance of the Sage, The Life and Times of H.I.D. Awolowo, was presented by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, GCON. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar eulogized H.I.D. as one of Nigeria's few heroines in the last century. She was a shining light and solid pillar of support for her husband. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar praised the forward-looking legacies of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, especially the free education policy and infrastructural developments of the Western region. All these selfless attributes, according to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, had endeared the Awolowo family to Nigerians, resulting in the goodwill enjoyed by this family. He later launched the book generously.
I am pleased for the privilege of being invited to present this biography of an extraordinary woman in whose honor we are gathered here this afternoon, the late Chief Mrs. H.I.D. Awolowo. The book reviewer has shown us that the book in the radiance of research, the life and times of H.I.D. Awolowo captures the essential H.I.D. It discusses many key moments in her life and perhaps more significantly the key roles she played in the life of one of the most extraordinary leaders this country has the privilege to have. In the venerable Chibaono himself, in his autobiography, My Early Life, published in 1968, he said, and I quote, "Throughout all the changing fortunes of my life, my wife, Hannah, Adelana, has been to me a jewel of inestimable value. She is an ideal wife. The outpouring of her love and devotion to me and to our family is exceeding and beyond words. I will not hesitate to confess that I owe my success in life to three factors: the grace of God, the stout and self-discipline, and a good wife."
Sir Kesinti Nadebutu also donated generously to the launch of the book, In the Radiance of the Sage. More people also launched the book, and there were a few goodwill messages. The book was formally unveiled by the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and other dignitaries. The vote of thanks was given by Chief Mrs. Oyedino.
The law that you have shown to us is a testimony of what both Papa and Mama have given to this nation. It is impossible to talk of Mama without mentioning Papa, and talk of Papa without mentioning Mama. As you leave this place this afternoon, I pray that all of you will live long and that you will be celebrated.
There was entertainment by a collection of actors from Nollywood, led by Saeed Balogun, and the Choice Band, led by Abiodun Adegoroye. The burial activities for HID Awolowo continue in Ikene every day, with different events till the 25th of November 2015, when she will be interred after a church service at Our Saviour's Church, Ikene. May God grant the gentle soul of the matriarch of the Awolowo family eternal rest in his bosom.
Amiable, likable, affable, unassuming, most humble. Tunji Okusaya, son of a carpenter, trained as an engineer in the United Kingdom, ingeniously ignited the revolution that has redefined the way Nigerians pay last respects to their loved ones when they take a final bow from their earthly sojourn. Tunji Okusaya strongly believes that no matter in what circumstance or age we lose our dear ones, they should be accorded the highest degree of courtesies, love, and affection. This is as an everlasting and eternal tribute to their loving memories in our hearts. Apart from his other qualities, One attribute that endeared Tunji Okusanya to millions of Nigerians, which made MIC the most sought-after undertakers, was the personal touch, finesse, and great showmanship he exhibited while discharging this very solemn assignment. Tunji Okusanya was so professional about the job that he adapted seamlessly to suit the circumstance of the person in question. When there's deep emotion to express or outright celebration, Tunji Okusanya led the MIC pallbearers to effect the right balance. Tunji Okusanya was so much in control of his game that no high-profile burial in Nigeria eluded the MIC pallbearers, which has turned into the most professional brand for caressing our loved ones to their final resting place. That Tunji Okusanya, his first son, whom he had properly groomed to take over the business from him, and 4 members of the MIC group will die in a most cruel manner as the dead, will forever remain a very deep wound in our hearts, from which it will be very difficult for Nigeria as a nation to recover. Our prayer, however, is that God will grant the family he left behind the courage and fortitude to bear the very painful loss. If it was possible for the dead to rise for a split second, as they say, to see the kind of robust farewell he was accorded, Tunji Okusanya would have been very happy with himself that he made so much impact in the lives of Nigerians in the way he acquitted himself through his services to deserve the unprecedented turnout of Nigerians that gathered at all the events put together to bid him the final farewell. From the service of songs that took place in Ogudu GRA, Lagos, on Sunday 18th of November 2013, to the church service at the St. John's Anglican Church, Aroloya in Lagos, and the long trek from the heart of Lagos to the Volson Gardens, Ikoyi, where Tunji Okusanya was finally interred, his body, led by an unprecedented crowd, was carried shoulder high, triumphantly, as somebody who has conquered death, poised for well-deserved rest in heaven. Nigerians from all walks of life defied the odds to pay their last respects to Tunji Okusanya, and by the unmatched love and affection showed to him, Nigerians have shown that he will certainly live in their hearts forever. The service of songs which jump-started the final burial rites in remembrance of Tunji Okusanya featured different choir groups and gospel artists who through their soul-searching and heart-lifting songs heartily celebrated the life and times of this great Nigerian who demystified death in all ramifications in the way he caressed, kissed, and leveled up with our departed ones. Tunji Okusanya's children read portions from the Holy Bible before the sermon was preached. In the sermon, the man of God reinforced the fact that with a very impressive attendance of people cutting across all backgrounds and divides, who paid Tunji Okusanya their last respects, he has no doubt at all in his mind that Tunji Okusanya has been given a rousing farewell deserving only of a hero who has touched lives positively in his short but very meaningful life. The clergyman said that the major lessons to draw from Tunji Okusanya's death and the way Nigerians rose up to stoutly celebrate him are that whatever endeavors we find ourselves engaged in, we must strive to excel. Secondly, we must make sure that our relationship with people is beyond reproach.
Humanly speaking, the workings of our should be here with us for much longer. But are we spending our costs to question the sovereignty
himself. None of us created ourselves. That which God has done, omnipotent as it stands to us, that we need to accept is God's plan.
On all these accounts, the clergyman scored Tunji Okusanya very highly and prayed for the family he left behind. Prayers were said by a legion of clergymen for the repose of Tunji Okusanya's soul and the family he left behind. There were more soul-lifting songs before the service of songs ended. St. Paul's Church, Aroloya in the heart of Lagos, which was filled beyond capacity. In fact, the very experience of such a large gathering in the church was where a special service was held to remember Tunji Okusanya. The special service for Tunji Okusanya took an interdenominational dimension, featuring clergymen from different Christian denominations. Although most people turned up in the different shades of the black color to depict that mourning disposition of the fallen hero of the art of burying our dear ones with due regard and respect, the service turned up in its entirety as a celebration of the life and times of a great man who, though came to this world almost unsung, without any whimper at all, left gloriously with a big bang, on account of the sense of purpose and innovation with which he discharged a very serious job, which ordinarily should evoke sadness in everyone, but which he succeeded in giving a very new face, turning commiseration to celebration. For Tunji Okusanya, there's no sad moment at all. He wore a permanent smile all the time. Of course, the hallmark of such service is the rendition of spirit-filled songs, capable of assuaging the pains of such a loss, while in the same breath bringing back sweet memories of the most cherished and treasured moments spent with such person. Children and family members of Tunji Okusanya read portions of the Holy Bible and paid their final respects to him. Sermon preached by retired Reverend Commodore Molulu, who began by asking all Nigerians, particularly the close family members of Tunji Okusanya, to take solace in the fact that the burial took a proportion of the national one accorded Tunji Okusanya by all Nigerians, as a testimony that he came, saw, and conquered, and that the services he rendered to the public that took him to all parts of the country positively resonated with Nigerians, who trooped out in such a large number to pay their last respects to him. The clergyman advised everyone to demonstrate absolute dedication and love for any endeavor they are engaged in to make the kind of impact on the public to be recognized as Tunji Okusanya was.
I remember the day this accident occurred. I was at Kaduna, and there was a lady. She was shouting, rolling on the floor. And I went to her. I said, What kind? He said he didn't tell me this when he was going. I said, look, God is in control. He said, it's God. She was not ready to understand logic. All she wanted was comfort and peace. I sat with her and I wept beside her. It was then that she felt comforted. That this man who had been talking rubbish can also weep.
There were more songs to remember Tunji Okusanya as the solemn service in his honor drew to a close. At the end of the service, with the body of Tunji Okusanya taking out amidst the recessional hymn, a feeling of a final farewell from all could be read from the countenance of everyone. From then on, Tunji Okusanya began his glorious final journey home, as a very large crowd of admirers, friends and family members undertook a marathon trek from the heart of Lagos, amidst hearty drumming and dancing, practically bringing traffic from Bangboshi or Balinde to Ikoyi axis of Lagos to a standstill. Destination was Bolton Gardens in Ikoyi, where Tunji Okusanya's remains were finally interred after a short service conducted by a legion of clergymen from different denominations. Tunji Okusanya, the ultimate undertaker, who changed the game and raised the bar of the art of burying our dead to a very high pedestal, had done his own bit. The onus is now on all of us, especially those of us who render service to the public in the same line as his, or in areas related to his trade, or indeed in any arm of the showbiz and entertainment industry, to try and perform our tasks with a lot of respect, integrity, and dignity. Because the whole world is always taking notes, and at the appropriate time, as was the case for Tunji Okusanya, the people will show up, and they indeed did so massively for him. The lasting and eternal tribute we can all pay to the sweet memories of Tunji Okusanya is to discharge our services with love and smiles all the way, no matter the circumstance. Tunji Okusanya was an epitome of love, compassion, and benevolence. Tunji Okusanya, the ultimate undertaker, you have run a very good race. Sleep well. Although she passed on at the ripe age of 81, having lived a highly fulfilled life during which she touched a lot of people with her kind-hearted nature and compassionate disposition, when the news of the passage of Pastor Mrs. Christiana Uwiyeba Graham Douglas, Niseki Jaja Amakri, broke, one of the most shattered and devastated by the development was Alabo Toy Graham Douglas, OFR, full-time Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Although Pastor Mrs. Christiana Uwiyeba Graham Douglas was married to the elder brother of Alabo Toy Graham Douglas, Barrister Neighbor Graham Douglas, one of the earliest senior advocates of Nigeria, she had a very close motherly relationship with Alabo Toy Graham Douglas, and indeed every member of her husband's family. In Alabo Toy Graham Douglas's revelations and testimonies in his tribute to Pastor Mrs. Christiana Uwiyeba Graham Douglas, he confirmed that she taught him English language, literature, Latin, and to quote him, Simi, as he fondly called her, showered him with inestimable love and affection like a mother. Alabo Toy Graham Douglas, in his tribute to this woman of letters, testified that she lived a happy Christian life with his late brother, whom death unfortunately plucked at the prime age of 58 years in 1983. Pastor Mrs. Christiana Oweba Graham Douglas, niece Seking Jaja Makre, was the pioneer founding pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God family, whose growth she nurtured in the eastern region of Nigeria, which included Rivers State in those days. Pastor Mrs. Christina Oweba Graham Douglas adopted and raised over 40 children, whom she treated like her own biological children and educated to university level. She also extended her humanitarian gestures to old people's homes and motherless children's home to make life worth living for everyone. She died exactly a week after she celebrated her 80th birthday on the 5th of April 2012. From all indications, Pastor Mrs. Christiana Oweba Graham Douglas's 81-year sojourn on earth was full of selfless service to humanity and dedicated communion with her Creator and Maker. And that was why the entire Graham Douglas family, led by the head of the Urubibi House in Abonima, Rivers State, Alabo Toy Graham Douglas, spared no effort and expenses at all in mobilizing a great send forth for this adorable woman of peace, woman of letters, and a paragon of beauty, Pastor Mrs. Christiana Oweba Graham Douglas. The multiple celebration of life of this great woman took a whole 5 days and had stopovers in Port Harcourt, Buguma, and Abonima. The Port Harcourt end of the ceremony, which began on Wednesday, 6th of June, with a service of songs and praise service, ended with a commendation service. This took place at the Alfred Deity Spieth Civic Center, Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital. The service, which was well attended by the Graham Douglas and Seki Jaja Amakre families, as well as friends, associates, and well-wishers of both families, featured a lot of rendition of soul-lifting songs, readings from the Holy Scriptures, and the sermon. In the sermon delivered by the clergyman who officiated, he thanked God for the grace granted Pastor Mrs. Christiana Oweba to live up to 81 years with a rich legacy of service to humanity. He admonished all those she left behind to strive to carry on with her legacy as an appropriate and lasting tribute to the great woman. The choir presented special songs, and there was a Thanksgiving session at which singing and dancing held sway. That brought the special commendation service to an end. The late Pastor Mrs. Christiana Oweba Graham Douglas's father was one of those who played a prominent role in Nigeria's independence struggle. He was from Seki Jaja Amakre family in Buguma, headquarters of the Asai Toro local government of Rivers State. Her mother was from King Abi Princewell family. Pastor Mrs. Christiana Oweba Graham Douglas was educated at the St. Michael's Anglican Primary School, Buguma, between 1935 to 1941. She was at CMS Girls Secondary School, Lagos, for her secondary education between 1942 to 1949. Pastor Mrs. Christiana Oweba Graham Douglas read classics, Greek, Latin, religion, and English at the University of Ibadan. She graduated in 1952 at the age of 21. She was the first female graduate in the entire eastern region of Nigeria. Professor Chinua Achebe, Nigeria's literary colossus, was Pastor Oweba's classmate at the University of Ibadan. Her contemporaries include Professor Grace Alele Williams, Mrs. Mabel Shegun. She was a teacher for most of her life. The celebration of life of Pastor Mrs. Christiana Oweba Graham Douglas's passage to greater glory took a more graceful turn in Abonima, the hometown of her late husband. The ceremony, which was attended by traditional rulers and notable chiefs from that area, began with the arrival of her body at the Graham Douglas family house. The events that followed included all-night praise by the Redeemed Christian Church of God from about 6 p.m. to midnight, when her body was moved to Douglas Memorial Hall, near her husband's mother's house. The rich cultural heritage of the Kalebari people was on display. stretch of the very crowded but interesting burial ceremony for Pastor Mrs. Uweba Graham Douglas was when her body was laid in state and the public had the final chance to have a glance at her. This was at the Douglas Memorial Hall at Bonima. Here, different sections of people took turns to pay their respects to her. These included the Amayana of Bonima and Bonima Council of Chiefs. Mrs. Christiana Uweba Graham Douglas's body laid in state at the Obiales compound, Buguma, and later the Kalabari National College, Buguma. This was to give everyone in that community the chance to have a final glance at this quintessential daughter, mother-in-law of Nigeria from Kalabari extraction. To bid the final farewell to her, the Redeemed Christian Church of God held a special commendation service for her. The service began with praise and worship as her body was brought into the church. Hymns of praise were also rendered by the choir and the congregation before special prayers were said for the departed and her family members. There was reading from the Holy Scriptures before the biography of the deceased was read. The choir rendered special songs before the sermon. In the sermon delivered by Reverend David Abimbola Ilori, he admonished all to be full of thanks to God for the life of emulation led by this great woman of God. He prayed that God would grant her eternal rest in his bosom.
You are blessed if you die in the Lord, because if the rapture comes now, you will go with Jesus. And those who don't believe will remain. We thank God that our mommy Douglas has shown us example of how to die in the Lord. May we be able to follow our footsteps in Jesus' name.
There were special prayers for the entire families of Graham Douglas and Seki Jaja Makre by the clergy. Thereafter, the entire congregation took turns to pay their last respects to late Pastor Mrs. Christiana Uweba Graham Douglas. The recessional hymn signaled the end of the funeral service for this great exemplar of the Kalabari tradition in all its ramifications. The remains of Pastor Mrs. Christiana Uweba Graham Douglas was interred after a short sermon at the graveside. May God grant this very prayerful, compassionate, and extremely cultured woman eternal rest in his bosom. Amen. The final rite of passage of Deaconess Dorcas Ejiolakpo Oladiun, ni Akirolayo, the late mother of Pastor Wole Oladiun, founder of Christ Living Spring Apostolic Ministry Clam, which took place on Thursday 5th and Friday 6th of August 2016 in Ile-Oluji in Ondo State of Nigeria, brought back nostalgic feelings and fond memories of the very impactful life she lived, especially how she connected very closely with the people in all facets of life. It was a most fitting tribute to her memory, and all the children and family members were very proud of this, to see that there's a strong presence of leading clergymen in the Christ Apostolic Church denomination in Ile-Oluji, other parts of Ondo State and Nigeria. It was at the first stanza of final rites of passage for Deaconess Dorcas Ejolakbo Oladiun. This was a Christian wake-up service held at the Oke-Shegun DCC headquarters of the Christ Apostolic Church in Ile-Oluji in Ondo State. This was to say a big thank you to Deaconess Dorcas Oladiun and her husband, Pastor Samuel Oladiun, for their great efforts in the establishment of the Christ Apostolic Church in Ile-Oluji, Ondo State, many decades ago. For a woman who was blessed with 8 very successful children, men and women, left to carry on from where she stopped after 83 glorious years on earth, it was a celebration of life well spent and accomplished dreams. And so there were special renditions from different choirs from the CAC Ile-Oluji and its environs. Sermon preached by Pastor J.O. Oshobukola, Ile-Oluji's DCC superintendent, who spent quality time signposting the contributions of Deaconess Dorcas Oladiun and her husband in the establishment and growth of the CAC in Ile-Oluji and Ondo State in general. He was happy that she held on tenaciously to God to the very end. Pastor Oshobukola advised the children of Deaconess Dorcas Oladiun, who were all present at the event, to continue where their parents stopped.
Dorcas Ejolakbo Oladiun, after about 82 years, he was called. That is after he was married in 1956, widow 37 years, and stood for God.
Special prayers were offered for all the children, their spouses, grandchildren, and the extended family members of late Madam Dorcas Ejolakbo Oladiun before the Christian wake-up service ended. Later that day, towards evening, all the children of Mama Deaconess Dorcas Oladiun, led by her first child, Mrs. Inola Akireliri, the second child and first son, Pastor Wole Oladiun, Mr. Akin Oladiun, Evangelist Benga Oladiun, and their wives. Mama's daughters, Mrs. Mayoko Adishino, Mrs. Remi Fadekinte, Mrs. Temitope Oluwole, and Mama's last son, Femi Morgan Oladiun, all looking resplendent in well-embroidered traditional attires, took the celebration of the Mother's Passage straight to the people, where traditional music held sway. Time to reach out for the right dance steps to match the music being played. At the end of the day, they all displayed that their parents, Madam Dorcas Oladiun and Pastor Samuel Oladiun, spent quality time in trying to integrate them into mainstream tradition of Ileoluji people, and this came in very handy at this event. All eyes were on Pastor Wale Oladin and his wife, Pastor Mrs. Bukola Oladin, who also grew up in Ileoluji, to see if they are still very much in tune with the tradition of their people. They came out in flying colors and were well applauded by all. Of Mama Dorcas Oladin were laid in state, very briefly, for a quick service which preceded her interment. All her children took turns to pay their final respects to a loving mother. Of course, as far as the doctrine of the Christ Apostolic Church denomination is concerned, the dead has to be buried before the final church service.
Ọládìyàn tí ó sì fi sílẹ̀ lọ sọ́dọ̀ ara rẹ̀ nítorí náà àwọn ń fi òkú rẹ̀ fún ilẹ̀ erùpẹ̀ fún erùpẹ̀ eérú fún eérú ekuru fún ekuru máa sọ olùfẹ́ ó sì máa sinmi lórílẹ̀ ìyá olùgbàlà afẹ́ ọ ṣùgbọ́n Jésù fẹ́ ọ jù wá lọ. Sóre sóre.
The Thanksgiving service for Deaconess Dorcas Ejiola Oladin began in earnest. The children, their spouses, grandchildren, and other family members, and a rich array of clergymen from the high echelon of the Christ Apostolic Church denomination and other dignitaries from different parts of the country, a settled down, congregational singing rent the air. Different choir groups were also in attendance to spice up the church service. The choirs of CAC Okeshegun and Okeyanu in Ileoluji performed at the service. Clam Choir came all the way from Lagos to also perform. Sermon delivered by Pastor J.O. Oshobukola, Ileoluji DCC Superintendent of the CAC, he again eulogized the significant contribution of Deaconess Dorcas Oladin and her husband, Pastor Samuel Oladin, to what CAC is today in both Ileoluji and Ondo State. God will grant her a peaceful rest in heaven. The Thanksgiving session that followed witnessed a hearty singing and dancing as the children and other family members thanked God for his peaceful life left by Madam Dorcas Ejolakbo Oladiun. Pastor Wale Oladiun give the vote of thanks on behalf of all family members.
It is my prayer that the good Lord, who has started something wonderful in your life, will perfect it in the name of Jesus. I want to especially appreciate His Royal Highness, Oba Dr. Julius Olupaderi Adetime Olori Adetutu Adetime, the Jimo Kawan, Oluwekofile Olujila, on all the high chiefs, all my fathers in the Lord, all the handmaidens of God, ministers of God, the choir, men and women, all family members. It is well with you in Jesus' name. Once again, I say thank you. God bless you.
A grand reception was held to finally bring to an end the multi-legged activities put together for the final rite of passage of Deaconess Dorcas Ejolakbo Oladiun. Many more people, especially members of the Christ Living Spring Apostolic Ministry clan from Lagos, were at the reception to solidarize with Pastor Wale Oladiun and his siblings. Members of the clan church were conspicuous in all parts of the arena in the special Ankara they appeared in. Pastor Wale Oladiun and his wife, siblings and other family members were rather on their feet, seeing to that everybody was well taken care of. Or the bandstand, dancing vigorously in celebration of the life and times of their mother. Dorcas Ejolakbo Oladiun ni Akinolayo was born on the 28th of June 1934. She did not have formal education, but was introduced into trading by her mother. Her early exposure to commerce inspired her to venture into the sale of gari and cassava flour. Madam Dorcas Oladiun made a great name in this business in Ile-Oluji and beyond. Madam Dorcas Ejolakbo Oladiun met her husband, Pastor Samuel Oladiun, in 1956. They got married, and the marriage is blessed with 4 sons and 4 daughters. Though widowed at the age of 37 years, Madam Dorcas Oladiun remained steadfast in the Lord. She was a member of Egba Jiferere Christi for 60 years as chairperson. May God grant Deaconess Dorcas Ejolakbo Oladiun eternal rest.
She has taken over the role of a mother. So if I should die now, no, I don't think think I would regret my dying because I don't fear death. Because I know that I have somebody whom I leave my behind to. Because she's good to me.
That was the late Reverend Mrs. Olasumbo Badejo Kusaya in an interview with the BC Olatilo show during the 50th birthday ceremony of her eldest daughter, Olori Olabisi Tejosho, on the 24th of July 2007. Had she had the special grace to live up to 80 years on earth, her children and other family members had planned to give her what would have turned out to be a mother of all celebrations. Sadly enough, that was not to be, as Reverend Mrs. Olasumbo Badejo Kusaya died just 2 months to her 80th birthday anniversary. One can then imagine the shock and bewilderment of the children and family members when the sad news reached them. The late Reverend Mrs. Olasumbo Badejo Kusaya, Ni Omololu's father, was a distinguished medical doctor and one of the pioneer students of King's College, Lagos, while her mother was Mrs. Christiana Olabisi Omodele Ni Onimube Johnson. She attended the New Era College for Girls and Methodist Girls High School, where she showed a lot of dexterity in public speaking and drama. 2 years after her marriage to Chief Badejo Kusaya at the age of 20 years, she went off to England and enrolled in the Pitman Secretarial College, and on her return to Nigeria, she picked up a job with Mobile Nigeria PLC. The late Reverend Mrs. Olasumbo Badejo Kusaya lost her husband 2 weeks after her 40th birthday, exactly 20 years after their marriage. Despite having lived as a widow for the past 39 years, she indeed lived a very fulfilled life, single-handedly bringing up in strict Christian and disciplined life all her children who have given her great-grandchildren in her lifetime. The late Reverend Mrs. Olasumbo Badejo Kusaya has indeed left a great mark in the sands of time. The legacies of a God-fearing life, discipline, and service to humanity. These worthy qualities, it is hoped, will be further propagated by her children. Among her children are Olori Olabisi Tejosho, wife of the monarch of Okeono-Egba in Ogun State of Nigeria, and Mr. Yomi Badejo Kusaya, a notable public relations practitioner whose communications outfit was commissioned to package the presidential campaign for Dr. Mrs. Ellen Sirleaf Johnson, the Liberian president. Reverend Mrs. Olasumbo Badejo Kusaya has other children who are riding high in their different businesses today. Her demise, although painful, was celebrated in a big way by her family members. The first of the events lined up for the final rite of passage was a service of songs. This was indeed a great celebration of heavenly songs, the type Reverend Mrs. Badejo Kusaya would have loved to listen to. Testimonies by close family members about the great woman. The clergyman that preached eulogized the Christian life of Mama and asked her children and others to emulate her.
Many people saw my mother as an extrovert. Many people saw her as an outgoing person. Many people saw her as a socialite. But a few people saw her as a disciplinarian. She had us, and we know the way she brought us up. She didn't want us spoiled, and she didn't want us to be tarnished by the things of life. Mommy was quite strict with us. There were times even growing up, we used to wonder, well, talking on behalf of myself and my siblings, we used to think if this woman was indeed our mother. But it was until I became a mother myself, I came to realize what it was she was doing.
She wanted the best for us. She wanted us to toe the straight line.
There are more soul-lifting songs which the congregation and the choir are talking. The Christian Waykeeping service also followed the same pattern of the rendition of soul-lifting songs, prayers, and a special message by the clergyman.
The New Jerusalem that would not pass away. It was the New Jerusalem that would not pass away. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, sing for the night is Hosanna in the highest,
The line and state of the late Reverend Mrs. Olasumbo Badejo Kusaya took place in her residence at GRA in Ikeja, Lagos, where friends and family members filed past her remains to have a final glance of her. Cathedral Church of Christ Marina, Lagos was filled beyond capacity by those who came to pay their last respects to the late woman at the special church service to bid her a final farewell. With her body laid conspicuously for all to admire for the last time, songs of praise were rendered by the choir and the congregation.
Olori Olabisi Tejosho, Mama's eldest child, read the lesson of the service before the sermon was delivered by the officiating minister, who charged all to live a life worthy of emulation, like the late mother being celebrated. More songs of praise were in the air. The highlight of the church service was the Thanksgiving session, during which Mama's children and family members were joined by others to thank God for the life of the woman. Mama's remains were interred at the Bolton Gardens in Ikoyi, Lagos, after a short service. This was followed by the final dust rites. Emotions flowed freely as the children remembered their lovely mother for the last time. Christ the Lord is risen today. Hallelujah. Christ the Lord is risen today. Hallelujah. Christ the Lord is risen. The final phase of the celebration of the life and times of the late Madam Olasumbo Badejo Kusaya was a grand reception at the Harbour Point in Victoria Island, Lagos. The main menu here was music and general merriment. This went on for a very long time as the children and grandchildren of the late woman danced and sang to thank God for giving them a mother they're indeed proud of in every sense of the word. As we wish the late Reverend Mrs. Olasumbo Badejo Kusa a very peaceful sojourn with the angels, we also pray that in the aftermath of her death, the Badejo Kusa family will grow from strength to strength. Adieu, Mother of a Million. From the stable of Biscom Communications, producers of the Bisi Olachile Show, Nigeria's #1 general interest magazine show, comes BOS International Magazine. With BOS International Magazine, you can now enjoy the best of two worlds with Biscom Communications, the emerging media conglomerate. BOS International Magazine keeps you constantly in touch with events on the social scene as they happen, global news, politics, sports, special interviews, fashion and style, and essential tips about life and living. BOS International Magazine is a complete package of entertainment and education at your doorsteps. Ask your vendor for a copy today. We welcome distributors across the country. Although Prince Augustus Adedeji Latilo was from Igbajo, precisely from the rural Agbojomi compound in the Boluwaduro local government of Osun State, he lived most of his productive adult life in Lagos, in the Agege area particularly. This must have accounted largely for his last wish to be laid to rest in Lagos at the end of his glorious earthly sojourn, and this was on the 27th of June, 2014. Activities for the final funeral rites of Prince Augustus Adedeji Latilo began with a Christian wake-keep service that took place at his residence in Lagos. In attendance were his wife, children, their spouses, grandchildren, and the enlarged Latilan Famudun families and other family members from different parts of Nigeria and beyond. There was congregational singing, Bible reading by his children, and special rendition by the choir before the sermon was preached. In it, the officiating minister commiserated with the wife and children of Prince Augustus Adedijelajila, whom he described as a very likable person. The clergyman commended the Christian way of life of Prince Augustus Adedijelajila for emulation by all. He enjoined the wife and children and all the family members to be strong and console themselves in the realization of the fact that his worthy legacies will be remembered forever, and from this, all members of the family will benefit eternally. Special prayers were offered for the entire family members of Prince Augustus Adedijelajila. Friday, the 15th of August 2014, was the day Prince Augustus Adedijelajila's remains were finally interred at the Victoria Court Cemetery in Lagos. On arrival at the cemetery, with the pallbearers carrying the body of Prince Augustus Lajila shoulder high, with the wife, children, and other family members in tow, amidst songs of triumphant jubilation. He was laid in state, and here, people took turns to file past his remains to have a final glimpse at him. As a final respect for him, his children, siblings, and other family members prayed for his final rest.
With Brother Augustus, there's no dull moment. He was imbued with something I call a matchable sense of humor. He kept you in total and perpetual happiness. And I know that is what God has ordained for you by God's grace. I see you sleeping, in the bosom of the Lord because you've done so well. A man with good heart. God will continue to guide and guide you. And I know that with all the seeds that God has surrounded you with, we will do our best. The greatest tribute we'll pay to you is to sustain your legacies.
The final funeral service for Prince Augustus Adedijelajila was held at the church in the Victoria Court Cemetery, Lekki, Lagos. This began with the prayers, congregational singing, and Bible reading by the eldest grandchild of the deceased and the eldest child of the immediate younger brother of the deceased. The citation of Prince Augustus Adedijelajila was read by his second son, Idowu Lajila. Prince Augustus Adedijelajila, who was born in 1945 to the royal family of Prince Adeponle and Princess Foyeka Lajila from the Royal Agbojomi compound in Igbajo, Osun State, was a great-grandson of the late Owo of Igbajo, His Royal Highness Oba Lajila. He attended Kiriji Memorial College for his secondary school education and the Yaba College of Technology for his tertiary education. Prince Augustus Adedijelajila worked at the Nigerian Textile Mills, Lagos, and the headquarters of the Nigerian Army Public Relations Department from 1974, retiring as Chief Superintendent of the Press in 2004. He got married to his wife in April 1974. The marriage is blessed with children and grandchildren. Prince Augustus Lajila was a member of the Bible Pattern Church, Lagos. He was the Chief Executive Officer of Lapat Enterprises Printing Press Company. The choir rendered special songs to formally bid Prince Augustus Adeliji Lachilo a final farewell before the sermon was preached. In the sermon, the man of God prayed for the repose of the soul of the dead departed and advised everyone to look at their lives again and make amends where necessary, so that at the end of their race in life, they will have nothing to regret and would not be found wanting in the last day. Special prayers were said for the family of the deceased before the interment proceedings, which took place at the same vicinity.
Father, we bless your holy name for another day like this. That here are the children, the family of our daddy that has just gone. Daddy, as we lift the little able hands now, take absolute control in the name of Jesus Christ. Father, your son has done. He has done exactly what you wanted him to do on this earth. We pray by the entire family that they will live to fulfill the purpose from which you have created them in the name of Jesus Christ.
With the final songs, Bible reading, and prayers before Prince Augustus Adeliji Lachilo's remains were interred. A grand reception was held to finally seal the activities for the final funeral rites of Prince Augustus Adeliji Lachilo. The Lachilo and Famudum families from Igbajo, Oshogbo, Ibadan, Abuja, and Lagos axis, as well as all parts of the world, came out in full force to show solidarity with the wife and children of their dear beloved brother, father, and uncle. They all turned out in the same attire, with their friends, and all looking gracious and resplendent. Members of the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, led by the president, Barrister Sam Ebuchinam, joined other friends, colleagues, and associates of the Lachilo families as they bid a final farewell to their brother. There was music and comedy in equal measure. This was to properly put everybody in the right frames of mind for the program just unfolding.
In Nigeria, I say Ali Baba.
The major highlight of the event was a session of tributes delivered by family members, children, and siblings of Prince Augustus Adeliji Lachilo. They all looked at the man from their different levels of relationship with him. In the final analysis, they all returned the verdicts of a very good, kind-hearted, and compassionate person to Prince Augustus Adeliji Lachilo, whom we ask God to grant peaceful rest in his bosom.
My father meant two things to me. One, he was my father. Two, he was my friend. Everything that a friend would do for his loved one, he did for me. If we did not eat, he would not eat. If anybody is sick, even if my father was sick, he was going to take care of the person first. He sacrificed his life for every one of us and for everybody that I know that has something to do with him. That was my father, my friend and my father.
All the children of Augustus, they have actually proved to us, merely putting what we are doing here together today shows that these are children to be proud of. And it's a vindication of good training, good home training. That's what we all inherited from our father.
Everybody was being generous. There is no time about it that it will remain little for either me or my younger ones, so I will remind for that.
He is somebody you cannot offend. I've never seen anybody offending him. Very accommodating, loving, approachable, very, very sincere, very considerate. I can tell you that it will be difficult to cover the loss.
Children and their spouses, as well as all the family members, took turns to dance to the very melodious music of the band that entertained. Once again, we pray that the Lord grants Prince Augustus Adedeji Latila a safe and final rest in his bosom, and please forgive him all his trespasses. The Umungige clan, with about 700 members, arguably the largest family in Alo in the entire Idemili South local government area of Anambra State, is held in very high esteem by indigents of the town and indeed Anambra State in general. This is on account of the pioneering role played by generations of the Ngige family dating back many centuries to properly position Alo town to enjoy the benefits of education and other social amenities. Chief Pius Kamma Okonkwo Ngige, known by his Ozo title of Akunna, consolidated greatly on the lofty legacies put in place by the progenitors of the Umungige clan. The children of Chief Pius Kamma Okonkwo Ngige, among them accomplished medical and legal practitioners, engineers, technocrats and politicians, have taken the contributions of the Ngige family to the development of Alo Town and Anambra State to greater heights, leveraging on their enormous connections and goodwill. In fact, it's on record that Senator Chris Wabozengige, OON, during his tenure as governor of Anambra State, impacted greatly on the lives of Anambra State people, particularly in the area of infrastructural development, with massive construction of roads across the length and breadth of Anambra State. That set the template that successive administrations in Anambra State have followed, and today, Anambra State has some of the best inter- and intra-city roads in the country. Indeed, Dr. Chris Ngige's impressive performance as governor of Anambra State paved the way for his eventual successful election into the Senate, where he also gave off his best both for Anambra State and Nigeria in general. Now the Honorable Minister in charge of Labor and Productivity, all in the service to fatherland, Nigerians from all spheres of life displayed an overwhelming show of love and gratitude to the Ngige family, with unprecedented attendance at all the events put together to send forth the patriarch of the family, Chief Pius Okonkwo Ngige Akunna, who joined the Saints Triumphant at the age of 105 years. Pius Okonkwo Ngige Akunna was a devout Christian who was instrumental to the introduction of the Catholic denomination in Alo Town, in the Idemili South local government area of Anambra State. The final burial rites for Pius Okonkwo Ngige Akunna, which took place in his residence on Thursday, 21st of January 2016, with a vigil mass and wake keep, featured soul-lifting music by different choir groups, gospel artists, who were later joined by traditional music groups. Dignitaries at the event included Chief Shegun Oshoba, Chief Tom Ikini, former Governor Lucky Benedion, Chief Ben Obi, Senators Dino Milai and Benga Obadara. Also in attendance were former Ekiti State Governor Nia Adebayo and other political and economic leaders, mostly from the southeast of Nigeria.
also the soul of a servant our dad, Pius of God congregate. Forgive the sins he committed through human frailty. Free him from the bonds of death and admit him into everlasting life. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord.
St. Mary's Catholic Church, Alo, in the Idemili South local government of Anambra State, which marked its centenary anniversary celebration in October 2015, of which Pope Pius Okonkwo-Ngige was a foundation member, hosted the cream of the Nigerian society from all spheres: politics, academia, religion, traditional institution, public service, the private business and corporate sectors. This was for a requiem mass where special prayers were held for the repose of the gentle soul of Pope Pius Okonkwo-Ngige Akunna, who enjoyed incredibly robust health and in fact drove his car until he was 90 years old. Survived by 6 adult children who are grandfathers in their own right, 30 grandchildren and 30 great-grandchildren, translating to the world beyond at the age of 105 years. Pope Pius Okonkwo-Ngige Akunna must have a special place in the record books for his uncommon longevity, especially in these climes, where the life expectancy age mark is depreciating astronomically by the day. Leading clergymen from all the dioceses of Anambra State were in attendance at a church service to honor a man who was a Catholic to the core. St. Mary's Catholic Church, Alo, was stretched beyond its seating capacity, with a sizable part of the congregation taking position under the tent provided outside the church, where they followed proceedings from the multimedia TV system erected there. For the Ngige family, it was indeed the brightest moment for them. They had a date with history, with the whole nation paying homage to them. All political affiliations, both at state and federal levels, came under the roof of love for the Ngige family. President Muhammadu Buhari was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Engineer Lawal Baba Chair. There was a huge presence of members of the Federal Executive Council who came to support and solidarize with one of their own, Senator Chris Ngige. The national chairman of the ruling All Progressive People's Congress, APC, Chief John Odige Oyegu, was joined by Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is the national leader of the APC, Chief B.C. Akonde, Chief Segun Oshoba, Otumba Adeni Adebayo, Chief Pius Akinyelure. Also in attendance at the church service was the host governor, Chief Willie Obiano of Anambra State, and his wife. Obefanyo Oko of Delta State and the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, Princess Yetunde Ononuga. The Requiem Funeral Mass for Pope Pius Okonkwo-Ngige Akunna went through all the different stages slated for such services, following strictly the doctrines of the Catholic denomination. The church service was set in motion with songs from the choir. Portions of the Bible by the children of the deceased. The special gospel for the funeral service was taken from John chapter 11, from verses 17 to 27.
And from heaven comes the Savior we are waiting for, the Lord Jesus Christ. And he will transfigure these wretched bodies of ours into copies of his glorious body. He will do that by the same power with which he can subdue the whole universe. The word of the Lord.
This is followed by the prayer of the faithful. In the sermon, the officiating minister thanked God for the Christian life and worthy legacies left behind by Papas Okonkwo-Ngige, which have brought a lot of respectability and dignity to the name of the family, the Catholic Church, our town, Anambra State, and Nigeria in general. He charged his children and grandchildren to do their utmost best to guard the legacies of their father, Jairus. Remarks, Governor Willie Obiano of Anambra State congratulated Senator Chris Ngige, his siblings, and other family members for being able to give their beloved father a befitting sent forth, which he prays that they'll also get in their own time.
It's a celebration because he lived for 105 years. I want you to enjoy the peace and tranquility in the state. You can move around very freely without molestation, and this is by the grace of God.
President Muhammadu Buhari, who spoke through his representative, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Engineer Babacha Lawal, congratulated the people of Alo, town, and Anambra State for producing such a great man, through whom some of the leading lights in the re-engineering process the nation is going through are produced. President Muhammadu Buhari described one of the children of the deceased, Senator Chris Ngige, as a very dependable and resourceful Nigerian who was loved by everyone, as epitomized by the impressive attendance at the church service.
6 children that have individually contributed growth and well-being of Nigeria. It is the wish of every father to leave behind a son that will be anything and support by being one of the pillars of the family. And to begin by the permission of our national chairman is also one of the pillars of the party. And by extension is one of the pillars of Nigeria. We know him as a very good man. We know him as a very hard-working man. We know him as a very smart Igbo man also. And the family produced by him. May God console us all in ways worthy of our time. Amen.
Other highlights of the church service included the Holy Communion and special prayers for the children of the deceased. service ended with the Thanksgiving session, and this featured a lot of singing, dancing, and rejoicing as the entire nation celebrates the life and times of Pius Okonkwo-Ngige. The service ended with sounds by the choir as the clergymen, children of the deceased, and the congregation dispersed.